Good morning, members. Sorry for our delayed start this morning. We've been waiting for our Appropriations Committee to wrap up. This morning, I'll ask you all to rise for this morning's prayer. Representative McLaughlin from House District 59 will be delivering the prayer. The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Brown.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Shebo, please take the roll.
Representatives Amabile. Rep. Amabile is excused. Armagost. Bacon. Byrd. Representative Byrd is excused. Bockenfeld. Rep. Bockenfeld's excused. Basenecker. Bottoms. Representative Bottoms. Okay. Bottoms is excused. Bradfield. Bradley. Brown. Catlin. Doherty. DeGraff. Degree Kennedy. Dixon. Duran. English. Epps. Evans. Frizzell. Representative Frizzell. Frizzell's excused. Froelich. Garcia.
Here.
Gonzalez Gutierrez. Hamrick. Hartsook. Herod. Representative Herod.
Excused.
Holtorf. Rep. Holtorf. Holtorf's excused. Judah. Joseph. Kipp. Representative Kipp.
Excused.
Leader. Lindsay. Representative Lindsay. Oh. Linstead. Luck. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow.
Here.
McCormick. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Ortiz. Parenti. Puglisi. Ricks. Representative Ricks.
Excused.
Sharbini. Sirota. Representative Sirota. Oh. Snyder. Soper. Rep. Soper.
Excused.
Story. Representative Story.
Excused.
Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Velasco. Rep. Velasco.
Excused.
Vigil. Weinberg. Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 60 present, 5 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday was DNA Day, where we celebrated the anniversary of the sequencing of the human genome. Today is Denim Day. So in honor of both of these days, I thought today we would talk about genes. Human beings have 20,000 genes, thanks to the human being. But cauliflower have 47,000 genes. So do you know what cauliflower would do on the journal? Cauliflower would vote no. So if you're a human being and you think you're better than cauliflower, you should vote yes. So, Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Outstanding. Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The motion is adopted. Announcements. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Energy and Environment members. We are not meeting today. We will be meeting tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. in 112, so a different room. We will be hearing 262, 253, 285, 274, and 198. It's in your calendar.
Representative Michelson-Janay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services. We are not meeting today, but we will be meeting Thursday at 1:30. We will be hearing Senate Bill 54, Senate Bill 176, Senate Bill 14, and Senate Bill 284.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, another reminder, Judiciary is not meeting today. We're meeting tomorrow instead. The agenda is the same as it's been in the calendar for days. Senate Bills 24, 34, 257, 97, and 254. See you tomorrow, Thursday, 1:30, Old State Library.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, House Education Committee. Same as what's printed in the calendar. 029, 249, 258, 269. And please be watching that space. There could be more added, but for now, that's it. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader and Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of resolutions.
Members, we do have a resolution before us. Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of resolutions. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Joint Resolution 1023.
House Joint Resolution 1023 by Representatives Duran and Puglisi, also Senators Kirkmeyer and Winter, concerning Sexual Assault Awareness Month and in connection therewith, recognizing April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and designating April 26, 2023 as Colorado Denim Day.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you all for coming up and supporting this resolution. It's a really important one. I was president of my sorority in college, and we did a lot of work around helping sexual assault victims and survivors, and so this means a lot to me, and I really appreciate my co-prime for asking me to do this with her. In the United States, a sexual assault occurs every 68 seconds. Every 68 seconds. A majority of victims, unfortunately, are between the ages of 12 and 36. The younger members of our society experience some of the highest rates of sexual assault. 82% of all juvenile victims are girls, 90% of adult rape victims are women. Young women ages 16 to 19 are 4 times more likely than the general population to be victims of rape, attempted rape, or sexual assault, according to the National Crime Victimization Survey of 2020. Women in Colorado face greater rate of sexual assault compared to the nation, which is incredibly sad, and there's still a lot of work that we need to do. And so with that, I will turn it over to my co-prime. Thank you.
And Madam Majority Leader, I might ask you to move the resolution.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We move the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1023 and request that it be read at length.
Mr. Schiebel, please read our resolution. Thank you.
Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month officially began in 2001, though the movement to raise awareness for and put an end to sexual violence can be traced back much further. And whereas decades of activism and persistence by survivors and advocates led to the founding of the first Rape Crisis Center in the U.S. in 1971, and the passage of legislation and funding to support survivors, including the Violence Against Women Act of 1993. And whereas the Denim Day campaign was originally spurred in 1998 when the Italian Supreme Court ruled that a rape conviction would be overturned because the justices felt that since the victim was wearing tight jeans, she must have helped her rapist remove her jeans, thereby implying consent. And whereas the following day, women in the Italian parliament came to work wearing jeans to show their solidarity with the victim, and the following year, Peace Over Violence ignited the Denim Day campaign in Los Angeles and encouraged participants to wear jeans in protest against attitudes condoning sexual assault. And whereas since 2013, the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault, or CCASA, which serves as the collective voice of sexual assault survivors and service providers in public policy initiatives, education, training, and collaborative efforts, has hosted Colorado Denim Day. And whereas in the last 10 years, CCASA has worked with the Colorado General Assembly to pass 14 laws that provide protections and support for survivors of sexual assault. And whereas more than 100 organizations have received training and technical assistance through CCASA to support survivors. And whereas CCASA continues to raise awareness around reporting options, survivor rights, and advocate resources through its You Have the Right campaign. And whereas the You Have the Right campaign is available in English and Spanish and will soon be available in Chinese, Arabic, and Japanese. And whereas support services for survivors and advocates continue to require translation resources to serve the 17% of Colorado's population that speaks a language other than English. And whereas rural counties are home to 13% of Colorado's population, and survivors often point to lack of transportation as a barrier to receiving services. And whereas more resources around translation and transportation are needed to provide equitable access to services and further address sexual violence in Colorado. And whereas current efforts to make services more accessible to all Coloradans demonstrate the Colorado General Assembly's dedication to advancing protections for survivors. And whereas continued action is needed to further expand support services throughout the state so that we can continue doing what we do in Denham. And whereas recognizing Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Denim Day and bringing attention to the ongoing effort to put an end to sexual violence remain critically important. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the 74th General Assembly of the State of Colorado, the Senate concurring herein, that we, the members of the Colorado General Assembly, recognize April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month and designate April 26, 2023 as Colorado Denim Day, a statewide event aligned with Denim Day events across the world. And we are proud to recognize CCASA, Peace Over Violence, and other organizations that work to unite Colorado communities in support of ending sexual violence.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While some social progress has occurred, rape myths and victim-blaming practices remain ambiguous. Denim Day was created to raise awareness of these myths and call out the damaging and false beliefs that a woman's clothing choice can imply consent. For some survivors, barriers to reporting sexual violence and being believed come not from the clothing they put on, but the identities they hold every day. In some communities, racial and cultural identities create a barrier to having a report of sexual violence heard and believed. Women of color have lower reporting rates and experience a lower likelihood of having their reports believed. They encounter less availability of culturally appropriate and accessible treatment services and are less likely to seek treatment for trauma. In the United States, Latina women are the least likely to report sexual violence or seek trauma treatment services. Culturally relevant and linguistically accessible service options remain out of reach for many survivors within diverse Latinx communities. Many rape crisis and trauma treatment centers do not have Spanish-speaking advocates or culturally relevant programs. These services can be critical in creating a sense of safety. Without bilingual and bicultural providers, victim service agencies cannot effectively promote the inclusion and meaningful participation of the Latino survivors and communities. For Latino survivors, denim isn't always denim. Sometimes it's a culture that doesn't create space and safety for them. Madam Speaker, I would like to just acknowledge we have members from CCASA here for all their tremendous and dedicated work that they do every day for sexual victims throughout our community.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that, do we need to take a recorded vote, or?
We'll move forward with our recorded vote.
Thank you.
Thank you, members. The motion before us is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1023. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Luck. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, House Joint Resolution 1023 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Representative Morrow, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order for the third reading of bills' final passage.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 165 until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 165 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 2.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Mullica and Simpson, also Representatives McCluskey and Bradfield, concerning seeking federal authorization for Medicaid reimbursement for services provided by a community health worker and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 2 on third reading, final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 02002 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 3 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 2 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1265.
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Lukens and Velasco, also Senators Marchman and Will, concerning the creation of a Born to be Wild special license plate to raise funds for non-lethal means of mitigating conflict with gray wolves and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1265 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, in my first term here, I sat on the Finance Committee along with, I think, one of my most favorite representatives of all time, Representative Benavides. And we always ended up voting the same way on license plate bills because we both always just voted no. And so I wanted to honor her today by coming down and just explaining that for her, the burden on county clerks was too much when we're looking at 200 or 300 license plate bills that are in existence. And so she would vote no. I voted no for First Amendment reasons, but I wanted to honor her today by expressing why I will be voting no. And if you don't know that particular representative, I encourage you to get to know her. She taught me lots about what it looks like to do due diligence on each bill. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this bill right here, we understand what the bill sponsors are trying to do, but there's a part to this that I'm going to bring up today. Explained in committee. What this bill is supposed to do is to try to get the people that advocated and signed petition and voted to get the wolf reintroduced, is to try to play a middle road between them and the ranchers and farmers that are going to be affected by this. What they're trying to do is they're trying to set this up to where there will be non-lethal support when it comes to the wolves. But we do have to talk about 10J in this chamber. We have to understand that's also part of this. There are tactics that you can use to try to keep wolves off of property, but if you do your research, wolves are very smart animals. They know what humans are doing. They're apex predators. They find workarounds to these things. And even though we understand that this is a part of trying to mitigate that issue with livestock producers, I do have to get up here and say that even though it isn't necessarily a part of this bill, I ask you all as you vote on this bill today and understand what this bill is trying to do to try to bridge that gap, we have to have the real discussion about 10J, and it has to be part of the mitigation of the gray wolf when it comes to livestock producers. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1265 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 19 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1265 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 178.
Senate Bill 178 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Will, also Representatives McCormick and Lindsay, concerning removing barriers to waterwise landscaping in common interest communities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 178 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 178 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 17 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 178 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 208.
Senate Bill 208 by Senators Janal and Pelton B., also Representative Epps, concerning modifications to certain tax statutes to correct defective cross-references.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 208 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 208 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 noes, 0 excused, Senate Bill 208 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 196.
Senate Bill 196 by Senator Winter F., also Representatives Young and Ricks, concerning an extension of the income tax credit for retrofitting a residence to increase the residence's visitability.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 196 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 196 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Catlin Herod. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 5 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 196 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 82.
Senate Bill 82 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Amabile and Michelson-Janae, concerning creation of the Colorado Fostering Success Voucher Program to assist foster youth and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 82 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 82 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 17 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 82 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1086.
House Bill 1086 by Representatives DeGraff and Joseph, also Senators Baisley and Winterreff, concerning enactment of the Due Process Asset Forfeiture Act and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1086 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1086 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Brown and Dixon, please close the machine. With 60 aye, 59 aye, 6 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1086 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 272.
Senate Bill 272 by Senator Moreno, also Representative McCluskey, concerning a joint legislative committee meeting about a disaster emergency declaration by the governor.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 272 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 272 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 8 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 272 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1107.
House Bill 1107 by Representatives Duran and Puglisi, also Senators Gardner and Winterreff, concerning funding for crime victim services.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1107 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1107 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 3 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1107 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1214.
House Bill 1214 by Representative Epps, also Senators Coleman and Gonzalez, concerning establishing procedures related to applying for commutation of a criminal sentence.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1214 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1214 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives Bachenfeld, Herod, Ortiz. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 19 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1214 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 1.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Robertson, Zenzinger, also Representatives Byrd and Lukens, concerning additional functions of the Public-Private Collaboration Unit for public projects that provide housing and a connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 1 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 1 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative DeGraff. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 15 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 1 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 60.
Senate Bill 60 by Senators Rodriguez and Baisley, also Representatives Doherty and Lindsay, concerning consumer protections in event ticket sales.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 60 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 60 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 ayes, 16 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 60 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Up. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 211.
Senate Bill 211 by Senators Danielson and Moreno, also Representatives McLaughlin and Velasco, concerning adopting federal regulations to the Indian Child Welfare Act of 1978 as state law.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 211 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 211 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 211 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Representative Morrow, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 202.
Senate Bill 202 by Senators Danielson and Hawkins Lewis, also Representatives McLaughlin and Velasco, concerning the wearing of traditional Native American regalia at graduation ceremonies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 202 on third reading, final passage.
Mr. Shebel, please, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 202. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 202 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 166.
Senate Bill 166 by Senators Cutter and Exum, also Representatives Froelich and Velasco, concerning the establishment of a Wildfire Resiliency Code Board and in connection therewith, requiring the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board to adopt model codes, requiring governing bodies with jurisdiction in an area within the wildland-urban interface to adopt codes that meet or exceed the standards set forth in the model codes and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 166 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 166 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 19 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 166 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 7.
Senate Bill 7 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Kipp and Catlin, concerning enhancing adult education in Colorado and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 7 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 7 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 8 no, 0 excuse, Senate Bill 7 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 167.
Senate Bill 167 by Senators Winter F. and Will, also Representatives Garcia and Lindsay, concerning the regulation of certified midwives by the State Board of Nursing and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 167 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 167 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Absolutely.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Catlin, DeGraff, Degree, Kennedy, Soper, Winter. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 4 no, and 0 excuse, Senate Bill 167 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 67 until tomorrow.
Senate Bill 67 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1297.
House Bill 1297 by Representatives Epps and Taggart, also Senator Pelton B., concerning prohibiting a corporation from issuing a scrip in bearer form upon the holder surrendering enough scrip to equal a full share.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1297 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1297 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 noes, 0 excused, House Bill 1297 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1305.
House Bill 1305 by Representatives Byrd and Bockenfeld, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning the program to provide the continuation of health benefits for dependents of certain local government public safety employees who die in a work-related death and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1305 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1305 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye, 1 no, and 0 excused, House Bill 1305 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 102.
Senate Bill 102 by Senators Gardner and Rodriguez, also Representatives Weissman and Soper, concerning implementation of the Committee on Legal Services recommendations in connection with legislative review of state agencies' rules.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 102 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 102 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Epps, please close the machine. With 64 aye, 1 no, 0 excused, Senate Bill 102 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1301.
House Bill 1301 by Representatives Soper and Snyder, also Senators Gardner and Rodriguez, concerning the non-substantive revision of statutes in the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended and in connection therewith amending or repealing obsolete, imperfect, or inoperative law to preserve the legislative intent, effect, and meaning of the law.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1301 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1301 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, 0 excused, House Bill 1301 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 193.
Senate Bill 193 by Senators Fields and Pelton B., also Representatives Weissman and Puglisi, concerning victim notification matters related to criminal proceedings.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 193 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 193 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Bacon. Representative Luck. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 193 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 247.
Senate Bill 247 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Soper and Charbini, concerning the establishment of the Division of Civil Protections and Rights in the Department of Law.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 247 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 247 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives English, Hartsook, Kipp, Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 49 ayes, 16 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 247 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 210.
Senate Bill 210 by Senator Exum, also Representatives Ricks and Frizzell, concerning updates to administrative statutes for specific administrative entities that focus on human and social services.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 210 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 210 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Madam Majority Leader, could you move Senate Bill 210?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 210 for third reading and final passage.
That is the motion before us, the adoption of Senate Bill 210. And the machine is open and people have voted. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 2 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 210 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of conference committee reports. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 28.
Senate Bill 28 by Senator Gonzalez, also Representatives Epps and Soper, concerning the penalty for committing any of certain offenses involving the operation of a commercial vehicle.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on SB 028.
So moved. Please proceed.
So, members, I'd just like to briefly draw your attention. I'm sure you read it in depth, the conference committee report on 028, to the word "accede," where what we are adopting today, or what I hope we will adopt today, is a sentence that includes that the Senate accede. Accede means to agree to a demand of the House, agree to our amendments made to the bill, and that the re-revised bill will be adopted without change as we already passed it.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we were able to take it back to the original version that was introduced in the Senate, which became the House version, and that's the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 28. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives Catlin, Weinberg, Winter. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 8 no, 0 excused, the first report of the first conference committee is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 28.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 28. The repassage of Senate Bill 28. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Byrd and Lynch. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 8 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 28 is adopted, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 220.
Senate Bill 220 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Sirota, concerning the use of money previously allocated for public schools and in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Representative Byrd.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 220.
Please proceed.
So, Members, set up this conference committee, we were able to go back and work with our Senate co-sponsors and make sure that we appropriated additional funds to continue to be able to make grants for our rural and local schools that have a smaller tax base to make capital construction improvements. We were able to do that good work and find some additional funding to include in the bill. We ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first conference committee report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 220. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 noes, 0 excused, the first conference committee report of the first conference committee is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 220 as amended by the conference committee report.
The question before us is the repassage of Senate Bill 220 on third reading, as amended by the conference committee. I'll get it right yet. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 220 is repassed as amended by the conference committee report. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments to House bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1132.
House Bill 1132 by Representatives Snyder and Sober, also Senator Fields, concerning the Court Data Sharing Task Force and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House reject Senate amendments to 1132 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Continue, please. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, members, the Senate doesn't always get it right, and in this case, they added 3 members to the task force that has caused us to scratch our heads and to want to go and talk to them about their decision.
Representative Snyder.
Yes, and fundamentally, it made an even number on a task force,
Well,
which I never think is a good idea. So we think we've got it worked out. We just need to go to conference committee and firm it up. And we don't need to go beyond the scope. So thank you.
Excellent. Seeing no further discussion, the question before the House is not to concur, to reject the Senate amendments and for a conference committee to be appointed. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 aye, 1 no, and 0 excused, the motion to not concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader. Oh,
Madam
no.
Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1132 as amended.
Nope. It's a conference committee.
Oh,
We don't need to.
never mind. I withdraw.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1068.
House Bill 1068 by Representative Valdez, also Senators Winter F. and Hawkes Lewis, concerning pet animal ownership and housing and in connection therewith, prohibiting restrictions on dog breeds for obtaining homeowners insurance, providing for the manner in which pet animals are handled when a writ of restitution is executed, limiting security deposits and rent for pet animals, and excluding pet animals from personal property liens.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1068.
Please proceed.
One small change was made. We changed from 1% of the base rent to 1.5% of the base rent for pet rents. Other than that, left the bill the same. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1068. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Michelson-Janae is excused. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 9 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1068 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1068 as amended. The repassage of House Bill 1068 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 24 no, and 1 excused, the motion to repass 1068 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1077.
House Bill 1077 by Representatives Wilford and Garcia, also Senators Winter F. and Hawkes Lewis, concerning a requirement to obtain a patient's informed consent for performing an intimate examination of the patient under certain specified circumstances and in connection therewith, making appropriation.
Representative Garcia.
We come before you today, not ashamed or embarrassed to say, the Senate did it good, brought it home to where it started. We're proud of the course we charted.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So without protest or squabble, we willingly will accept your gobbles. Madam Speaker, I move to concur with Senate amendments.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So members, what the Senate did was work with a number of stakeholders and continue to make some adjustments to the bill that we were unable at the time to make to the bill in the House. So we're confident with the direction that it has landed and ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this one keeps me up at night, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1077. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Lindsay. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1077 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1077. Is the motion for repassage of House Bill 1077 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Catlin DeGraff, Evans Sharbini. Please close the machine. With 65 ayes, 0 noes, 0 excused, the motion to repass House Bill 1077 as amended is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, co-sponsors, I'm out of my rhythm. Thank you. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1232.
House Bill 1232 by Representatives McCluskey and Judah, also Senator Roberts, concerning clarification of the scope of the authority of the Division of Housing to spend money for certain types of grants.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for permission to concur.
Move to concur.
Move to concur. I'm sorry. Move to concur. I don't even know what the bill number is. On HB 1232.
Please proceed.
The changes they made were very technical with DOLA, and so we'll allow it.
Thank you, Representative Judah. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1232. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Marshall Puglisi. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 17 no, and 0 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1232 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1232 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1232 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Majority Leader Duran, we need your vote. Majority Leader Duran. Thank you. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 18 no, and 0 excused, the motion to repass House Bill 1232 as amended is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1002.
House Bill 1002 by Representatives Mabry and Judah, also Senator Roberts, concerning the affordability of epinephrine auto-injectors and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to reject the Senate amendments to HB 1002, and we are not going to allow it this time.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we are moving to reject the Senate amendments to this bill because they limit the ability of Coloradans to access epinephrine affordably, which was the main purpose of the bill. So we're going to go talk to our colleagues from the Senate and talk some sense into them and get this bill in good shape.
Representative Mabry, I do need for you to request a conference committee to be appointed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I request that a conference committee be appointed.
The question before us is not to concur with the Senate amendments and that a conference committee be appointed. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representatives Lindsay and Charbini. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 17 no, and 0 excused, the motion to not concur with Senate amendments and appoint a conference committee is on House Bill 1002 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1026.
House Bill 1026 by Representative English, also Senator Fields, concerning family time for grandparents.
Representative English.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate amendment.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to concur with the Senate amendment because it was just a technical change to the short title, so I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1026. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Winter. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 6 no, and 1 excuse, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1026 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1026 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1026 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 13 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1026 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over House Bill 1042 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1042 will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over House Bill 1108 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1108 will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1187.
House Bill 1187 by Representatives Bacon and Amabile, also Senators Gonzalez and Fields, concerning alternatives in the criminal justice system for pregnant persons.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have any poetry left. I move to concur with the Senate amendments.
Please proceed.
So in the Senate, they made some amendments to get the rest of the people on board who hadn't initially been on board. I'm really proud of the work we did on this bill to get all the stakeholders to the table and to a good place, and I think we're really going to do some good with it. So I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1187. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Amabile. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1187 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1187 as amended.
The question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1187 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives Herod and Young. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1187 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1224.
House Bill 1224 by Representatives Brown and Judah, also Senator Roberts, concerning changes to the Colorado Standardized Health Benefit Plan Act.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Roses are red, violets are blue. The Colorado option is cool, and this vote is too. Madam Speaker, I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1224.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Senate, they clarified they made edits and clarified what the inflation rate in the Colorado option would be. They made an amendment that clarified what value shopping means, and they also clarified an amendment that streamlined the hearing process, and we would ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1224. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1224 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1224 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1224 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Oh. $3 fine. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 17 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1224 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1225.
House Bill 1225 by Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Dixon, also Senators Hawkins, Lewis, and Buckner, concerning the Prescription Drug Affordability Board and in connection therewith, modifying the affordability review process, allowing the board to establish upper payment limits for an additional number of prescription drugs, clarifying which board functions are subject to judicial review, authorizing an individual to request an independent external review of a denial of request for benefits for a prescription drug that has been withdrawn from sale or distribution in the state, and extending the repeal date of the board.
Wow. Representative Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. I have neither a poem nor a co-prime sponsor, but I ask to concur. I move to concur on the Senate amendments to House Bill 1225.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So the Senate made some amendments to, first of all, remove some conflict of interest risks for the Prescription Drug Affordability Board, and also to replace the limit on how many drugs can be considered, but with a fix to allow for the right amount of drugs to be considered and to allow for adjustment if it's needed. And we think that that is sufficient to allow the board to do its work, and we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1225. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1225 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1225 as amended.
Members, the motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1225 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1225 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Members, we're going to take care of some business and then take a brief recess. Please stay near the chamber. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bills 1293 as amended, 1296 as amended. Senate Bills 13 as amended, 16 as amended, 56, 111, 153, 172 as amended, 192, 195, 264 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Legislative Counsel, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 35 and 76 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Schiebel. Members, we will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at 11:14 a.m. House Bill 1303, House Bill 1296, House Bill 1112, House Bill 1257, Senate Bill 273, Senate Bill 260, Senate Bill 184, Senate Bill 268, Senate Bill 266, and Senate Bill 172. And members, there is an updated special orders calendar up here now, if you'll go by that one and not the two previous ones. Thank you.
The bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 11:14 a.m. Representative Woodrow. You've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Woodrow will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat roll is cooler than the other side of the pillow. Relaxed.
You want this one? Oh.
Mr. Schiebel. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1282 until tomorrow.
House Bill 1282 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of the next bill.
House Bill 1303 by Representatives Brown and McCluskey concerning protections in the event of an insurance company failure.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1303 and the committee report from Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services.
To the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report.
We had a robust conversation in committee and offered several amendments. One that provided a 50-50 split on the long-term care insolvencies, but provides that a nonprofit HMO that provides a majority of services through employed professionals will be assessed at a 25% rate. We also brought an amendment that provides member insurers cannot change worker benefits or lay off workers due to an assessment that may be brought against a carrier. We also brought an amendment that required consideration of large group carriers who cover employers with collective bargaining agreements as part of an L&H Guarantee Association board makeup, and we prohibited a Class A assessment of the Guarantee Association against a member assurer who does not have covered policies. It was great work, a good conversation. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Public and Behavioral Human Services report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L008 to the bill and ask that it be displayed. Excuse me. Thank you.
L008 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This amendment guards against an unlikely but potential event that the Federal Risk Adjustment Program and this bill would make duplicative payments to a member insurer. We have worked closely with the with the Division of Insurance and our stakeholders to discuss this amendment, and we would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L008? All right, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L008. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L008 is adopted. Back to the bill. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this bill comes at a critical time for our state. It is first and foremost a consumer protection bill, and it does two key things. It includes health maintenance organizations, what we commonly call HMOs, as members of the Life and Health Guarantee Association. The Guarantee Association exists to help pay claims to providers if a member insurer fails, and currently HMOs are not members. It also modifies for 3 years the priority schedule of payments to ensure that an insurer's failure does not lead to the collapse of another insurer. In my community, we recently lost Bright Health, and at the time that occurred, many of my constituents contacted me with great concern that they would be left with extraordinary health care bills from services that they had received in our community. Fortunately, Bright Health was covered by the Guarantee Association, and those claims were then paid. For HMO members currently, if there was a failure, there would not be the coverage from the Guarantee Association. And so obviously that could leave many of our constituents, members of the state of Colorado, left having to pay these extraordinary bills. This is an important measure to take. 37 other states have already instituted the NAIC model bill. I urge your support of House Bill 1303.
Any further discussion? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker, my co-prime on this. I appreciate your partnership. This bill, as my co-prime sponsor on this bill said, this bill is critically important to protecting our rural healthcare providers as well as our urban healthcare providers from the financial losses that insurance companies, in the event that an insurance company can't pay its bills. Providers and patients should not be on the hook when an insurance company goes out of business. And this bill makes sure that that doesn't happen. This bill will protect our patients from essentially balanced billing, from bills that cannot be paid by an insurance company. And it makes important modernizations to this organization, this 30-year-old organization, in order to protect patients and providers. So we'd ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1303? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As an old radio legacy, Paul Harvey used to say, and here's the rest of the story. Because in committee, there was a lot of discussion, and a lot of folks out in the hallways have been talking about this bill. Here's the reality. Insurance companies are failing for many different reasons, and companies can fail. As we promulgate and promote public policy and pass legislation that doesn't help these companies, doesn't keep them in a profitable space. Everyone just assumes that companies can just keep going and won't have risk and won't go into default, despite more and more regulation, despite more and more restriction, or more and more demands on their companies' resources, including income and assets. So yes, there are two major insurance companies that have left the market, one nationally and one in Texas. And when those companies, those insurance companies leave, and there's no coverage, there's no payment, and hospitals panic. It was even said in committee that it's really scary. One of the bill sponsors said it's really scary when that happens, and it is. Because then hospitals are in trouble if they can't get and recover those costs. And we already know in rural Colorado, hospitals are in trouble. So that's my first point. Now, the Commissioner of Insurance has said we need to bring people in to create a larger pool. The HMOs didn't ask to come in. They were pulled in. In fact, the largest HMO said, I really don't want to come in. We're okay right where we're at. Other insurance companies might be in trouble, but that's not us. But nonetheless, we move forward with this legislation, and yes, to the bill sponsors' credits, they worked through some good amendments, and they listened, and we came to a better place than we would have been in the original introduced version. But a house of cards can fall. Now, we are doing this bill to try to prevent some significant shock, financial shock to the healthcare industry, to healthcare providers, hospital and clinics, and ultimately, yes, to the consumers that are out there that want the healthcare. But I need this chamber to understand the bigger picture. Hopefully, these guarantees in this pool never has to be called. In fact, I in committee said it's kind of like a margin call if you've ever traded commodities. You've got to pay in when that call is made. If an insurance company goes out of business, then this pool is going to come in to help pay the hospitals, clinics, and other healthcare institutions that are waiting for payment. So this is a problem, and this is a solution to a possible future problem. But I just want the committee and members to understand, as we do what we do in this chamber, that insurance companies, despite in some cases very large reserves, if their claims get too large due to some natural disaster or some pandemic or some significant liability requirement, that they can go into default. So I go back to the first point. Let's create conditions that don't put our companies in a condition where they could default through onerous regulations, onerous burdens, increased fees, increased financial requirements that don't allow them to have the greatest opportunity to succeed. And if they make profits, don't begrudge them. Don't begrudge them. That's the market. I will tell you that I am in support of this bill. I wasn't in support of the original version. I am in support of this bill now. I think that we have to do this out of necessity. But I want to point out to this chamber that there could be a lot harder times ahead. And if more than one or two insurance companies go into default, what if the large companies that are the payers into this pool, the largest payers go into default? Then we really have a problem. And just so everybody understands, there is a requirement for the rest of the insurance companies to pay in on demand to cover the faltering company's shortfalls, to make up all those claims against the company. That works, ladies and gentlemen, if it's only one or two companies. What if it's 8 or 10 or 12? And then the demand and request for payment, the call for payment to bail out more than a few companies, there's not sufficiency to even meet that. So, this is a reaction to a problem that's starting. It could become a larger problem in this country, and it could become a larger problem in this state. And we need to understand what we're doing or what we're not doing to help these companies maintain solvency and profitability.
Any further discussion? Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's interesting. The more and more we look at regulations, the more and more things become convoluted. And the more they become convoluted, the more the businesses and then consumers suffer. When the ACA was passed and a lot of things went into place, one of those, there were a series of federal subsidies. Unfortunately, insurance companies and others started basing rates upon subsidies. And when I was working some of these issues many years ago, we kept asking the question, what happens when those subsidies end? What happens when the government, which is taxpayer funded, stops subsidizing these things? Those solutions will work it out then. Well, then is now, and now we have a problem. And we have a problem because businesses don't or didn't price their premiums accordingly. The oversight didn't look at that correctly. Therefore, there's a big shortage. And when you have a shortage on the scale of insurance companies and things start failing, that tends to create ripple effects, and it creates often undue panic or undue concern. Everyone said decades ago now, the banking industry is too big to fail. The auto industry was too big to fail. If we keep using that mantra and that excuse over and over, it's going to be applied to everyone and everything. We need to stop over-regulating things and let the business community, and in this case, the insurance community, do their jobs. What we need are some transparencies out there that we can compare and contrast what things are, and then let the market adjust accordingly. When you place demands on insurance companies that they cover everyone and everything, but their premiums don't build up enough of a reserve, and or there's payouts, and or there's other problems, once you start down that slippery slope and insurance companies can't cover their liabilities, then they go into receivership. Sometimes that ends up sending people into a panic mode. Whether it's justified or unjustified almost becomes irrelevant because people start panicking. And they start assuming the worst case scenario. Just like when the auto industry was going down, everyone hit the panic button. Except in that case, Ford didn't. Ford didn't take the bailouts, and guess what? They succeeded. There are insurance companies that are succeeding because they did it correctly. They planned accordingly. They set their premiums accordingly. They managed their risk accordingly. They did their job because that's what the business is supposed to do. Other businesses didn't do their job so well because they jumped in at the prospect of massive federal subsidies. And when those subsidies went away, they were left going, oops, I should have had a better plan. And when that oops happens, then people start panicking. We need to stop with the overregulation, because now we create more reserves on top of reserves, the guarantee reserve where all the companies are pulling together, in addition to the reserves that they have to have as an individual company. Reserves upon reserves, regulation upon regulation. We do it to the major industries: banking, auto, finance, insurance, healthcare. And guess what? Every time we do it, the price keeps going up. Not a good position and not a very smart course of action. Unfortunately, when companies fail, real people get hurt, whether they're providers, consumers, business owners, but it's real people that get hurt when bad business decisions are made or business decisions are made on bad legislation. The businesses have to adjust according to the legislation, whatever that legislation is. And far too often, it causes them financial hardships. And then as they try to adjust to it, sometimes they are demonized because they're raising their prices, or consumers are having to pay more, or providers don't get the same amount of fees they used to. As we continue to regulate and regulate and regulate, we need to stop with the regulations, take our foot off the gas, and step back and look at everything and going, why do we keep doing this? Sometimes things are necessary. But it's the proverbial problems are created, we put a Band-Aid on it, and yet the Band-Aid creates a bigger problem. We plug one hole and two more pop up. There's leaks everywhere. And in this case, the insurance market and healthcare are hemorrhaging because we keep trying to put in fixes. We patch one point here, 1 point there, and it keeps getting worse and worse. Transparency would be a far better solution. Market competition would be a better solution. Let the businesses do their jobs so consumers can be covered, hospitals can be paid, providers can be paid, and patients can get the treatment that they need. Is there a cost that goes along with it? Absolutely. If we have transparency, we have comparison, then people can look at that and make a real-world calculations. But right now, things change so quickly that people, consumers, are trying to adjust and react just as businesses are reacting. And that tends to create chaos. And that's never good for your home budget, and it's never good for a business's ledger sheet. We need to stop and step back and look at things a lot more carefully instead of pushing things through very quickly. We need to slow down. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1303? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is an important consumer protection. I realize that insurance bills can be a little bit like eating your vegetables, like cauliflower, but they're good for us, and this one protects people and providers. I'll ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on 1303? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do agree with the bill sponsor that this is like eating your vegetables. And we're going to have to eat a lot of vegetables. This is a good bill. It's come to a good place. But we need to understand why we're here. Now, this bill, in my humble opinion, should have gone to health and insurance, but it came to public health, mental health, and human services. So it was kind of a fish out of water in our committee. But I don't know if H&I is even meeting anymore. But this is a very large and significant change to the way we do insurance in Colorado. Health insurance, life insurance, and long-term assisted living insurance. Now, what is happening as these companies become members of this club, their premium is analyzed. How big their book is. How much insurance do they carry in the state? That determines the percentage of what they're going to have to pay. The larger the book of insurance, the larger their obligation to pay in this case. To try to raise enough money to cover the failed insurance companies' inability to cover their obligations in this case as they go through receivership, as they go through bankruptcy, as they go through that very difficult process, which they may or may not be able to save their company, depending on what chapter they file under with respect to their bankruptcy procedures. And the ripple effect is significant. The real problem is in rural Colorado. Now, fortunately, the smartest guy on health and insurance in my caucus just walked in, and I'm glad to see him. The ranking member of Health and Insurance, who can speak a lot better to this issue than I can. But in committee, Mr. Chair, I said, I'm worried about insurance premiums going up. I'm worried about something that we've been talking about for years, lowering insurance costs may go up. I'm really concerned about that. So, if insurance premiums go up on health insurance or long-term care insurance, that doesn't help the consumer. Yes, this is a consumer protection bill. Yes, Representative Brown, you're a champion for consumer protections. You are. I will not deny that. But we have to be careful at what cost. And I've debated this many times on this floor and in this well. Because sometimes as you're trying to promote consumer protectionism, there is a cost, a second and third order cost to the company that is providing the service or product to the consumer. And it can be so significant that it can cost that company harm. Significant harm. In some cases, with over-regulation or overburdens or over-obligations by state or federal government, it can cause the company to go into receivership. Now, I'm not going to talk more about this because somebody I think much more astute and knowledgeable, who actually is on a hospital board, is going to be able to talk a little bit about what is happening with this and what the concerns are for Colorado. Because what this told me, and I'll just use a country boy analogy, that this ship's starting to take on a little water. And we better start paling the water out and figure out where the leak is so the ship doesn't continue to sink. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time, and I'll turn it over to the ranking member of Health and Insurance.
Representative Soper.
That was quite the intro. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually am going to rise in support of this bill for a couple of reasons. One is we actually know from around the country about guarantee associations. So 35 states have included HMOs in guarantee associations, and Colorado would be added, of course, to that list. Number two, there is concern that you have health plans like Friday Health Plans that have failed in Texas, and that there could be some some shifting as far as the company's financial assets, which means that their plans here in Colorado could be in jeopardy. And if that's going to be in jeopardy, that means the ability to pay a hospital, particularly a rural hospital, could also be in jeopardy. And I can tell you, having reached out to not only the hospital that I sit on the board of, but also other Western Slope hospitals, we do have individuals who are covered by Friday health plans. And if they were to not be able to pay their bills and we wouldn't be able to be reimbursed, we have so many hospitals in the state that are right on the cusp of financial failure. It's actually quite scary when you think about it. We do have a guarantee association in Colorado for all non-HMOs, and that's been in place for a number of years to spread the risk. It's like an umbrella plan or reinsurance for insurance. It does make sense to have that here to spread the risk. You may say it's not necessarily fair for one company to have to pay for another company's failures. I would agree with that. But by the same token, we're also talking about an entire system, and that this is what industries do. This is what industries collectively do, is they will band together to ensure that the people on the ground, doctors and nurses, continue to get paid. Those in the industry will still work out. If someone goes under, of course they'll find a way to be able to merge or acquire those particular plans, because that's just business. But that's not what this bill does. What this bill does is it guarantees that reimbursements will be paid if a winding up of a HMO does occur. I was not necessarily in support before the committee report, and I'll tell you why. It was because we had a different treatment between nonprofits and for-profits, and it's important that if you do have an entity that is a nonprofit, that we don't treat them with a for-profit price. So I did appreciate the committee amendments that you made there. That got me to a much better place. We did hear prior to the introduction of the bill from all sides. So I did sit down with Kaiser, I sat down with the other health plans like United and Cigna. I sat down several times with the insurance commissioner, and then with groups, of course, that were supporting the insurance companies on both sides of the equation. And at first I was concerned that it looked like a shifting by the state to pick winners and losers, that we were going to make it much harder for Kaiser to operate in the state, thereby giving an advantage to the other health plans to be able to take market share. But now seeing that we are respective of the fact that Kaiser's model is unique and that they are a nonprofit, that we have a lesser rate to respect that is logical in my mind. The other thing that gave some reassurances as well, they don't have a guarantee association in places like California, where Kaiser's big. They do have it in Virginia and Maryland, also where Kaiser's big. And having some personal experience with Kaiser, at least out in Virginia, having reached out to contacts there, they didn't lose market share by joining a guarantee association. They still remained a strong health insurance company and hospital system. And we can expect that to be the same here. We're not going to see a major shifting away. If anything, I certainly hope that we can see more Kaiser. I'd love to see them on the Western Slope. I do think they offer a unique model. But this isn't a Kaiser bill, I will say that. This is about ensuring that all HMOs are included in the Guarantee Association to be able to spread that risk. In case one HMO has a failure, the person who's owed money at the end, who would be our doctors and nurses, can actually get paid during a winding up of operations. And that's why I support this bill. It's staving off what we hope never happens. And I certainly pray that we do not see more insurance failures here in Colorado. It's already a tough state to operate in. We've seen one plan leave. We see Friday health plans on shaky grounds. We can't just come in and prop things up as a state. That's certainly not cost effective. So we do need private insurance to be effective in Colorado, and we need them to be able to deliver the promise that they have made to Coloradans who have become covered under their particular plans. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the bill.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1303? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of 1303 as amended. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. 1303 as amended is passed. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 1296.
House Bill 1296 by Representatives Ortiz and Herod concerning the creation of a task force to study issues related to the rights of Coloradans with disabilities.
Representative Ortiz.
Mr. Chair, it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you, sir.
I move House Bill 23-1296 in the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
They appropriated us money to manage this task force. I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Ortiz.
All right, members, this is the infamous task force that I was talking about earlier around the disability rights bills. So just to give you the rundown, it is going to be a bipartisan task force, and it is going to include members from the business community, those that litigate civil rights discrimination cases, those that defend against them. So we are going to vet and work on the more what others, able-bodied leg walkers, consider contentious parts of my disability rights bills to make sure that we are creating meaningful and long-lasting solutions. Just to give you a reminder of the 4 subcommittees we're working on, it's basic access in housing, and just as a reminder, less than 1% of housing opportunities are accessible for people in wheelchairs. Less than 5% are accessible at all to anybody with a disability. We're looking at a rewrite to the anti-discrimination law in a more full way, other than what we already worked on in a previous bill. We're looking at basic access to state and local government. This includes not just citizens trying to advocate for themselves, to make sure those with disabilities can advocate for themselves. We're talking about candidates that want to run for office that live with a disability, and elected serving in office that live with a disability. We're also looking at outdoor sports. And folks, let me tell you, this has evolved a lot. Originally, I wanted to ban renovations of ski lifts that weren't accessible to us because that is active discrimination. So really worked out a solution with the Gov's office and with Ski Country to try and do this in a more a longer time frame, so that they're not feeling like they're caught off guard, even though ADA has been law for 33 years, so they shouldn't feel that way. And then the last area that we're looking at is, no, I think that's all of them. So I urge an aye vote.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I also urge an aye vote on this bill. As someone who is one of those leg walkers, it's my honor to stand with Representative Ortiz in ensuring that the work that's being done lasts beyond our tenure, but also continues throughout the state of Colorado for decades to come. Because we know we have so much more work to do when it comes to ensuring that the state is accessible to all. And I think this is a great step in that direction. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1296? Members, the question before us is the passage of 1296. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. 1296 is passed. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 1112.
House Bill 1112 by Representative Byrd, also Senators Hansen and Kolker, concerning the enlargement of certain income tax credits for low and middle income working individuals or families and in connection therewith, reducing state income tax revenue by increasing the earned income tax credit and expanding eligibility for and increasing the child tax credit.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1112 and the Appropriations Committee report.
It's a proper motion. To the Appropriations Committee report.
So, members, in the Appropriations Committee, we did a couple of things as appropriations for this bill was the committee of reference. We eliminated the age expansion on the child tax credit and also limited the tax credit expansion to just 1 year. And I also have an amendment to the House Appropriations Committee report and ask, I move Amendment L006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L006 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This is a little bit of a language cleanup and making clear what our intent is in terms of the 1-year expansion of time for this tax credit. I ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, the question before us, members, is the adoption of Amendment L006 to the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. L006 is adopted. Back to the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Byrd.
I ask for your support. Please pass the Appropriations Committee report as amended.
Is there any further discussion? Members, seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report as amended. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report as amended is passed. Representative Byrd, back to the bill.
Members, I am pleased to present House Bill 1112 to you today. This is a bill that will put $150 million back in the pockets of hardworking Coloradans. This tax credit will be available to single and jointly filing taxpayers who claim the Earned Income Tax Credit and the Child Tax Credit. Both of these tax credits have been effective policies that over the years have successfully lifted millions of families out of poverty. The Child Tax Credit was enacted under federal law and enjoys bipartisan support. Currently, the Child Tax Care Credit benefits more than 260,000 Colorado families. EITC is another federal tax credit for low and moderate income working people that encourages and rewards work as well as offsets federal payroll and income taxes. Research indicates that most families use EITC to pay for necessities, such as repairing a car, maintaining vehicles that are used to drive to work, and in many cases to go back to school and improve their skills so that they can go and get a better job and provide for their families. This bill extends our credit and expands this. Actually, I'll give you some details here. The bill before you increases the EITC to 40% of the federal tax credit for 1 year. And we're also expanding the child tax credit. So I ask for your yes vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
And for everybody in the chamber, all those kids that are leaving right now that came in, these right there, kids, hey kids, yeah, this bill right here is going to help you kids. I wish you all would have stayed because I was going to give a long speech, but no, I'm not. I'm in support of this. Good job to Rep. Byrd, and thanks for helping the kids.
Thank you to the children for leaving. Representative Byrd.
I thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my good colleague from Akron. I appreciate that very much. Members, please join with me and my colleagues and vote to support this bill.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion on House Bill 1112? Members, the question before us is the passage of 1112 as amended. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1112 as amended is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 268.
We will proceed out of order per the request of the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title, the Senate Bill 268.
Senate Bill 268 by Senators Mullica and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Byrd and Bockenfeld, concerning the provision of information regarding the 10-year transportation plan.
Representative Byrd.
I move Senate Bill 268, and there is no committee report.
That's a proper motion to the bill.
So, members, this is a great bill. Actually, what the purpose of this bill is to enhance transparency and accountability for work and plans and projects prepared by CDOT. So, specifically, the Colorado Department or Commission, the Transportation Commission, creates a 10-year plan that outlines all of the transportation projects that CDOT will be engaging in over the next 10 years. It's a great way to plan the work, to communicate what is planned to constituents and local governments. The plan includes funding details, all kinds of good things, but oftentimes the contents of the plan and how plans might change seem to be a bit of a black box. So this bill aims to increase transparency by having CDOT make staff available for questions from local elected officials, local governments. So when there are questions about projects in their locations, those questions can be answered readily. Also, the bill requires an annual reporting back to the TLRC, which is a really important transportation committee here that is staffed by our legislature, making sure that our state representatives have that opportunity to interface with CDOT, ask their questions, and again, be better informed about projects happening in their districts. This is a great bill, again, to enhance communication, transparency, and accountability for all transportation projects happening in our state, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Since I'm a man of few words, your cities and counties will love this transparency. Vote yes.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 268? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 268. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 268 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of 1257.
House Bill 1257 by Representatives Velasco and Basenecker, also Senator Cutter, concerning water quality in mobile home parks.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1257, the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
It's a proper motion to the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much. In appropriations, we got RJ amendments to make sure that all the funding comes from the right place.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is passed. To the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee, we made several significant changes to the bill, both as a result of stakeholder work and as a result of just clarifying a few things that needed to be adjusted. Among other things, we removed the definition of environmental justice. We clarified a definition of finished water. We really worked hard on the remediation parts as well as the enforcement and compliance pieces to put our county friends in a better spot. But we have a little more work to do, so I'd like to move L17 to House Bill 1257 to the committee report.
Rep. Basenecker, can I ask you to speak into the microphone a little
My
closer?
apologies. I move
Thank you.
L17 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. L17 has been moved and displayed. Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So L17 gives a better definition or a definition of sufficient water pressure. It does a little cleanup on the remediation plan portion. It adds powers and enforcement capability for the Attorney General. And then it also clarifies some pieces regarding the method for charging residents for water and sewer as noted in the bill originally. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L17? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to run Amendment L016 as a substitute amendment and ask that it be properly displayed.
L016 has been moved and has been properly displayed. Representative Wilson, tell us about your substitute amendment.
Thank you. This amendment makes this mobile home park water quality into a task force. Kind of condenses everything to make sure we're studying the right things and looking for the right qualities, and gives us a little more direction on where to go with that. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L016? Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the amendment. Unfortunately, we have to ask for a no vote on this amendment. In the 2021 report that came from DOLA regarding mobile home parks, they already list that one of the top issues for mobile home park residents is water quality. We have that data from residents that happens annually when they release their report. The task force, we fear, would be duplicative in nature and wouldn't really get at the heart of the issue that residents are asking for, which is not more information around this. That will come through the bill, but rather action from the state in order to address acute water quality issues in mobile home parks. So we would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L016? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016 as a substitute amendment to L017. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L016 fails. Back to Amendment L017. Is there any further discussion of Amendment L017? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L017. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L017 is passed. Back to the Transportation Local Government Committee report. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L003 to House Bill 1257 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Amendment L003 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what this does on page 2, line 23, it strikes or secondary maximum contaminant levels. The reason we're running this amendment is according to the Environmental Protection Agency, these contaminants are not considered health threatening. For the EPA to add a certain contaminant to their primary contaminant list, the list which this amendment would keep in the bill, they must first perform scientific analysis to determine if it threatens the health of those who drink it. For the contaminants listed on the EPA's secondary list, those that have been tested and tracked for decades and no risk to health have been found. While we may decide that it is time for the state of Colorado to go above and beyond EPA standards and begin testing, regulating, mitigating for these secondary contaminants, there needs to be a larger discussion around this. And this includes all sources of water, all types of housing. If anybody goes on Nextdoor or in their community Facebook group, you've probably seen complaints about water. Somebody says their water tastes too strongly of chlorine, another will say the water is cloudy. These sorts of complaints aren't limited to mobile home parks, yet this bill acts if they are. We brought this up in committee, well water, perfect example. In rural Colorado, a lot of times well water, it's cloudy, it's full of minerals, it's got a smell to it and it's got a taste. That does not mean the water is not healthy to drink. So I don't understand. If we want to have that discussion, great. If we want to up the testing limits, if we want to make it stricter testing, and Colorado wants to step above the EPA, if that's what we're trying to do, I just think there needs to be more robust debate around that before we decide to pull the trigger and make such a quick decision on this. I'd appreciate it if you take a look at this amendment. Vote yes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We urge a no vote. I have community members in my community with bright red water coming out of their faucet that makes their kids sick, that breaks their appliances, stains their clothes. We also heard in committee people testifying that their water smells like sewer and sewage and causes rashes. This is not something that we can take off. So please vote no on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L003? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L003 is lost. Back to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L008 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
L008 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Instead of a subjective measure for determining when a park is moved up in the testing queue, this amendment sets a 25% threshold, meaning that 25% of unit owners need to state an issue with their water quality in order for their park to be prioritized. If there is an issue with the park's infrastructure and not with the specific unit's piping, I believe that 25% is a low threshold. The purpose is to interview residents to see if they think the water is bad versus the bad apples who complain about everything. We all know that there's Karens in every neighborhood. Thank you. And I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative. Unfortunately, I do have to ask for a no vote. There are a couple concerns here. One, we've worked closely with the parks to be able to identify testing points. So depending upon where that testing point is, there might not actually be 25 feeder lines from that testing point that would even meet the criteria of the complaint. The other piece is this: nothing else in our state works on this sort of threshold merit where a complaint into a park system would have to be raised by 25 people. If there's a problem with the water, it's going to be tested before the individual unit anyway. Any resident should have standing to be able to raise that complaint. And quite frankly, some residents just don't have the ability to do that for fear of retaliation or eviction. So we would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L008? Seeing none, members of the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L008 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee Report. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The noes have it. Amendment L008 is lost. Back to the committee report. Is there any further discussion? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to offer Amendment L005 to the committee report and ask that it be read, or ask that it be properly displayed.
Can you do me a favor, Rep. Wilson, and say I move the amendment?
I move Amendment L005.
Amendment L005 has been moved and properly displayed. Representative Wilson, tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would just cut down the percentage of the parks that have to be tested. Clearly, if you're having to test 100% of households, then the problem is clearly within the household and not the water supplier. So this amendment would reduce that to 25% of the park residents and allow actually some cost savings and some more effectiveness so that we could get to the other 799 mobile home parks in the community. So I ask for an aye vote on this.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L005? Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague for bringing this amendment. We are going to ask for a no vote. The entire oversight program in statute is driven by residents, and so a resident complaint, even one complaint in a park, should be sufficient enough to direct attention to that issue. There is a park that recently was in the Denver, in a paper here locally, where the residents have been experiencing, quite frankly, what I would understand to be poisoning by radium, a highly carcinogenic material. And residents have been complaining over and over again about how this water is unsafe to drink. One of those complaints should be sufficient to warrant action from the state, not 25, not 50, not how many ever what we feel is necessary here. Residents should be able to have clean drinking water, so we would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L005? Seeing none, members of the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee Report. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L00. A division has been called. Members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee Report. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L005, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the vote is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until in one place until the count is taken.
I was curious, sort of what are you all seeing as
Rep. Garcia, can you mute yourself? Okay. You may be seated. Amendment L005 is lost. Back to the committee report. Any further discussion on the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move L006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Just 1 second. We just need to display the amendment, Rep. Wilson. It has been displayed. Rep. Wilson, tell us about L006.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L006, since we didn't have success with the previous amendment, we'll try another one with a little more. Instead of having every household in the park tested, we are asking that we change that to 50% of the park residents tested. Again, a cost-saving measure for the department, the park owner, saving some inconvenience for the residents. So I would ask that for an aye vote on L006.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to confirm that that does actually what we think it does, because our read is that that requires CDPHE to interview at least 50% of park residents in developing the testing programs. And so I think, one, we would object to that regardless, but two, I don't think that's as described what that amendment does. I'm certainly happy to clarify that piece. We would ask for a no vote either way, but I think that's our read of what that language would do.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L006? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006 to the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. Amendment L006 is lost. Back to the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the passage of the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report. All in favor say as amended. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The committee report as amended is passed. To the bill, Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This bill is a bill that's very important for my district, very important for the state. Across the state, we have over 800 mobile home parks, and just in my district, we have over 300. These mobile home parks are naturally occurring, affordable housing for working families, and we also have a lot of them in our resort, rural communities. So they're really places where our firefighters live, where our restaurant workers live. And we need to make sure that these are up to par, that they are dignified housing for families. And these are not temporary housing. These are places where communities thrive. These are places where they are investing into their housing, where our community members can grow old and build their families. So I urge and I vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1257? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to run Amendment L004 to 1257, ask that it properly be displayed.
Representative Winter, L004 has been moved and properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what this amendment says is test the finished water at the water source for the park in the pipeline that brings the water to the park and that is near the beginning of the park distribution system, if applicable, and within the pipes of the park's distribution system. So essentially, to reiterate that, one is test the water source. Number two, test the pipeline that brings the water to the park. Number three, test within the park. This ensures the following. So if CDPHE discovers that the water is contaminated before it even reaches the park, we know immediately that the issue is at least not fully the responsibility of the park owner. That is important because it may reveal a contamination at other parts of the distribution network. It still makes it abundantly clear that the water must be tested within the park. We're not watering the bill down to avoid responsibility. And finally, it avoids the issue of contamination within an individual's unit's piping from triggering state action against an owner when they don't have the responsibility or mitigation ability. So let's give clear guidelines and guardrails to our regulatory bodies and to those who are seeking to further regulate. It provided a clear framework for how and where testing will occur and ensures that the department does a thorough job of testing before coming down upon a park owner when they may not have been or seen the full picture of the issue. So please, let's take these steps. Let's step it down the right way, put the burden where it may lay. And at the end of the day, this isn't going to change at the park. Doesn't have to get their water tested. But let's start at the actual source of the issue where it could be and take the step system down. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Representative Winter. I know that you really deeply care about your community. And we would ask for a no on this amendment. These would increase the cost, and we want our division to have discretion. So we urge a no vote.
All right, Representative Winter, we're going to have you step back in there real quick. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L004.
All right, is there further discussion on L004? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption. Oh, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I am in strong support of this amendment because this is the standard for everything else. This is the standard for everybody except, well, it's for everybody. Comes up to the property line, and everything after that is the responsibility of other entities after that. So as long as we're making sure that the water that gets there is legit, then it becomes not a state intrusion issue, but an individual issue. So I urge, and which becomes civil and a bunch of other things, but not state mandated. This is outside. Anything after this amendment is outside of our scope.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe I misunderstood wrong, but one of the bill sponsors said that we don't want to add money on top of the division. And at the end of the day, what about the money that the park owner is going to have to spend? And then we could find out that the water is bad at the beginning of the park. So we're trading, we're going to pass law, we're going to enforce law, and we're going to have the park tested, but we're not going to, and then we could find out that it was even before it got to the park. So we're going to pass a law, and to save the division money, we're going to go through the steps of charging the property owner and the park owner the money when we could go find out the problem is at the beginning of the issue. Maybe I understand wrong. If you could please speak to that. I might be confused about it. Just makes no sense to me that the state would create a law, put the burden on the owner of the park, and then could find out that it's not even the park's fault, all to save the division money. If you could please explain. Thank you.
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. Water sources that come into parks, such as municipal water sources, are already highly regulated and tested regularly. So if there's an issue there, that is a compliance issue with the provider of the water. Self-regulated water systems in parks are also tested already, meaning if it's a well system or if there's a metered system in place, those are also tested by the park owner. The issue is not, and if it is the issue with the water source, then that is an issue outside of the scope and jurisdiction of this bill, because then we're talking about regulating water systems at the municipal level. If there are concerns with the safety of that water, absolutely valid, but that is not what this bill seeks to address, nor would it require compliance from a park owner to address an issue that is happening at the municipal level. What this is about is the water once it crosses that property line into the park, and there's issues from that point on. So for example, City of Fort Collins water tests great. We know this, and yet in my community, I have parks that the water quality is subject to a lot of complaints from residents because once it hits that property line, something else is going on. We've worked closely with industry, with opposition, and also with CDPHE to figure out where is the most appropriate place to test inside of the park. We feel like we've accomplished that goal in the bill, even if we're not all in agreement as to the overall purpose of the bill in the first place. So we'd ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on L4? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L4. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L004 is lost. We're back to the bill. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I'd mix it up a little bit and move L18 to House Bill 1257 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that's properly moved. And is now properly displayed. Tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this does is it clarifies that if there's already testing that is required inside of a park because they are a self-regulated water system, meaning they get their water from a well or the water is already sub-metered, in which case there is already a testing regimen in place, that this bill would not mandate duplicative testing on top of the testing that is already happening in the park. We want to make sure we're using our resources in the most responsible way and not doubling down on parks where there already is a robust testing regimen that's required by law. So we'd ask for a yes vote.
All right, is there any further discussion on L18? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L18. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L18 is adopted. Back to the bill. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1257. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Taggart.
Thank you. I move Amendment L19 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, that has been properly moved and is displayed. Please tell us about the amendment.
This particular amendment approaches this subject somewhat differently, and that's to approach it as a pilot project. And I must say, I don't disagree with the purpose of the bill. However, I do disagree with the fact that we have data other than complaints. We don't have hard data about where in the finished water system the problem exists. And what I mean by that is the finished water system has two major components. It has the infrastructure within the mobile park, and it has the mobile homes themselves. We don't yet know whether the problem is within the mobile homes or within the mobile parks. And yet, we're going to spend between $4 and $5 million spreading this research across a vast number of mobile homes, where in my humble estimation, we should start with 10 and get the data. And those 10 would be the areas, the 10 that have the most complaints into CDPHE. Is it CDPHE or? So I'm driven by data. And we don't have the data. We're making the assumption right now that the water is coming from the mobile park infrastructure, and we don't know that. It could be coming from the home. So let's find out. Let's do the 10, where the 10 biggest sets of complaints are coming from, and if it does pan out that this is taking place primarily in the infrastructure, then let's expand it. In the meantime, we save ourselves a little bit of money while we get valid data. And I stress, data and discussions about color and smell. Color and smell is not data. It's subjective. We need to get to the bottom of the problem. Thank you.
Representative Valesco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Representative Taggart, for bringing this amendment. And we urge a no vote, and that is because this would make it so that we're only testing on 10 parks out of the 800 in our state. And also just to clarify that the secondary qualifications like color, odor, those are not gonna be remediated, or they don't have a fine and things like that. So we're only testing because there's people complaining and there's people who are feeling the effects in their health and in their families. So we urge a no vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you again. With all due respect, that is not data. That is not data. And you can't continue to say, we know. We do not know. We don't know whether it's coming from the home or from the park. And testing, and I'm wide open. If you want to do 20, do 20. But to go test upwards of 100 parks where we don't know the core of the problem is irresponsible from a financial standpoint. And our job is to be responsible with our citizens' hard-earned dollars. And just going and doing an out-and-out program of $5 million where we don't even know where the problem is coming from, gosh, I'd love to have that checkbook. I'd love to have that checkbook. Just write $5 million, whether you know the data behind the problem or not. That's just not right to our taxpayers. And it also is not right to the mobile parks that are doing nothing wrong. I think we've got to start with a pilot program, a research program. And please, if we're going to talk about this, let's talk about hard data. Complaints are not hard data.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. Initial estimates are that well over 30% of parks will require remediation in the state of Colorado. That comes from our work with the division and our fiscal analyst as well. I quite frankly don't know the dollar amount that's acceptable to be able to say that we are doing our job to be able to provide clean water for folks in mobile home parks. I'm not comfortable stating that dollar amount because quite frankly, if there's a safety issue inside of a park, and by the way, we're talking about remediation of federal drinking water standards. This is not taste, odor, smell. This is remediation based on things that we know make people sick. And we don't know just how many people are getting sick from this because there hasn't been the investment in the state to be able to do this. But we do know that the majority of residents inside of these 30% of parks are experiencing these issues. And so to limit it to just 5 parks or 10 parks, and I do understand and respect what my colleague is trying to get at, but the problem is clearly bigger than that. Residents are clear on this. So yes, this is a priority for the state because people in our state, especially in mobile home parks where these issues are acute and documented, deserve clean water. I don't think we disagree on that point, but I think the point is it is time for a broad state level response to this issue, so we would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
All right, is there any further discussion on L19? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L19. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The noes have it. L19 is lost. We're back to the bill. Is there any further discussion on 1257? Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. I do understand, kind of the heart behind this. Nobody wants bad water. I get that. But I think this is just a little heavy-handed. It's focused on the mobile home parks. When just the amendment before, we're saying, okay, can we somehow make sure that we're doing the right thing before we just mandate this as a top-down kind of what I would perceive, it may not be, but what I would perceive is very heavy-handed toward just mobile home parks. So the amendment before, let's study a few of these. There's a bunch of things we can do before spending this kind of money to accomplish this when it may literally not be needed. It may be needed. I'm not saying that it isn't, but I think somewhere in there we have to process this. In that vein of thought, I would also see some things specifically, and by the way, just from my perspective here, I think some of these amendments are some legitimate amendments, and the frustration comes when we're trying to help, but it's not being seen, and they're not hurting the bill or anything like that. And so some of this heavy-handedness, I'm going to move Amendment 010.
All right.
And have it displayed.
Properly moved and displayed. Tell us about the amendment.
And this amendment, if you go to, I'm sorry, I didn't get you one. Okay. This amendment goes to page 18 where it talks about, it adds another line, another conceptual process into something that already exists that, in my opinion, becomes this heavy-handedness. Now, I don't think there's a reason why we would debate there doesn't need to be registering of a mobile home park. That's not what I'm trying to assess. What I'm trying to assess is whether or not this is just another kind of a push. It's an overhanded push when the actual end of the line that says that it violates this other CRS. That's not there, which is in the same vein of this. Why would we add this? Why would we double up and add this? When to me, it just seems really just heavy on these mobile home parks, making them jump through so many hoops that it's almost impossible for them to do this. And again, we haven't even established whether these drinking water issues are coming from the actual home or coming from before that or any of that. We rejected those amendments. And so I would like to ask for an aye vote on this and try to take off just a tiny little scratch, take off the heaviness that's, I don't know a different word to use, but like persecuting these mobile home parks. I'm sure a lighter word could be used here, but it seems like we're pushing down on them, and I think this amendment might help with that just a little bit and get some more of our people on board with this. So I do ask for an aye vote on 010.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment as well and really appreciate my colleague from El Paso County's comments on just being a little less restrictive. Everyone wants clean water. I don't think any mobile park owner is saying we want people to get sick off of water. Let's give them opportunities if this is really a problem to remediate. We all talk about the need for more affordable housing. There are a lot of our constituents that live in mobile home parks. We, of course, care about public safety and health and making sure that these mobile home park water is good and drinkable and doesn't cause issues for our constituents. We all care about that. But doing it in this way is not the proper way to address the issue. And so let's take it down a little bit, work with these mobile home park owners, and really take down the temperature a bit. And I think this amendment does that. It makes it more of a collaborative process. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Rep Base.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. In 1287 from last year, we created a system whereby if a park is out of compliance, they cannot raise rent in the state of Colorado. And part of that compliance includes registering as a mobile home park if you are indeed operating in that capacity. At present, DOLA publishes a list that includes all of those parks that are out of compliance for one reason or another, and I'm using the phrase out of compliance loosely. Last I checked, there were 77 parks on that list, so almost 10% of the parks in the state of Colorado, the vast majority of which are on that list because they fail to register as a mobile home park. This is not seeking out a problem. This is not unduly punishing park owners. This is acknowledging that state statute is clear when it comes to registering as a mobile home park, and yet we still have vast issues with park operators that are more comfortable not registering as a park in the state of Colorado than they are registering as a park and following state law. I would ask for a no vote. This is a known issue, and parks, if they're going to supply the largest source of unsubsidized affordable housing in our state, have an obligation to comply with state law for a very basic registration process.
Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsor for that explanation. So what we're saying is we already have it in statute. We can't enforce what we already have, so let's put it back in statute and hope we can enforce it this time. Thank you.
Rip Wilson.
So I'm also a little unclear on that. So we want to make further restrictions for one of the only entities that offers unsubsidized affordable housing. Is that correct?
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, we expect you to follow the law in the state of Colorado, and we'd ask for a no vote.
All right, seeing no further discussion, there's been a division called. Committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. A division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L10 to House Bill 1257. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. And all those in favor of Amendment L10, please rise. Or raise your hand to signify a yes vote. All right. Please be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L10, please rise. Or raise your hand and remain standing in one place. You may be seated. Amendment L10 is lost. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1257? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, it took me a little bit of time to wrap my mind around this bill because, of course, we want clean water. Of course, we want to make sure that our community is safe and that folks have the ability to have safe drinking water, safe water for showering, washing dishes, brushing teeth, all of that stuff brought into the home. And so as I was reading this, putting on my local government hat, a lot of my thoughts revolved around implementation. How do we implement this? How do we ensure that we're actually accomplishing the very important goal of this bill, which is to ensure that we have a clean supply of drinking water for folks, especially folks in mobile home parks? And how do we ensure that this bill accomplishes that goal of finding those mobile home parks where there are water quality issues, holds those folks accountable if it's due to some sort of negligence or oversight or shortcuts being taken by the mobile home park owner? But how do we do that without affecting housing affordability? How do we do that without inadvertently impacting those folks that are trying to do the right thing here? And I think we've had some discussion about this already, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of those points.
Members, it's getting a little loud in here. My apologies, Representative Evans. If we could keep it down or move our conversations off the floor, that would be appreciated. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we've started this dialogue, but I just wanted to flesh it out a little bit more. We had a couple of amendments related to where are we going to have these tests? How is this going to occur? So when I look on page 6 of the bill here, and it talks about testing water quality at mobile home parks, I'm still not entirely clear in the bill about precisely where and how these tests will occur in a manner that's designed to, using a data-driven method, identify the particular breakdown in that whole water delivery process. I'm by no means a water expert, but I do have several municipalities in my district, and then having worked for a municipality that delivered water, I did pick up a couple of things about water quality, and water treatment plants and stuff like that. And one of the first things that I think it's important to note is that when we're talking in terms of testing, when we're talking in terms of testing the water quality, there are so many different steps along that process that can impact the water quality. The bill uses the terms like finished water. So my understanding of that is finished water is typically something that's gone through part of that treatment. Well, even finished water can have certain things associated with it that can result in that water quality degrading over time. I know a particular issue that I have a little bit of familiarity about is a particular chemical called trihalomethanes, or you'll hear the term TTHM. So TTHM, or total trihalomethanes, is a particular function of water quality that can occur when chlorine is used to treat water. However, if chlorine is used and that water has a permissible level of some sort of dissolved organic compounds already in the water, you're going to have finished water, like it talks about here on 7. That water has already been filtered and treated, and it's met the applicable standards when it left the water treatment plant. However, given time, dissolved organics plus the chlorine used to treat that water, over time, they react to form this impurity called trihalomethanes. And so that's something that can impact a water system in which there's not a high volume. For example, a city, or in this case, a mobile home park. If they're looking to expand and they're building out the infrastructure for the delivery of that water, but they don't have the actual water users who have connected to that delivery system, you can have a situation where the water, the finished water, as it talks about on page 7, the finished water was meeting all of the applicable standards when it left the water treatment plant. And in some places where there is a high throughput, high volume of water being delivered to customers, that chlorine, which is intentionally added because it's an approved way to treat and purify the water, is reacting with does not have enough time to react with any sort of dissolved organics. And so you have a situation where if there's a high volume of water that's being delivered, the water will maintain its quality and it will not drop below the regulated standards. However, in portions of that distribution line where there is not a lot of customers because of an expansion or the lines being built out or whatnot, given time, that permissible chlorine, which is used to decontaminate the water, is reacting with permissible amounts of dissolved organics in the water to form this trihalomethanes, which again is it's a contaminant, bad contaminant, not allowed. The whole point of this And again, I'm not a water quality expert. This is just stuff that I've picked up in conversations with local governments that are involved in building out their water distribution systems. The point of this is that when it comes to water quality, the point at which the testing occurs is very important, because the point at which that testing occurs could be reflective, or the results from that test could be reflective of the entire system, or it could be reflective of a particular branch in the system, and it could be reflective of a particular permissible methodology that is used to treat that water. However, given time, that permissible methodology can result in byproducts that form if there's not a lot of volume. So as I read, pages 6 and 7 in this bill here, where it talks about testing the quality of the water, what those parameters are, to me, the big sticking point here is, will this give enough data to actually be able to accomplish the very worthy goal of this bill, which I have no doubt we all agree on, which is delivering clean, drinkable water to our communities. And I don't see anywhere in this portion of the bill where there's that level of specificity and granularity to be able to perform this tests in a manner to determine whether or not this is something that has to do with the entire mobile home park, whether it has to do with a particular branch line in the mobile home park, whether it has to do with the quality of the water that is being delivered to the mobile home park. And so my worry with this is that it may not have the potential, it may not have the ability to actually accomplish the end goal of ensuring that the water is of sufficient quality, because it doesn't have the specificity and the granularity in the testing to be able to pinpoint the source or the reason for that. Now, moving on to the next topic, referring back to a comment that was made. If the cause of the poor water is a result of the mobile home park owner cutting corners, using inferior products, doing something wrong, being an unethical individual, absolutely. That individual needs to be held accountable for the actions that they've taken, which are jeopardizing the health of their residents and their community. However, we have a lot of laws already on the books concerning those issues. And so I would ask, if those issues, if the water quality issues in a mobile home park is coming about as a result of illegal actions or unethical actions that have been taken by that mobile home park, is this testing mechanism the best way to address that? Or do we need to go after the root of the issue rather than treating the symptom? Do we need to go after the root of the issue and say, hey, this is an unlicensed mobile home operator. Somebody, the individual that's operating this particular piece of property is already not in compliance with laws. Because if we know that, hey, they're operating an unlicensed park, an unregulated park, they're not complying with the existing land use regulations that are imposed on them by current law and ordinance, and that is a contributing factor in the water quality, to me it seems like we would want to address those issues first to bring them into compliance, rather than potentially waiting, as the bill says on page 6. If this is one of the last 25% of parks to be tested, we're potentially waiting until 2028 to be able to even identify that there's an issue with this particular mobile home park, rather than enforcing the existing laws that are contributing to the degradation of the water quality. And so when it comes to enforcing the law, like I always talk about, based on my law enforcement experience, the ultimate object is, how do we catch the folks that are doing the bad things without negatively impacting those individuals that are trying to do the right thing? And so when I move on here to page 11 of the bill, that's the next concern that really pops out to me. With over 800 or approximately 800 mobile home parks in the state, I have some of them in my district. Of course there's going to be a few bad apples out there that are doing bad things. There's no question about that. Given that number of mobile home park operators, of course there's going to be a few bad apples out there. And those folks absolutely should be held to account for any unethical, subpar, or otherwise negative practices that they are performing that are jeopardizing the health and the safety of their residents. Absolutely, those folks need to be held accountable. However, there's also a significant percentage of mobile home park operators out there who are trying to do the right thing, who are trying to provide affordable, humane, dignified housing for folks in our community. And so when I read here on page 11 where it starts to talk about the remediation, we've talked a little bit about the testing, now we're into the remediation part of this. Under this bill, if the testing identifies a water quality issue, the division, it talks about CDPHE, what they're doing, and then it talks about what the park owner has to do. And so one of the things that it talks about here on page 11 is it talks about that the park owner shall not impose the cost of compliance with this subsection on park residents. And of course, we don't want to have unethical business owners, park owners, passing on the costs of their unethical practices to their parks. But what about those individuals who are doing the best that they can, who are doing everything in their power to run a safe, efficient, humane mobile home park? How is somebody like that, who doesn't have any costs left to cut, who isn't cutting any corners, how is someone like that supposed to comply with this without imposing the cost on the park residents? Because if you have an ethical mobile home park operator who is doing everything that they can to provide a quality service to their residents, and then this mandate here says that, oh no, they can't recoup the costs from their tenants, what this is really doing is this forcing that ethical mobile home park operator into a situation where they may not have the funds, because they already are running an ethical, efficient organization, they may not have the funds available to be able to comply with this section. And so then my big concern is that those good folks, those individuals who are trying to do the right thing, who are trying to provide that affordable, ethical, humane housing, are going to be negatively impacted by this. They're going to be financially impacted in complying with this. The testing may not provide the specificity and the granularity to be able to identify the source of this issue. And so if a mobile home park operator that is trying to do the right thing inadvertently gets caught up in a verified water quality issue, but it's a verified water quality issue that's outside of the control of that mobile home owner or operator's control, now on pages 11 and 12 of this, now they're being required to take actions that come with a financial cost, but they're not allowed to be able to recoup any of that from their tenants. Of course we want to have affordable housing, but if a mobile home park operator can't recoup the costs of a required modification or adjustment to their water distribution system, if they can't recoup that cost, and if they're already running a safe and if they're already running an ethical and an efficient operation, they're now stuck in a situation where we're potentially looking at jeopardizing their ability to keep that mobile home park operating. We've said it before, we'll say it again. Budgets are moral documents. Budgets are what ultimately allow affordable housing to exist. They're what allow mobile home park operators to provide that humane shelter to members of our community who need it. And so my concern is that as we sit and we try to find the balancing act of holding the bad actors accountable while not adversely impacting the good folks, I'm concerned that there is potential here for the good folks to be impacted. And when a mobile home park owner who's trying to do the right thing is impacted, that impact is going to ripple throughout the entirety of the mobile home park that they are trying to operate, with the ultimate potential of jeopardizing affordable housing, humane housing for those residents in that mobile home park. And so as I flip through this bill, again, like I said, I put on my local government hat, my how do we implement this hat. And I think that the goal of this bill is absolutely worthy. I think that it is critical and it is humane to ensure that members of our community have access to safe, clean drinking water. But when we talk about that safe, clean drinking water, there are so many facets, so many steps in that system, from the source of the water to the water treatment plant to the particular types of treatment that are used in the water treatment plant. There's no one particular approved way to treat water to make it safe for drinking. There's different techniques, different chemicals, different styles, a lot of different ways to do that. And those water treatment plants all have different second, third, fourth order effects. And so then when the finished water from those water treatment plants, let's say it's a municipally owned water treatment plant, that water is then distributed to a mobile home park. Now you have a branch inside that mobile home park that's using water that was treated, met the standards when it left the municipal treatment plant or wherever that treatment plant is coming from. But given those particular treatment methods, and given high volume or low volume of water throughput, you have a situation where potentially what was permissible and acceptable water, given time and reactivity with other chemicals or other compounds that are present, that water then degrades to a not permissible level. And without the specificity to be able to identify where in the system that breakdown is occurring, where in the system the water quality is degrading from acceptable to not acceptable, or if it was even acceptable in the first place, my concern is that this particular type of housing, mobile homes, this particular type of housing that is an economical form of housing for a lot of folks in our community, can potentially be put in jeopardy in those situations where an ethical mobile home park owner or operator is already trying to do everything that they can. They're trying to run an efficient operation and pass the savings on to their residents. They're trying to run a safe and ethical community. And then if they are inadvertently wrapped up in a water quality issue that is not of their making, then potentially those costs would have to be passed on to the consumer, in this case the resident. But since the bill explicitly prohibits that from being passed on to the consumer, is there now a potential to actually drive these ethical mobile home park operators out of business because they have no way to fulfill the mandate that has been placed on them because they're already running an efficient operation and trying to pass costs on to the consumers, and they're not allowed to spread out or pass on to the consumers the state mandate that has been imposed on them for an issue that may or may not even be of their making. And again, we know that with close to 800 mobile home park operators out there, there are going to be a few bad actors. There are going to be folks that are doing the wrong thing. We absolutely know that. And I'll be the first person to tell you that those individuals need to be held accountable if they are doing unethical, immoral, or cost-cutting things that are jeopardizing the health and the safety of their residents. But we also have to balance that responsibility with ensuring that we don't negatively impact those individuals who are trying to do the right thing. And my concern is that if we negatively impact those individuals who are trying to ethically and efficiently operate a mobile home park to include the water distribution system, that what that ultimately does is that potentially jeopardizes access to affordable housing and affordable shelter because of additional mandates and additional costs that are imposed on a mobile home park operator for something that might not be their responsibility and it might not be something that they can even control. So for those reasons, I don't know that I will be able to support this bill. Again, I absolutely support the concept. I would just like to see some specificity and some granularity to be able to more accurately identify the source of water quality issues and be able to hold the appropriate entity or individual accountable. And if there's no malice, if it's just, basic material failure or something like that, be able to identify material failure or actual techniques that could be improved or adjusted in order to improve the ultimate delivery of safe drinking water to the consumer. So those are my thoughts on the bill, and thank you so much for listening.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do have an important announcement. There's some magic going on down here. I'm excited about it. Bill sponsors are getting together and working with members of my caucus. We're listening to each other. We're working on compromise and solutions, and that is good. I think we work best when we work together and kind of find the middle between two ends. Now, I want to stay to the bill, Mr. Chair, so I want you to keep me well focused as I work on talking a little bit about, to allow for some time for these amendments to actually matriculate. Is that a word, matriculation? I don't know if it applies, so I'm getting signals from on high that that's not the right word, as they get developed. But I wanted to point something out in the country. In the cattle business, we got a lot of fence to fix. So a lot of times the way you do this, because you have one rancher on one side of the fence and another rancher on the other side of the fence, you say, all right, here's the middle of the fence line. I'm going to fix my side of the fence on my right. You fix your side of the fence on your right. Start at the end, and we'll meet in the middle. Now, this has no association with political parties or anything. You could say, you could use the left reference. Start on the left side, I'll do my left side, and we'll meet in the middle.
Representative Holtorf, maybe you could meet in the middle at a mobile home park.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your leadership. I was waiting to see how long you're going to let me run that horse. I guess we got the reins pulled back. You good? Oh, so nobody wants to hear me.
All right.
Is that what you want to do?
Well, thank you, Did you have something further, Representative Holtorf? I think we're good. We'll just stand in a brief recess while we finish that up. The committee will come back to order. We are to House Bill 1257. Any further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully, third time's a charm on this particular bill, and I'd like to move Amendment 020 on House Bill 1257 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, L20 has been moved and is displayed. Tell us about the amendment.
This amendment is just a very simple approach to put those mobile home parks where we have had complaints to the top of the list in terms of the areas that we test, and then the remaining groups follow this group so that we get good data from these areas where the complaints are. And I would ask for an aye on this particular amendment.
Representative, we'll stand in a brief recess.
Mr. Chair, we're going to add some language to that, so I'm going to pull this amendment back if that's okay.
The committee will come back to order. I'm going to have you say that one more time on the record.
The sponsors have a suggestion of adding a few words to this amendment, and if you'd give us just a few moments to do that.
Withdraw it.
I ask that we withdraw this amendment.
All right. The committee will stand in a brief recess. L20 is withdrawn. committee will come back to order. All right, we are back to House Bill 1257. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part of this bill prioritizes which parks are a priority of being tested and for water quality. And one thing we want to be cognitive of is certain areas, because of the geology of the area, are more susceptible to contaminants in their water. For instance, my whole area is known for radium in the water, while other areas may be known for arsenic or other contaminants. So what we want to do is when the CDPHE is considering which areas to take test, they will consider the geography of the area, the aquifer, all those things also. So on that, I would like to move Amendment L021 and ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, L021 has been moved and is now displayed. Tell us about the amendment.
Again, as I was saying, certain areas are more susceptible to contaminants in their water that the resident might not know about. So it's important that when we set up the prioritization of these parks, that we do look at an area where not the residents aren't exactly complaining about it because they don't know the contaminant exists in their water. These are often places that have, not that our whole state doesn't, but places that have concentration of granite that might be adding to radium or other things like that. So I would ask for a yes vote on Amendment L021.
All right, Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative. We agree completely that if there are parts of our state where the water is predisposed to having harmful elements in it, that should absolutely be something that the department should prioritize, and that certainly residents would benefit from that focus. So we would ask for a yes vote on this amendment. My thanks to my colleague for bringing this forward.
All right, is there any further discussion on L21? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L21. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. L21 is adopted. The ayes have it. Back to the bill. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't know if there's a fourth time is a charm or not, but I'll try it again.
Okay.
This is Amendment 022 to House Bill 1257, and I ask that it be properly displayed.
All right, I'm going to have you move it again. Just one more time. Just say that you move the amendment number.
I move Amendment 22 to House Bill 1257 and ask that it be properly displayed.
And it is, and tell us about your amendment.
This is very similar to the last amendment that I proposed. It just adds some words, including consideration of the largest number of complaints. So that information is there from a standpoint of where we head off first to do testing. And I would ask for a yes on this amendment.
Rep. Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague. We agree that this is a good addition to the bill, and thanks for working with us to get it right. Those conversations are always welcome. Parks where there have been a large number of complaints should absolutely be a part of this prioritization list, and certainly we appreciate my colleagues' continued focus on that area. So we would ask for a yes vote.
All right, is there any further discussion of L22? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L22 is adopted. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1257? Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we just ask for an aye vote on the bill. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1257. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1257 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 273.
Senate Bill 273 by Senator Marchman, also Representative Basenecker, concerning the inclusion of agricultural land in urban renewal areas.
Representative. All right. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 273.
All right, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to be presenting this bill today. A little bit of backstory is helpful here. In 2010, legislators wrote a bipartisan bill, House Bill 101107, to regulate the practice of including agricultural land in urban renewal authorities, otherwise known as URAs. This was a bipartisan effort that my predecessor, former House District 53 State Representative Randy Fisher, helped to spearhead in the House. I want to be clear today, because I think we are going to have some debate on this bill, that this bill is not intended to answer the question about whether or not a particular development is good or bad, whether or not the practice of including ag land in a URA is good or bad, or whether or not URAs more broadly are good or bad. That is neither here nor there for this discussion. The question before us today is simply this: should cities and developers be required to comply with the language and the intent of the 2010 law, gaining approval of all taxing authorities or meeting one of the limited exceptions before including ag land in a URA? Just to clarify, ag land can be included in a URA. You just have to get all of the folks who would benefit from that tax revenue to sign off, or fit one of the following 4 exemptions. If it's a brownfield site, if it's a site of significant blight and urban level development, or if it's agricultural land in an enclave of a municipality surrounded by urban level development. The problem is, in 2010, bill sponsors added a 5th subsection E clause to grandfather in any existing URAs that were in place at the time of the bill being signed into law, meaning that any ag land that was already in a URA in 2010 would be held harmless from that bill and still included in the URA. The intention was to allow new URAs on ag land under one of the 4 circumstances and hold those existing URAs harmless until their TIF clocks ran out at 2035 at the latest. Section E of the original bill was never intended to create new TIFs from the grandfathered ag land in perpetuity without going through one of those other 4 exemptions. Unfortunately, what's happening is the 5th exemption is now being used as a loophole to include previously exempted agricultural land in completely new urban renewal plans. What we see happening is that a developer will pull the ag land from a pre-2010 plan and create a whole new one. As a result, and out of line with the intent of the 2010 bill, the 25-year shot clock starts over. Theoretically, that could be done again and again and again and again, thwarting the intent to keep ag land out of URAs, but for very limited and specific circumstances. This is a problem that I intend to solve with this bill and is clearly outside of the legislative intent and plain reading of that bill. I want to emphasize former State Senator Kevin Lundberg, former State Senator John Kafalis, representatives of this House, including Steve Johnson, who served as a county commissioner in Larimer County, Morgan Carroll, former state senator as well, have all spoken out, Randy Fisher, my predecessor, that this was never their intent for this bill, to allow that 25-year shot clock to be start over again and again and again. This is a loophole that has been found in law and is certainly impacting a community and will impact other communities as this practice becomes more widespread. I think we'll hear a number of amendments today. My baseline is this: if you get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, this legislature should not simply say, take as many as you want until we have the opportunity to close that cookie jar up. That's not how law works. That's not how our responsibility works, in my estimation. Does this bill get in the way of ongoing plans from developers? It may, but if there's a loophole that is being exploited out of line with the original intent of the law and the plain reading of that 2010 bill, then we have an obligation to close that and not play interests or favorites among developers in that regard. I would ask for a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really wanted to speak on this particular bill because I have a lot of experience with urban renewal authorities, plan areas, and agricultural land in those plan areas. And it is a complicated topic. I'd like to, just for illustrative purposes, describe the situation that we had in the Parker Urban Renewal Authority. They had one of their plan areas, the Cottonwood plan area, which came to be after the 2010 legislation. At the time, it was predominantly agricultural. It's a smaller plan area as the town of Parker goes, but they tend to create very large plan areas, in my opinion, not in keeping with the intent of Urban Renewal Authority law, because their plan areas are in excess of 500 parcels, 2 of them. And then this smaller one, Cottonwood, which is just off of E470. When they formed the plan area, most of the land was agriculturally classified by the assessor's office. It was used, I believe, for haying and perhaps grazing. There was a Costco that was just being built, and that was exempted from the plan area. But they fit this plan area, the agricultural property, into one of these exceptions that the representative from Fort Collins provided. And what we had to do in the assessor's office, while maintaining the agricultural classification of these parcels, we had to create a market value for purposes of calculating the base for tax increment financing purposes. And those base numbers still exist. Further, as the properties of the different parcels were developed commercially, they all became, well, not all of them, most of them became commercial, either by a single user or strip centers. There was a significant portion of that area that was also built out into apartments. So there are ways that agricultural property can be successfully included in a plan area. What this particular situation and this particular bill is speaking to is the renewal process of a plan area, because they have a shelf life, and hopefully everybody is aware of that. So the question, I believe, is more towards, can this agriculturally classified property be included in a plan area that is being renewed? This law, urban renewal law, is very complicated. It has a lot of loopholes. It has a lot of exceptions. And my experience with the development community is they can be very astute at exercising their right to use those loopholes and exceptions. That's what they're in the business to do, is to develop. I have to always question, especially when we look at residential development within a plan area, about who's really being served here, because the developer is receiving tax increment funding to incent the development. But the property tax dollars paid are being completely diverted in many cases, especially with agriculturally classified property, or what was originally agriculturally classified property. Those property tax dollars are being completely diverted back to the URA for presumably future incentives for development. So I think that can be problematic, especially if you're talking about high-density housing where there are kids going to school, there are emergency services being provided, there's water and sanitation provided, and all of the tax dollars are being diverted away from paying for those services to further additional development and incentives. So I think that it's really important. Is he ready? Are you ready? Okay. I think it's really important to weigh all of these things when you're talking about tax increment financing and urban renewal authority plan areas. And I know that my colleague here has something that he would like to say, and so I'm going to pass the mic to him.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
It's a privilege to serve with you, Representative Weinberg.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Douglas, Representative Frizzell, great mentor down here, and I'm grateful for you and your words. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill, as originally introduced, had my full support. We have a problem with developers taking advantage of certain agreements, URAs, TIFs, and I'm okay with coming down here and having the original conversation with how to make sure everybody should be held accountable for taking advantage of taxpayer dollars. When this went through the Senate, rushed through the Senate, it got changed. And it didn't get changed by much. It got altered by one word. I'd like to propose Amendment L013 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Representative Weinberg, if you could move Amendment L013, it has been properly displayed.
I move L013.
Excellent. Please tell us about L013.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment brings the bill back to its original state, its original standard, which is fair and equitable for every developer across the state. I've come down to this chamber and I've heard multiple times, equity for all. The original bill, as it's written, had no issue on it. In fact, I was very, very keen on becoming a co-prime. If we have current legislation where developers can take advantage of taxpayer dollars, we need to address it and make sure that it's not happening. There are multiple developments across this state currently that, if this is passed into law, will be affected firsthand. You're talking about years and years of money, years and years of stakeholdering, all potentially being able to be undone by bad amended legislation. Let's fix the problem at its core and not pick and choose who is going to be able to get this and who is not. I believe that by its own essence is unfair and is wrong for any legislator to come down here and dare do. This one hits at the core heart of development, affordable housing. We have a core problem in this state with affordable housing. This puts a hard stop. And it doesn't only hard stop the affordable housing, it picks and chooses who can and cannot. I don't know about you, but that is not why I come down to these chambers. If there is a problem, fix the problem. Don't band-aid it and pick and choose winners and losers. That, to me, hurts. This one particularly has a major setup with my community, Loveland. If something is truly a problem, make sure the voters can vote yes or no, or that everybody will be ineligible for this. I ask you to take my words to heart, return the bill to its original intent. Original intent. Change the one word back to what it originally was. Instead of submitted and approved, put it back. That fixes the URA problem in this state. I urge and I vote.
Any further discussion on L013? Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague from Larimer County. I respectfully disagree. This amendment does not fix the problem. It creates an incentive for every developer who thinks they might be able to exploit that loophole to submit their plans ASAP tomorrow or the next day. I think it actually creates a situation where we are now incentivizing a loophole which was never the original intent of the legislation. Another point on this, the word submitted is not actually defined in statute. So what does submitted mean? Does it mean I talked to you about it? Does it mean that I mailed it to you? Does it mean you received an email? There is no process by which we define that word. But even if we did define that word, even if we figured out what submitted means, what we are basically doing is saying, there's a loophole, we understand it, go ahead and submit those plans, and as soon as the bill passes, you're fine anyway. It does nothing to address the situation. It quite literally moves the goalposts. I don't disagree that we shouldn't decide who can and who cannot benefit from an ag land being included in a URA. That's why the original 2010 bill was written. If folks want to get their plans approved, then they need to get the school board and the county commissioners and special districts to sign off. And if they can't do that, they shouldn't use a loophole or argue that this bill will not apply to them as long as they manage to beat the clock on submitting those plans until such a time that the bill takes effect. There is a process in place. There is mechanisms in place. To use affordable housing as a wedge against voting for or against this bill, quite frankly, doesn't do justice to the existing process in place, where you can get the approval of the taxing authorities, you can go through one of the 4 exemptions if that's applicable, or you can try harder to convince folks that your development is a good idea. And if you can't pass those bars, then maybe the ag land should not be included in a URA as it is. But most certainly what we don't want to do is create an incentive for every developer in the state to submit plans, whatever that means, tomorrow in order to beat the clock on the bill being implemented. I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, with great respect in regards to my colleague from Fort Collins, Representative Basenecker, let's dissect what we've just heard. We're talking about the word submitted, not in statute. We're literally talking about a bill that has been rushed through the Senate, rushed through committee, forced into the House, no stakeholdering, nothing. Yes, of course we have issues with this bill. Yes, of course it's not in statute. This has been rushed and crammed down our throats without even thinking about it. Bring this back, have the conversation, and break it down to where it affects everybody. Second thing is loopholes. You want to talk about loopholes? We currently have a loophole problem. That is the whole reason for this bill. Return it back to its original state and its original intent, which closes the loophole for everybody. When we start going through rushed committees and rushed Senate meetings, what do we end up doing? What ends up happening? We get to a state where we have to go and change one word, where the loophole will be closed for some and open for others. This is a problem across the state. Why the rush? This is not a bill that started on January 9th. I would ask this chamber to do its due diligence. Slow down. If we have problems with statute, fix that. If we have problems with URAs being submitted for loopholes, fix that. And don't only fix it for everybody equally. The original bill and its intent, reading it over and over again, waiting for 2 weeks now to see what amendment was going to be popped on and popped off. The original bill fixed the problem. Let's be smart about what we do to the state and each city. I urge and I vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L013? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L013. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. L013 is lost. Back to the bill, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the representative from Loveland, he come here and spoke about the one-size-fits-all approach and how this is going to affect other URAs in other areas. I was made privy to an email, and the URA in Trinidad, Colorado, which is in my district, they take issue with this as well. In the email, they expressed the same issues that the representative from Loveland said. They questioned, why is this bill at end of session? Why is this bill moving so fast? And the people involved in the URA in Trinidad believe that this bill wasn't stakeholdered enough. I made some phone calls and talked to some people, and after hearing some things in committee, there was definitely what we call in my area beef with some of the people in leadership in Loveland, with their council, an argument between the developer and some people on council, and it seems like there's a spat going on. I'm not from that area, and I don't know the background. I'm not going to claim to know the background of what's going on in that area. But if we're going to allow a spat and an outside influence to come into this House, and we're going to pass legislation that reaches past the area that they're talking about, which is in Loveland, and affect the URA in my district, well, then I take issue with that. So should every other legislator in here that has a URA in their district. And I don't think that anybody that holds a URA has an issue with trying to fix loopholes and problems, but I think they want to be able to sit down at the table and see how legislation that's passed in this House, in Denver, for an issue in Loveland, how it's going to trickle down into their URAs. So I stand in support with the representative from Loveland and say, if you're willing to fix the problem, let's fix the problem, but let's do it right. Let's not rush it. Let's have some talks, some stakeholdering talks. And let's see how it affects people downstream. The second, third cause effects of passing legislation in this House. So the way the bill stands now, I urge a no vote. Let's take a step back. Let's breathe. Let's look past the city limits of Loveland to the other URAs in the state, and let's ask them how this will affect their plans, their finances, and what's happening in their area. I think that, as legislators, that's what we're sent here to do. I think it's good governance and good policy. So the way the bill stands today, I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Minority Leader Lynch. We did. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You got a motion to reconsider?
Negative, sir.
Okay. To the bill.
I move Amendment L014 and ask that it properly be displayed.
L014 has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fellow colleagues, I beg your attention. After listening to all of the developers, talking to these people after this rush legislation for the past week and a half, it is of their desire and opinion that if you push the effective date to July 1st, 2023, they can get their ducks in order to pivot. I believe this is more than reasonable to place onto this bill as it stands. Our developers are what give Colorado its backbone. Our affordable housing, our shop, that's where it comes from. Loopholes are the worst things that can happen. Give them a chance to pivot, reconnect. Give them a chance not to have wasted time and energy to make this state a better place. I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleague. If we do indeed agree that there is a loophole that the bill is trying to address, then I hope we can agree that identifying that loophole, but saying keep your hand in the cookie jar a little bit longer and take as much as you can until we close that cookie jar on July 1st is probably not a good approach. If there is a problem now, let's fix it now. That's what we're here to do. We have another week to work. This is a problem. This is a loophole. Folks can still go through with these development plans. They simply need to convince the entities that would benefit from the property tax revenue that it is indeed a good idea for the entire community. There is a path forward for all of these projects. The path forward should not be through a loophole that we intend to close with this bill. I would ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L014? Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, let's dissect this for a minute. You push this out to July 1st, 2023. What are you doing exactly? You're giving the people that you're closing, that you're picking to shut down, a chance to find a different pathway, not to loophole in. Additionally, this does not close the loophole, period. This closes the loophole, comma, and allows additional issues not to be dealt with. Any date prior than it being signed to today will still allow these developments to come in and take advantage of this. We are not fixing the problem. We're not even band-aiding to fix a problem. We're picking and choosing here and now. That is wrong. My fine colleague from Fort Collins and I do not disagree that there is an issue. But you're not fixing it. You have 20 developments across this state that are going to be affected one way or another. And all of them today are clamoring so that they can be approved rather than submitted. You're not closing bad rules. You're not fixing bad legislation. You're choosing who the good actor and bad actor is. If you're going to label them all as wrong and all as bad, then do that with everything. Blanket it all and finish. And I will co-prime that bill. But we're not doing it. I urge you to hear this. I urge you to know what's happening here. All of your counties are being affected. This is a good, fair amendment. And I urge and I vote.
Any further discussion on L014? Seeing none, members, the question before us is the adoption of L014. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The noes have it. L014 is lost. Back to the bill. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these were some concerns that were emailed to me that has to do with the Frederick URA that is taking place now. These are their questions and concerns. The ability to include ag land within an urban renewal plan area is critical to our ability to secure quality development in the northern area of the metro area for the following reasons. Many of these areas, including Frederick, but certainly not limited to Frederick, have a proliferation of oil and gas facilities on ag land. Plugging and abandoning these facilities is cost prohibitive at best, especially when the operator is charging $250,000 to plug one well. By way of example, I have an ag land site I'm currently finishing the process of creating an urban renewal area for that has 7 sites, resulting in north of $1 million just to remediate those sites. If we cannot use urban renewal, the developer will not be able to clean the site up and bring the critical retail, senior housing, and multifamily units. The northern end of the metro area, like Frederick, also has a significant amount of undermining from former coal mining operations. This is also a very expensive condition to remediate, especially if we cannot include ag land within an urban renewal area. Engineering foundations on these types of sites is very challenging if development can even occur. Water costs are a major challenge for several of these same communities. Most of the ag land doesn't have water rights associated with it, so developers have to go and buy water shares. In this part of the metro area, the primary water source is Colorado Big Thompson. The current going rate is $70,000 per share, which is astronomical compared to areas further south in the metro area. Being able to use urban renewal as a tool to help reduce the cost is one of the only ways we've been able to normalize costs. These same conditions extend to water and sewer, stormwater infrastructure as well. This person goes on to say that they have familiarity where this bill is coming from relative to the proposed project in Loveland. They think it is stemming from a large amount of misinformation or lack of understanding from local elected officials. The problem is that effects this are far-reaching beyond whether or not Centura South projects should occur or not occur. They have a project that they're working on in an urban renewal plan area. They are negotiating tax sharing agreements with the taxing bodies, but the other statutory items have been completed. With this being said, they believe that if this bill is passed and would take effect, they would lose all the time and effort on the site that they have been working on, which needs urban renewal. This is a URA in Frederick. This is their concerns. They've just outlined all the work that they've done to try to move forward with adding affordable housing, a senior care center, retail shops, which we talk about affordable housing. We're talking about taking care of the aging and elderly. We talk about taxes. So we're going to take all this time, work, stakeholdering, and it could all be up in the air right now with the drop of a gavel. To support my colleague who was just up here once again, I beg the question. We talk about rushed legislation. Why are we fixing this now? Was it possibly because the original bill was rushed? Didn't see an issue that created a supposed loophole? Are we going to follow in those footsteps? Run it through without the proper stakeholdering? And then have to come back on the people's dime and the people's time to fix another issue? I don't think it hurts to pump the brakes a little bit here. Let's have these discussions with the other URAs in this state. And let's definitely not put a dagger in the heart of these communities that have worked so hard to get these URAs off the ground. The time, the money, the effort that these people have put in to try to better their communities. I believe in being fair, and I believe in being equitable, but not at the cost of all the other groups involved. The one-size-fits-all approach does not work, and I believe that this will trickle down into the other URAs in the state. So once again, I urge, the way this bill stands, I urge a no vote. Let's take it back. Let's do it right. Thank you.
Representative Bradfield. My apologies, my dear. So nice to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When it comes to urban renewal and zoning and things municipal, I know when I don't know enough to talk. Until this bill, and today I'm going to read a letter, most of it, from the city of Fountain, which is the only municipality in my district. Dear members, on behalf of the Fountain Urban Renewal Authority, we urge the committee to vote no on Senate Bill 23-273. This bill was introduced to prevent a specific development in Loveland. If adopted, this bill will embolden people who are opposed to local projects to weaponize the state legislative process against developments that utilize urban renewal, which could have disastrous consequences on developments throughout the state, including developments in the city of Fountain. Fountain's URA, Charter Oak Urban Renewal Area, includes approximately 3,000 acres of private property that is designated agricultural. This property is a key part of the Industrial Rail Park Regional Initiative, which will extend to Colorado Springs Utilities Nixon Power Plant, dual service rail spur to catalyze commercial development and generate the equivalent of 6,000 high-quality jobs in the region. Those are jobs. In addition, it's critical infrastructure for the state's largest employer, Fort Carson Army Installation, to provide military resilience from BRAC, which is Base Reduction AC something act. It's bad news for anybody around the El Paso area. And avail encore employment and retention to enlisted service members. The Charter Oak Urban Renewal Area is a critical tool, among other financial tools, for the project's visibility, and legislation such as this would jeopardize the project. Anybody listening? This is not a good idea. Urban renewal is a form of public financing used throughout the United States. It has about a 70-year proven track record of success and has been used to finance much needed public infrastructure throughout the state of Colorado. A critical part of urban renewal in Colorado is the inclusion of agricultural property in urban renewal areas. SB 23273 is designed to undermine this by preventing urban renewal authorities, cities, and municipalities from adding agricultural land that was previously in an urban renewal plan to a new urban renewal plan. Fountain's URA, Charter Oak Urban Renewal Area, already conforms within the existing law, which provides numerous guardrails around the inclusion of agricultural property in the urban renewal areas to prevent any abuse of the financing tool, including adjustments of the base to protect taxing entities. This bill is not necessary. And in fact, it will stifle economic development statewide, particularly in rural communities, and jeopardize a legacy military installation in the state of Colorado and the state of Fountain. This letter ends with the urge to vote no on this bill. I do so as well. Thank you.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we're getting late in the session here, and we see what happens when we get late in the session. We see things shoved through with haste because we realize we're running out of time to influence what may be going on in our districts. We do things like this little one-page piece of paper. One little thing, and if we ever doubt our power down here, this one little piece of paper is worth $1 billion. $1 billion. That for some reason in this chamber, we've decided to go against what our good governor wants, which is to promote housing, to promote development, to promote a better Colorado. But in this one little piece of paper, we can shut that down in my backyard up north. And being late in the session also causes us to do silly things like let agendas that come from within our district take over, and people get desperate that they want to stop a project, and so they come up with legislation that'll do that. The content of this isn't that bad, but it's how it came about. This bill came about because members in the local government want to stop a development, stop a developer that has already brought billions of dollars to northern Colorado. I don't know what the beef is. I don't know what the problem is. But what they don't realize is this also affects other developments around the state, in Frederick and Trinidad and Fountain. We've heard about all that. But it's just not good business to let this one little piece of paper stop 1,200 houses, because the message I got in my email, let me find it here, says that, it says here, Senate Bill 273 passes, they will take these units offline and interfere with the future opportunities in other areas of the state at a time when the legislature is trying to encourage these investments. So it doesn't make any sense to me why a bill that, if it gets signed in time, will stop a major development in my part of the world. Now, what I mean by that is there's a timeline on this. There's a reason we heard this bill today and not in a week or two, because the meeting for this is coming up in May. Now, I've been told that this is not a whole lot to do with this particular project or this particular beef that happens to be going on in my district, but I don't believe that. But we have an opportunity right here to do the right thing, because there's no reason for this to have a safety clause. There's nobody going to die if this doesn't pass. It's going to allow somebody to use a loophole, but let's talk about loopholes. Loopholes are things that people will put millions of dollars of development effort together because they're counting on that loophole. Well, obviously, we should do what we can to close loopholes, but if they exist, we have developers that plan for that, and they invest massive amounts of money because of that. And so, yeah, it's okay to close those loopholes, but let's not target one particular project to do that. So I would like for this bill to become honest and for it to be proven that this does not have any desire to affect this one particular project by doing a real simple thing. We do it all the time, and us Republicans are kind of famous for it. I would like to move Amendment L012 and ask that it be displayed. So this is a simple...
has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed, Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is real simple. If we're going to rush things at the last minute, we should be willing to put a petition clause. So let's review here and make sure we know what a safety clause, and the safety clause on this says that the General Assembly hereby finds and determines and declares that this act is necessary for immediate preservation of the public peace, health, and safety. Well, I don't believe that qualifies in this situation. And if there really is a lot of angst about this petition clause will allow us the time to make sure that that's not the case, and this particular development will have its time that it needs to go forward. And so I would urge a yes vote on Amendment L012.
Representative Bazenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague from Larimer County. I want to be clear that URAs are designed under the categorization of blight to address urban blight. One of the notions of urban blight that is prevalent in statute is the fact that a lot of times situations where there is urban blight are also associated with unsafe or unsanitary conditions. And so for a petition clause to remove the portions of the bill which address that piece of a URA is problematic. URAs are designed as not a development tool, but to address urban blight. So at their very heart, they are designed to address issues of public safety and health. And so the safety clause is particularly important and also particularly relevant in this case. It makes sense. It is a fitting usage of the safety clause. The other piece I would say is this. It's the same argument again. Yes, we recognize there's a loophole. Yes, we recognize folks are passing through it. As many folks as can get through that before the petition clause kicks in, well then fair is fair. Where I come from, if you get caught doing something wrong, it doesn't mean you can continue doing that thing until a time in the future. Wrong is wrong. A loophole is a loophole. We should close that loophole. This does not stop 1,200 homes from being developed. This does not stop a grocery store from being built. This does not stop high-end retail from being built. What this says is, if all of those things are such a good idea, then you should have no problem convincing the taxing entities of their merit for the community. And if you cannot cross that threshold, you certainly should not try to find a loophole that excuses you, perhaps in perpetuity, from gaining that acceptance and permission from the taxing authorities. I object to a petition clause. I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
So to address a couple of points made by my colleague from North I-25, first of all, a loophole is only a loophole if someone has discovered an error, an omission, a way to be able to leverage a law to their benefit. When the General Assembly specifically laid out in statute how urban renewal authorities are to work, that's not a loophole. When the legislature came through in 2010 and we amended the underlying legislation and we grandfathered everyone that was in existence at that time, if you were in agricultural land included, that's still not a loophole. That's the General Assembly being very specific when we're grandfathering those lands in. And then moving forward from 2010 until date, we're operating under still the current law. So that's not a loophole. It's important that we get our terms accurate here. Secondly, as to the health, safety, or welfare of the state, which is when you'd have a safety clause, everything else should have a petition clause. To the point that was made about urban renewal plans and authorities are designed to be able to get rid of blight, to be able to get rid of brownfields. I agree with that. The problem is, when you look at the text of the bill, we're actually talking about agricultural land, if you're looking at lines 8 to 13 on page 2, so it's agricultural lands that is included or are included in existing urban renewal plans. So we know that they're already there. It's not new lands coming in. So the whole argument is that we need to deal with something immediately. Well, we know they're already here. Second of all, they're agricultural lands. So the idea that there's some sort of brownfield that's causing some sort of leaks of chemicals into the ground that needs to be rapidly cleaned up, that's not this bill. And if that was happening, I guarantee you the EPA would be dealing with it, and it would take a very long time to clean up that site, and that would still not be this bill. So 90 days to allow for a petition clause does make sense here, because we are talking about agricultural lands that were already included in an existing urban renewal plan. That's very important to look at. So then the question turns, how does this impact the safety? There's no safety concerns here because they were already included. How does it impact the health? These are agricultural lands. These are not brownfields. So we're not talking immediate health. And if we were, we do have other statutes that pertain to that. And guess what? Nothing would be changing in the next 90 days either. So because of that, a petition clause does make sense here, and it is appropriate here, and I would ask for a yes vote. And at the appropriate time, I would call for a division. Thank you.
Representative Evans. Oh, Bazenecker.
Thank you to my colleague. Respectfully, the terms are accurate. Former State Representative Randy Fisher sent a letter, said this: the original draft of 1107 was intended to prohibit all designations of agricultural land as urban blight for the purpose of including ag lands within the boundaries of newly established URAs. I worked in good faith to mitigate objections from other entities by including several exceptions to the intended blanket prohibition. I recognized at the time that these exceptions weakened the bill considerably, but were good faith compromises needed to ensure the bill's passage. It was never my intent that ag land once designated as blighted could be perpetually included in new URAs. I support 273 because I believe the bill will remedy the loophole, and again, that is the bill sponsor from 2010's words, the loophole created by an exception to 1107, which was made under duress back in 2010. Colleagues, a petition clause is wholly inappropriate when we recognize that there is an issue now that was never the intent of the original bill sponsors. We should not be comfortable, I am not comfortable, saying we know that there is a problem here, but we will kick out the date to fix that problem to a date in the future for whatever reason that is. Right is right, wrong is wrong. A loophole should not be passed through for as many folks as we can jam through it simply because we're more comfortable with pushing it out to a point in the future. The safety clause is appropriate. The safety clause is my preference for the bill. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, my ears are still ringing over what I just heard down here, that agricultural lands are urban blight. If our farmers and ranchers really heard those words, I'm sure they would be down here with pitchforks and shovels. Second of all, as we're talking about what's the appropriate use of the petition clause, that's what's most important because that's what the amendment is. Not what some former representative has thought and has written down in a letter. What's important is what's actually written in the bill and what's actually written in the amendment that we're currently debating. On the point of legislative construction, because this is a point that we do need to clarify as a chamber, the Colorado Supreme Court has held that legislative construction is from the plain meaning of the words of the text in statute. So the whole idea that a legislator who was somehow thinking about something, they may have even said it down at the well at the time, if it doesn't make it into the text of the statute, it's not part of the statute. That's how we construct the meaning of a statute. We look at the plain meaning and we interpret the plain meaning. We don't go back and say, what did a representative think at the time some years later? That's not how it works. And the case that decided that was actually a case that happened at the University of Colorado Boulder. They had a firearms ban on campus, and it was challenged. It was a bill that came out of the state Senate. And the whole argument was, the whole discussion at the well is that this bill applied to CU Boulder, this bill applied to CU Boulder, this bill applied to CU Boulder, but CU Boulder was not written into the bill. So guess what? This case was challenged. It went all the way up to the Colorado Supreme Court, and our justices said CU Boulder was not mentioned in the law. And they did not go back and listen to the debate at the well. They said, our job is to look at the plain meaning of the law and to understand the law from that. And because CU Boulder was not written there, CU Boulder was not an exception. So because of that, members, back to the amendment, that the petition clause is on its face, and when I look at the text of the bill on its face, there is nothing in this bill that impacts safety. It impacts the general welfare of the state that needs to concern our police powers. Once 90 days expires, if this is not challenged, it will become law. And that's how the petition clause works, and we should have that here. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I came down here when I heard urban renewal, urban blight, petition clause, and safety clause, because as you all know, I did a lot of that work. And so I just wanted to make sure that I put it out there, the timelines that these follow. When we're talking about urban renewal, solving public safety, urban blight sort of issues, that's not something that happens overnight. That's something that takes months and often years to happen. So yes, urban renewal long-term improves public safety, long-term removes urban blight, but it's not something that happens overnight. It's not something that happens over weeks or months. Oftentimes it takes years for that to occur. So in context of this amendment here, to argue that this is a public safety benefit that is going to be realized overnight is not how the timelines associated with urban renewal work. Urban renewal provides those benefits by taking blighted properties, finding ways to redevelop them, reactivate them, revitalize them, bring new business in, bring new, whatever the master plan for that municipality or that community is, and reuse that land for a better purpose that better fits, better activates, and better comports with the overall development of that community. That takes months to years to occur. So in the intermediate period, while that area is still blighted, yes, there's absolutely a public safety risk that's going on, but urban renewal is not the entity that is going to solve that short term. That's going to fall on code enforcement, law enforcement, and whatever other entity in the municipality is responsible for enforcing the property maintenance codes, and we can talk about international property maintenance code for a long time because that was my bread and butter. But it is up to those code enforcement entities to enforce those property maintenance codes to ensure that that blighted area remains in at least a somewhat acceptable condition while urban renewal works in the long term to fix it. So when I see this amendment here and I hear the dialogue and the conversation about safety clause versus petition clause, I just want to make sure that it's on the record that the text of the bill as written is not something that's going to affect urban renewal in the short, it's not going to impact urban renewal's ability to improve public safety because urban renewal itself is a long-term process. Urban renewal is typically aimed at solving the root of a blighted problem, and that process does not happen overnight. The short-term public safety benefit is realized by having entities like code enforcement maintain that property, maintain the applicable standards of that property while working in partnership long-term with an urban renewal authority or something similar. So, given that explanation, given that context, I think a petition clause is completely appropriate for this piece of legislation because the mechanism by which this legislation accomplishes that public safety benefit is a long-term, slow-acting mechanism that is not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in 90 days. And so putting a petition clause on a long-term, slow-acting piece of legislation, that long-term slow-acting mechanism is not going to have a negative impact on public safety because that mechanism, by design, takes months to years to operate. The public safety risk is mitigated through code enforcement, law enforcement, other entities within a local government. Those are the sorts of things that would be impacted by a safety clause. However, those things are not in this particular piece of legislation, and therefore, I would argue that the petition clause does not in any way impact the public safety of a blighted property, given the mechanism by which this bill proposes to act on urban renewal and blighted properties. Thanks.
The question before us, Representative Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that was just kind of an interesting rendition of the safety clause that we need to be looking at realistically, and there's really no need for a safety clause in this, but I was just more curious if the petition clause that we often allow on as colleagues could get on this bill, if there was really no timeline associated with it, if there was nothing going on that would mean that if we got to rush this bill through so that we can beat some timelines of some development, and I think I got my question answered, not directly, but by the fact we can't adopt this, which makes no sense, tells me that this rushed bill has kind of a single purpose towards targeting a single development, which is really not the way we should be doing law in this state. I would still urge a yes vote on this clause.
The question before us is the adoption of Amendment 12 to Senate Bill 273. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment 12, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, before we move forward on this, I want to recap that, we have an opportunity to support the town of Loveland, the town of Frederick, the town of Fountain, the town of Trinidad, who have developers that have put their time and treasure into doing good things for their community. Granted, they found some loophole. Yep, I'll call it what it is. But they planned on that. They planned on that loophole. So if we really wanted to do this right, we would go to those guys and say, hey, look, we're going to close this loophole, but we probably ought to get you guys a heads up on it so you can complete the good things you're going to do for our communities before we do such a thing. The fact that this just came out of nowhere in April, wasn't even introduced until then, and now is being rushed through is really suspicious. And I just don't think we should support legislation like that. So I would encourage a no vote on Senate Bill 273.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I just wanted to get up and to represent my district for a moment. There's been several members who've decided that they could come up and speak on behalf of my district on this issue, and I wanted to speak on behalf of my district. And just to confirm that the urban renewal authorities for the town of Frederick, the town of Erie, and others in my district were signed after 2010 and are not impacted by this law. So thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And previous representative was talking about Erie. To inform the entire chamber, the representative from Erie that was testifying in committee about 2:45 in the morning was opposed to this bill. Just for the record, you can go back to the tape and you can listen to it. Because we were there till almost 3:30 in the morning. I don't know why, but we were there, listening to very difficult testimony on very complex urban renewal issues. Now, I'm pretty sure that we don't need to be doing this right now. Nor should we do this right now. You heard our minority leader speak about something that had to be done in haste a month ago, or this month, I guess, and had to be rushed to the state capitol to solve an urban, a municipal, and county issue. As I sat there as a rural legislator, I was really perplexed. I said, why are we trying to solve these issues right now at the end of session with less than 30 days to go in a piece of legislation that was probably introduced with less than 30 days to go or near that? Well, as Paul Harvey says, esteemed colleagues and members, let me tell you the rest of the story from this country boy's perspective. And yes, there is a loophole, but so what at this point? Now, if you want to close the loophole, prepare legislation that closes it. But don't make somebody that's involved in this process, that's doing wonderful urban renewal, that is developing property that in future time will generate so much revenue for the county, so much revenue for the municipality, that it will have an exponential return. Not in the short term, but in the long term. Now here's what they presented. How about 1,200 housing units? Please pay attention. This might be the most profound thing I say this whole year. 1,200 housing units, and 20% of those are going to be low income. And I had to do the math. Is that 220 housing units for low-income folks in this beautiful Centerra area that I can't even afford to live in? Hot diggity dog. I want to be in one of those units. If I was low income, if I was deprived, if I was of that community, and I might be closer than you think, I would want to live there. And you would lift up these people. The very people we choose to try to raise our hand for and try to support. Wait, there's more, ladies and gentlemen. They were going to build hundreds of retail units, stores. Those retail units in that Centerra area, I know people have gone shopping there. They got all those factory outlets there. They got a beautiful mall, Centerra shopping mall there. Restaurants. It's wonderful. The people from my district, you know where we go to shop and go to the big town because the traffic isn't as bad? To Centerra. It's so beautiful. We go Christmas shopping there. My friends, all of us, that's where we go. And here's a development that, yeah, they're wanting to use this loophole to do this wonderful build-out. They've already invested millions and millions of dollars in doing the sewer, the water, some of the electrical subwork. It's already invested because of the URA. But now the goalposts move on them because, ladies and gentlemen, a commissioner in Larimer County isn't having it. A mayor in Loveland says, no, you've got to come through because we're new. You know, a couple, 2 or 3 terms, that's not new politically speaking because the turnover's pretty great in our business. But with respect to 10, 20, 30-year development projects, because you haven't gone through our process and we haven't had a chance to review. But the whole time the developer has said, I don't need to worry about that. We're going to use this loophole and we're going to continue to develop. But then the goalposts move because now we have a food fight. We have a tug of war. Back when I was a kid, we did this thing called Indian leg wrestling. It was a game we played. Now we got that going on between a developer who is a 6th-generation Larimer County resident who's done nothing, his family has done nothing but invest in this community and lift it up. People say, oh, this isn't about that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for about 3 hours, I sat there and listened, and I'm a bit analytical, not as analytical as many in this chamber, but I started figuring it out. And after about 2.5 hours, I was like, man, we're in the middle of this fight. And it has come to the state level because the people knew if they didn't bring it there, then this developer would be able to use that loophole, do what they wanted to do, and not have to stand before that Larimer County commissioner and not have to stand before that Loveland mayor and go through this entire process again. I was saddened. Ladies and gentlemen, I was really sad. And nothing against the bill sponsor. I understand what he's doing, and I agree with what he's doing. Representative Basenecker, I agree with what you're doing. Here's my one thing that I wish we could do, and I've asked for how could we solve this, is the effective date should be sometime in future time that sets the record straight post facto. Post facto to what? Post facto to what, colleagues? To this development getting done for the greater good of Colorado, for the greater good of northern Colorado, for the greater good of over 200 low-income folks that are going to get to live in one of the most beautiful communities that you could ask for. Not that other people's communities aren't beautiful, but this is nice places. These are nice places up here. I tell you what, I'd live there if I could bring my cows and my horses, but I'm pretty sure I can't. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't let that. There's probably some municipal rule. I can't bring 400 cows and 10 horses. So, I don't know how we solve this. It's a local issue. The solution should be at the local government. I truly believe that. But the county and the municipality and the developer are at odds. And you talk about urban development, urban renewal, urban blight. There's nothing, this isn't downtown Detroit and we're trying to rebuild a dilapidated inner city. This is farm country that they're trying to develop using this URA tool. And I don't know a darn thing about it. Before I got in the committee, I didn't even know what a URA was. But boy, after 3.5 hours of testimony, I learned too much about it. But here's what I know. Anytime you can develop your urban areas and even our rural areas, it's a good thing. It's a good thing for everybody. Particularly when you can build housing, which we're desperately short of housing. We're desperately short of housing for everybody, particularly our low-income folks. So when I wandered home, 3:30, 3:40 that morning, went across the street to my little apartment, I was sad. My heart was sad because I was like, we're having such a fight over something that we shouldn't be fighting about in Ag Committee. Let the developers develop. Let them build. Give them the grace. I even said this. Give them the grace of that loophole this one time and then close it after that. Go ahead. We went back to 2010. We had testimony from all these things the legislators wanted to do, except they didn't do it quite right. They left a few openings. And maybe that was intentional. I don't know. The language had four exceptions. If you don't want any exceptions, then don't put any in. And the fourth exception, ladies and gentlemen, is the one they're using. Nothing against our predecessors, but if you don't want exceptions, don't put them in. But if you do put exceptions in there and it allows for a loophole, guess what? It's there. And it's the law right now. But then we do a hurry-up offense to change the law. I don't think that's fair. I don't think moving the goalposts, in the fourth quarter of the game because, oh my, they're going to exercise that loophole and not talk to that mighty commissioner or that mighty mayor that's saying, you need to come to my office and bend the knee. I don't get it. Now, I'm not going to talk much more about this. I got a lot more to say, but I'm looking at the majority leader, and we've been talking about talking too much. And I reminded her about where I'm from, when all you're looking at is tumbleweeds and cattle and horses and nobody to talk to. And I lived this for 25 years. Y'all want to know why I talk so much? Because I've been out there in the country for 25 years, and now I'm here and I got all you folks to talk to. And I love being around you. But I'm going to end right now. I hope that I've communicated some things that are really relevant to this, because they are. And I think the bill sponsor will admit to my comments are not false, they're not misleading, and they're genuine. I may not understand the entire issue, but I don't think I'm too far off on this particular issue with respect to what's going on. No deference to my good colleague from Limerick County. I wish we could just put the effective date down the river a little bit so this thing could get done, and then forevermore, because of good legislation run by good legislators from northern Colorado, it could be fixed in future time. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. And I appreciate all of you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would like to inform the representative that represents Erie that they did talk about this issue. They did testify, and they testified against this. Secondly, I will make a promise to you in this chamber that I will never run up to you and tell you not to speak about my district and that I should ask for permission. And third of all, everybody's badge in here says state representative. State representative. It is my honor to represent House District 47. And I know it is your honor to represent every district in this state. but these are statewide issues that we're talking about. And every day we discuss and we vote, and people in this chamber vote on things that affect my district. I always bargain in good faith, and I respect you all. All that I was asked, that I get the same respect. Thank you.
The question before us, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think that this boils down to a question of local control. I have a little story I'd like to tell. It has to do with the city of Castle Pines. And this goes back some time. But the city of Castle Pines City Council voted to enact an urban renewal authority. And about that same time, they annexed the land on the east side of I-25, which at the time was agricultural property. But it was planned to be a very significant housing development. This was back in 2010. Not coincidentally, this URA came to pass in 2010, and they kind of slammed it through so that they could exempt themselves from the new statute that was being enacted around the use of agricultural land in URAs. It was very deliberate on their part. What happened after that was really, really interesting, because the good citizens of the city said no. And the city council wisely backtracked, and they put the URA to a vote of the citizens of Castle Pines. And the citizens spoke, and they said, we do not want this. So there was no URA at that point in time. Now, if you've ever been to the city of Castle Pines, it was in unincorporated Douglas County for many, 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 many years until they incorporated. And they don't really have a downtown. They have a commercial area that candidly was poorly planned out. And their desire to form a URA was in part to fix that. And I don't blame them, because it's kind of a mess. And they may move forward at some point in the near future, or not, to make those decisions. But ultimately, it's up to that city council and the citizens of what they're going to do. And I just spoke with the good representative from Loveland and said, where is your town council, or your city council on this? Because I think that's important. Because I think that typically where a city or town council person sits is informed by where the opinion of their citizens that they represent. And he indicated that the town council, sorry, I come from a town, city council, is not in favor of this bill. And the city council, and the Chamber of Commerce is not in favor of this particular piece of legislation. Now, so I always have to ask myself, why I can't hear myself think, because it's really loud in here.
Members, let's take our conversations off to the side, please. Members. And we're being quiet. And we're quiet. Thank you.
it's important to understand where legislation comes from and whose great idea it is. And I'm not particularly, I will tell you, I have an admitted bias when it comes to urban renewal authorities through my work as assessor in Douglas County and maintaining and working with the town and the city that have urban renewal authorities in them in Douglas County, because the definition of blight as utilized is, in my opinion, sketchy at best. I don't believe that agricultural land, by virtue of the fact that it's not developed, is blighted, but that's my personal opinion and would not hold up in court. So there we go. But it's important to understand the sometimes tension that exists between counties and municipalities. And it's pretty normal. But it's important to understand that, because when it comes to these plan areas that employ tax increment financing, nothing comes free. The money is literally being, tax dollars are being diverted from the taxing entities that would ordinarily be receiving that revenue to the Urban Renewal Authority for future development or other incentives. And I know that tax increment financing is a riveting topic, and that's why you all are just hanging on your seats listening to me here. I think it's really interesting.
Come on, simmer down. Please proceed, Representative Frizzell.
But if we're going to be voting on this bill, it's important that you understand what you're voting on, don't you think? Unless everybody here is suddenly an expert in property valuation, tax increment financing, urban renewal authorities. These are complicated matters. These are very complicated matters. And I agree with the minority leader who stood here with a single two-page bill that literally does mean the difference between $1 billion or not. You can argue that this development will happen one way or another, and that may or may not be true. Or it could be equally true that that developer will drive down the road and put their money somewhere else, because that is certainly their right. What it's important for this chamber to understand is this is a targeted bill. I do believe that. It's about one municipality and a problem that is perhaps not unique to them, but it's a problem with some urgency at this time. So why don't we let that municipality and that county work it out? Why don't we let them solve it? Because it's really their problem. If we have a larger problem with urban renewal authorities, and I promise you we do, just as we have problems with downtown development authorities, because we do, let's deal with those in a broader context and let local control happen. Let's let local governments solve their problems. Thank you for your
The question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 273, All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shewell, please read the title of Senate Bill 260.
Senate Bill 260 by Senators Mullica and Winter F., also Representative Lindsay, concerning access to publicly funded vaccines.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you. I don't think she heard you. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Hello, members. Rep. Wilford and I are here to discuss SB 260.
Can you move your bill?
Oh,
That'd
yes.
be the best.
I move SB 260.
Awesome. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a bill that's close to my heart. As many of you know, in 2021, I started working at a mass vaccine clinic, and I spent like a year and a half there working on this COVID pandemic, giving tens of thousands, upwards of 100,000 people a vaccine. And it was in part because of things that have to do with this bill. There was a public health order in 21 that made it so that vaccines were readily available here in our state, and my clinic worked under that public health order. So I'm really proud to be sponsoring this bill. And let me tell you what it does. It prohibits any providers, anybody giving a vaccine, from charging for the cost of a vaccine when it is publicly funded, as the COVID vaccine was, for example. Providers can charge for the administration of the vaccine, which means for you actually putting a shot in somebody's arm. But it does prohibit providers from requiring health insurance, and it also prohibits providers from requiring a government-issued ID or social security card or numbers. And it also requires that providers post a disclosure provided by CDPHE to patients in multiple languages so that they know that they are allowed to come to a facility and get a publicly funded vaccine without providing identification or without having to prove that they have insurance. So this made such a difference in our clinic. We had many folks who came who were uninsured and not even sure if they were going to be able to get the vaccine. And I was always very happy and proud when I got to let people know that's not a deal breaker. We will still be able to give you the vaccine today, and how much relief that brought to so many community members. And this just puts this public health order that was very effective into law, because I think we know by now that another pandemic, it's not a matter of if that happens, it's a matter of when. And so this bill will make sure we're in a good spot to be prepared for anything that comes our way. And I'm so happy to have Rep. Wilford here as my co-prime. And let's
Rep.
chat with her.
Wilford.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honor to serve with you.
Thank you. And thank you to Representative Lindsay for allowing me to jump on and be a co-prime sponsor of this bill with you. I was really interested in this particular piece of legislation because during the pandemic, I heard so many stories from residents in my community, including residents who were unhoused neighbors who wanted to get a vaccine but were scared to go to the doctor or to the pharmacy because they didn't have a photo ID. They didn't have health insurance. And once those barriers were lifted, they were able to get the vaccine for themselves and their families. I want to speak briefly to the identification barrier, because I think it's a really important one. When we talk about government identification, this is an issue that impacts a wide variety of people, like people who may be experiencing homelessness or poverty. I know, for example, in my community, that means the folks, for example, we've got a number of veterans who are experiencing homelessness right now who haven't been able to access the services that they need because they don't have an ID. And while we certainly have a navigator who is on staff and helping work with them to get housed, we certainly don't need to see them fall sick because they could have had a vaccine that would have prevented an illness. So really excited to be here. I think this is a really good bill, a good lesson learned during the pandemic that we can put on our books in preparation for whatever comes next. And I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 260? Seeing none, the question before us is Senate Bill 260. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 184.
Senate Bill 184 by Senators Winter F. and Exum, also Representatives Froelich and Garcia, concerning protections for residential tenants and in connection therewith, prohibiting landlord from considering certain information relating to a prospective tenant's income or rental history, establishing a maximum amount that a landlord can require as a security deposit, and allowing a tenant to assert as an affirmative defense in an eviction proceeding that a landlord violated anti-discriminatory housing laws.
Representative Garcia.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for members of the body for this opportunity to present Senate Bill 23-184 with my co-prime Representative Froelich, sorry.
Representative Garcia, will you move the bill?
Yes, I always forget that part. I'm gonna let my colleague do that because I forget how to do it.
Sure thing. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 184.
To the bill, who would like to speak? Representative Garcia.
Thank you so much. So, colleagues, we are sent to this building to serve the people of Colorado. About 40% of these people are renters. Senate Bill 23-184 establishes basic protections for renters. Our state thrives when our residents thrive, and a basic foundation of one thriving is having a safe, secure, and affordable place to call home. Our society runs on a capitalistic basis, which means that even things as basic as housing are used for the few to profit from the money. However, just as we have implemented safeguards in many areas of capitalism, we must continue to do so today in housing to ensure that 40% of Coloradans have a fair shot in this game that we call renting. Senate Bill 23-184 sets these safeguards for renters. It prohibits landlords from requiring a renter to earn more than 2 times the annual amount of income to equal or exceed 2 times the renter's portion of the annual rent. In other words, a family of 4 looking for a home in my district will be faced with an average rent of $2,500. This family will now only have to prove a monthly income of $5,000. You'll hear arguments that the national best practice asks for 3 times the monthly rent. However, this is simply not feasible. Rent in Colorado has been skyrocketing at an exponential rate, while wages have not. Since 1985, rental prices have increased by 149%, while wages have only increased by 35%. This puts people at a severe disadvantage. Expecting hardworking residents to have to earn more than 2 times the monthly rent is simply wrong. This bill limits the deposit to 2 times the monthly rent. Sure, most are already doing this. So then what's the problem? This bill establishes penalties for landlords who violate these protections because accountability is important. And this bill protects renters who use housing vouchers by declaring that the voucher itself counts towards the income. This bill provides basic protections for the nearly 40% of Coloradans. We were sent here to this building to do the people's work, and 40% of the people are renters. I urge a yes vote.
Colleagues, if we could bring the noise down a little bit. Thank you, Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, the good representative from Commerce City, I think, for working on this with me. Folks, we have seen the percentage of everyone's income that goes to rent skyrocket. In fact, it is now upwards of 40, sometimes 50% of folks' income. We've seen the required minimum wage in order to afford housing is currently at $28, almost $29. I don't know anyone who makes a minimum wage of $29. So that means if you're making minimum wage and you need to afford rent, you have to work 79 hours. And guess what? There are people who are doing that. And we are asking in this bill that they be given a chance to achieve stable housing. One of the biggest barriers to getting into housing and to be able to stay in housing is exorbitant security deposits. So we address that in this bill. We're asking that 2 times your rent be the maximum security deposit. And as my good colleague mentioned, so a $25,000 rent still requires a $5,000 security deposit, which is a tremendous amount of money when you are working at a minimum wage job. And to my good friend from Akron, who suggests that folks go get jobs, we are talking about people who are working. So imagine a mother and a child. The child is a teenager. They've taken the advice of our good colleague from Akron. They've gotten their job at McDonald's. Mom is working as well. They are trying very hard to achieve stable housing. Housing is everything. We have members that we have worked with, colleagues, who have had time when they lived in their car. I have friends who've lived in a storage unit. People are desperate for housing, and this bill addresses the huge barriers to getting into that, getting that chance to achieve housing after when you don't have the resources that a lot of us have. In our committee, we mentioned how many of us have co-signed on our children's leases. I'm very privileged to be able to sign my son's lease. A lot of people don't have that opportunity with that kind of family support. So if you're making a modest income, you're desperately trying to get into secure housing, and then you're hit with, you have to prove that you have 3 times your rent in income. You have to prove that you have to put down a deposit of double your first month's rent. Then you have to pay your first month's rent. These are significant barriers. We're asking you to help move us folks into stable housing by removing some of those barriers while allowing for modest requests from landlords, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I truly do understand what we're trying to accomplish by way of this bill, to allow more people to rent either homes and or apartments, but in most cases it's going to be apartments in this particular case. But my concern is this, and I heard this throughout the presentation at the Transportation Committee this week, was that housing has gone up dramatically in these last 5 years. Housing is not the only area that has gone up dramatically. Has anybody looked at the significant increase that has taken place in transportation in our automobiles? A car that was $25,000 5 years ago today is over $40,000. Has anybody looked at their food bills? Food bills, for me, just being here individually, which my wife still kind of chuckles at, I can't believe that I'm spending $150 just for me a week. And my wife lets me know that, Rick, probably if you had been over at the state capitol 3 years ago, it had probably been more like $75. So to pick one element of our cost of living and say that we've got to correct that, we are putting all of those individuals in terrible jeopardy. Because if they can, in fact, spend 50%, which I know many people are today, that doesn't make it right. it really doesn't make it right. And to isolate and say this is the only part of our cost of living that has gone up dramatically, with all due respect, folks, that's not a true statement. Transportation's gone up, food's gone up, utilities. Has anybody looked at their utility bills this year? We're asking people to, in fact, get themselves into real financial trouble. And on top of that, we're putting that risk where? On the landlord. How many bills this particular session have we put on the backs of landlords? And this is another one. I know it's bad to say that the banking community had some very serious concerns about that because that's industry. And for some reason, industry is bad. I don't know where that comes from and that thought process comes from. But there were some very significant requests or concerns on this particular subject matter. And they had some ideas. And I hope that that comes up in amendments because 50%, folks, we are putting people in harm's way. And that risk is going to land not only on that family that can't pay for their rent now or can't pay for food, it's also going to sit on the landlords. And that's just not remotely fair. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bottom. Sure, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill seems to be another I hate landlords bill. This bill sets tenants up for failure. It puts them in a position that when they're barely getting by, they're still allowed to rent without saying, hey, this might not be the best option for you right now, or this particular unit might not be the best option. Basically, it requires the tenant to accept them. So, unless, it has to do with a subsidy or something, then in this bill, you're allowed to do the things that the bill's about not allowing to do. And I think, now would be a good time to let the Senate know that they're not completely in charge when it comes to these bills. So I offer Amendment L017 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Would you mind just stating I move when you get a chance? Thank you.
My apologies, Madam Chair. I move L017 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Great, thank you. Give us a second. Okay, to the amendment.
Okay, this amendment lets the Senate know that the House does not take all their bad bills. And this amendment just strikes one line from the bill, but yet it solves the other problems in the bill. So I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L017. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We think it would actually be good to enact the bill, so we're going to ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L17. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment fails. I said it failed, right? Okay. I was going to be like, because I'm going to really gavel. Okay, and the mic's still on. to the bill. And, okay, go ahead, Representative Bottoms.
So again, thank you, Chair. This is I reiterate what my previous colleague said. This is another bill. We've passed so many that are just attacking landlords, attacking people that are actually providing housing for people throughout our state. we need housing so desperately, need it so desperately, and we keep attacking the people that are providing it. This is odd to me. There's a disconnect for me. And so one of the areas in the bill talks about one of the things that cannot be included within the purview of the landlord. And so I'd like to move Amendment 015 and have it properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us 1 second. Okay, L15 is displayed to the amendment.
So the amendment basically just takes out the little, it's just a couple of lines, little tiny section that says that they can't basically require a background check. That is the basic of all business, all industry, everything that we do. Everybody that is selling something of value, of higher value, always gets a background check. Why would we take this off the table for a landlord that is putting all of their resources, all of their land, capital, and space up for the individual without knowing whether the individual will pay? Because that's part of what a background check, not a background, what am I looking for here? Credit check. This is what a credit check will say is, oh, they've done this 6 other times. They moved into places and not paid. Well, landlords should be able to know that. And the only reason that we would not want a landlord to know that is to hurt the landlord. There's not a legitimate, viable reason for this. And so we want to give at least, this bill is another one of the crushing bills that is going to try to put landlords out of business and have less housing, which again, I don't understand. Let's just keep one little sliver of protection for that landlord that they can at least say, hey, is this person going to pay the rent? No, then I don't want them in this space. That's what we're asking here. So I urge an aye vote for Amendment 015.
Representative Froelich. Representative DeGraff.
Phone.
And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative DeGraff, if you would indulge me for 1 second, I want to be sure that we're talking about the bill and what we think it may do and how it may, and the amendment, and how it may affect people. But I hope we do not talk about anybody's intentions and that they want to be hateful or hurtful or harmful. Just want to put that out there for the family. Go ahead, Representative DeGraff. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I'll help you. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That sounds like you've been pugning my motives.
I specifically asked that we
But
be
you're
thoughtful so that we don't do that. I didn't say you, I said we.
The royal we, the royal we. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will try to keep it reined in and not talk about a horse. So I support this because this is another landlords are not just in this, they're in this to make money. They have hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line when they're renting a property. I know property owners that have had renters that they let back in out of the goodness of their heart, and that renter then subsequently did $80,000 worth of damage to a rental unit. Maybe between $70,000 and $80,000. So we'll call it $75,000. So there's an incredible risk for a landlord anytime they allow a person to take over their dwelling, move in their substance, and then live there unmonitored. And landlords have landlords have a fair interest, not just a vested interest, but they have a very fair interest in being able to secure that. So it's perfectly valid that they need to know the nature, the source of their income, if we strike these out, substitute shall not consider or inquire about the prospective tenant's amount of income except for the purposes of rent, except for the purpose of determining the prospective tenant's annual amount of income. Even when I was in the military, we had to prove these things if you were going to rent. It's just a perfectly legitimate ask by the landlords to know that they are going to be paid on a regular basis. So I support this amendment.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I rise in support of this amendment. You know, we've talked a lot all session, I think, about protecting tenants' rights. And gosh, I was a renter before I was able to purchase my first home with my husband, and have had my share of good and bad experiences in that space. I've also been in a position where I rented my home out, and that was not a great experience because I had a friend who was a property manager, and I kind of left it up to them, and they were very friendly with a couple, and that couple rented my house, and I kind of assumed everybody was doing what they were supposed to do, and as it turned out, that wasn't the case. And when I took possession of my property back, it was trashed. It was really bad, to the point where we had to have the carpets, we tried to have the carpets cleaned, but the carpet cleaner indicated, well, I won't go there because it was really gross, and it was not a happy experience. Anyway, it cost me a lot of money to put my house back together, far more than any damage deposit that had been collected. And candidly, that was kind of short. I really am concerned about the fact that there aren't really any guardrails around this. I mean, I get if you're talking about an institutionally held apartment complex where you have 200 units and it's a regular apartment situation, that's one thing. But if you're talking about larger properties, I didn't see where this bill actually differentiated at all. And I feel like there needs to be some better delineation between small dollar, I guess I'll call it, for lack of a better term, rental properties and much larger properties or more expensive properties, because the reality is even if you can collect 2 times the rent for if you're renting a home, which we have a lot of. I mean, we have a huge number of apartment buildings, but we also have a lot of home rentals. And in fact, that has become probably one of the fastest growing rental products out there. I know in Douglas County and in the Denver metro area, we have entire subdivisions that are being built as for rent properties. And that's a very interesting change. It's very telling about where we are in our nation. But this is a typical, okay, I'm moving on. But I think that my concern around this is that when it comes to understanding what the renter, what the tenant is able to pay, that's an important thing. It's also important when it comes to the damage deposit. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Folks, you know, landlords can still consider under this bill arguably more important factors. They can do rental history, they can do a criminal history to the extent that it's already allowed. This bill doesn't change that. They can call all previous landlords for references, and this bill also doesn't change the pursuit of anyone for damages, which under the extraordinary circumstances that have been mentioned, you would have to do in order to recover for damages. So we urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L15? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L15. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
Amendment L15 is lost. To the bill. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 184? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we continue to drive up the price of rentals and make them less available through legislation like this, rent control options, just going through some of the notes by the sponsor. And we are set to serve our constituents, the constituents of Colorado, and 40% of them are renters. And I do get that. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to preserve in this state the option of renting. Because you can't drive out landlords who rent and still have rentals. And landlords, strangely enough, are not bottomless pits of money or goodwill. They're in the business of property rental, strangely enough, to make money. And that is the nature of the free market. The free market, you provide service for service. You provide good for good. You freely provide good for good. This is not freely. But let's look at 184 sets the basic protections of safe, secure, and affordable. Well, safe, secure, and affordable, it might be 100% of those, but 100% of nothing is still nothing. And we already have a lot of landlords that are telling us that they are looking to get out of the rental business. And then you have a previous bill that says, unless you're the state-owned facility, then you can't raise rates. You can't terminate a contract. You can't raise your rent. You can't. So I agree there must be safeguards, but what we really need is safeguards on legislation. We need safeguards on this body. It's not the landlords who are the issue here. The landlords are providing a good for a good. They're providing a service for a service. Now, you might not like that service, and then you're always free to go seek that service elsewhere. But landlords provide a service, and they set a contract, and they said, these are the terms at which I am willing to allow a renter to take over the entire property. Property worth potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars. The landlord is going to turn it over to a tenant based on the signing of a contract for a very partial amount of money. Now, there are renters, there are reasons to rent, and some people will choose to rent over buying because probably somewhere in the 2-year time frame, it makes more sense to rent. It gives you some flexibility. But what you could rapidly do with bills like this is make it where the only option is to buy. We do have safeguards, we do have guardrails on the legislation, and that is our Constitution. And if we look at something like Amendment 5, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor be compelled in any criminal case to be witness against himself. So in the same vein of seriousness, be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. And now we go to, I knew you'd be excited. And then you go to Amendment 14, because they thought it was, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. And how does this bill start? Section 1, this bill does what? It restricts. It restricts a landlord from considering or inquiring about certain information relating to a prospective tenant's rental history. Well, that is 100% relevant to renting a home. You don't invite somebody into your home without knowing who that person is. And now you're requiring them to say, no matter what their rental history is, what they've done, they are being required to enter their home. The bill restricts a landlord from considering or inquiring certain information relating to a prospective tenant's amount of income. Not even source of income, but amount of income. And then we get over here to the maybe potentially why, because you can't ask if the tenant's amount of income except for the purpose of determining that the prospective tenant's annual amount of income equals or exceeds 200% of the annual cost of rent. Now, normally, if you go in to buy a house, and this was the case even when I was in the military, with a guaranteed income, relatively guaranteed income, guaranteed job, orders that went out for a certain amount of time, I was the housing authority, the contracts for buying a house would not allow you to buy a house that exceeded, or at least on the VA loan, that you could not exceed, I think it was about 30% of your income. Why? Because when you're buying the house, when you're renting the property, it doesn't look so bad. It looks something doable. But what else has legislation done? Well, legislation has doubled and tripled the cost of energy. That's just a fact. Legislation has doubled and tripled the cost of energy, which has doubled and tripled the cost of food, which has doubled and tripled the cost of transportation. So now, where rent should be a lower part of your income, it's higher. Why? Well, because the landlords now have a higher cost to do. Why else? Well, because we've tripled the taxation. All of a sudden, these landlords have a bigger tax bill. And then instead of legislators, not us, I wouldn't impugn us, but legislators in general, the corporate, the royal we perhaps, instead of us looking at ways that we could lower these costs for our constituents, we say, no, we're going to spend $500 million on pumping money into a hole in the ground, and then we're going to do it tomorrow for $17 million more. That's how we're helping the constituents of Colorado afford housing. In 2 days, we will legislate pumping $650 million worth of our Colorado constituent money straight into a hole in the ground.
Representative DeGraff, is that to this bill in particular in the fiscal note?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Because it is in the sense that we're talking about why we're having to restrict these. The sponsors have said that we have to constrain the landlords because costs are going up. But the fact is that costs are going up because legislation is driving costs up. And instead of looking at ways to lower costs, we are looking at ways to impose the fallout of bad ideas, and that's not impugning, that's just fact. The fallout of bad ideas onto our constituents who are merely guilty of participating in the free market. Any landlord who violates any of the bill's new prohibitions is subject to an initial penalty of $50, paid to the aggrieved party. The landlord who does not cure this violation is subject to a statutory penalty of $5,000. So while we're doing what? While we're restricting, while we are depriving our constituents, because landlords are also constituents. I know they're apparently not our favorite constituents, but they are constituents. They are being deprived of life, liberty, and property without due process of the law. And then if they don't go quietly along with that, you'll slap them with $5,000 fine. Oh, what is that? That is going to be, how's that going to be done? That's going to be enforced by law enforcement. And what is a specific characteristic of law enforcement? Law enforcement carries...
Representative DeGraff, if we could talk to the bill.
Ma'am, it's right here.
Thank
a
you.
landlord who does not cure the violation is subject to a penalty of $5,000, which would be the enforcement of this law, which would be carried out by law enforcement, and law enforcement carries guns. I'm just going to skip right to that. So this is yet another this is another good intention that is carried out at the barrel of a gun. Establish that a violation of any of the bill's new prohibitions on what? An unfair housing practice. That is a more unfair housing practice is a moral judgment. Something that we're probably not supposed to do in here, or we're told not to do in here. We're not supposed to make moral judgments, yet it's done right here in the synopsis. And what is this prohibition? This prohibition is on the exercise and the use of your property, and it's a prohibition that is absent due process of the law. So it's a quaint old document, but it is one that we took an oath to, we pledge allegiance to every morning. Section 5 requires a landlord to allow a tenant. Our Colorado Constitution specifically forbids favoring one group over another. Yet this bill requires of one to allow another, enforced at the end of a gun. Requires a landlord to allow a tenant to pay a security deposit in monthly installments over a period of time that is equal to half the term of the tenancy. Well, we no longer, because of prior legislation, we no longer know what that period of tenancy is. Because if you sign it's one of our fine law enforcement officers right there. In fact, he carries a gun.
To the bill.
Yes, ma'am. Also prohibits, there's that word again, prohibits a landlord. Let's just call it landowner, property owner, from requiring a tenant, so prohibits from acquiring. So that means you are, now, the way to handle this, really, is to invest in it yourself. And if you want rent to be like next to zero, go buy a property, rent it out for zero. And rent it out for zero. You can always take a loan. Submit a security deposit in an amount that it exceeds the amount of one monthly rent payment under the rental agreement. Well, we've already had 2 stories this morning. How many do you need? Every single one of them? The security deposit is effectively a savings account. Should be in a savings account. When somebody puts that money in, what they have now is called an incentive. They have an incentive to turn that property over in the condition that they accepted it. So it's that $5,000 is no more a cost to them. I mean, it is a nominal cost in the sense that they lose access to it, but it is a savings account. And if the landlord doesn't do that right, that is violating a law. It should be in a separate savings account, not commingled with any other financial, at least as far as anything I remember about it. Establish that a tenant who alleges the tenant's landlord, property owner, has violated or is in violation of state laws concerning unfair housing practice has an affirmative defense against any eviction action. Establish that a tenant who alleges, all they have to do is allege that the property owner has violated or is in violation of any state laws concerning unfair housing practices. We can take that, we can separate that clause out. So we can say, establish that a tenant has an affirmative defense against eviction action. So now again, what does that mean? It means the property owner is forbidden from evicting somebody from that, which means for the amazing low cost of alleging that a landlord has violated or is in violation of any state laws concerning unfair housing practices. So what does that mean? That means the property owner now must go and prove. So this is the tenant alleges. So now the property owner must go and prove. So how are they going to prove, who are they going to prove to that they are not in violation? Who are they going to go prove to that they are not in violation? Because the contingency is, as established by our good folks in OLLS who've done the legal work on this, that it's the person who alleges that the property owner has violated or is in violation of any state laws. So the proof is an allegation. The proof is an allegation, which means now the property owner must go back and somehow prove that they are not in violation, because the allegation gives them the affirmative defense. So that's all they need. So the property owner is now guilty until proven, well, really the property owner will be guilty until even after proven innocent. Because now we go back to previous legislation, and you have the several months where they can't evict somebody for the, I don't know, the pesky little detail of not paying rent. And after they've not paid rent for a while, then you go to arbitration. And after arbitration of 3 months, then maybe you could kick them out if maybe you pay for their rent. But you can't charge them, but you can't have a security deposit that would help cover any of the legislation that has gone here. Now, I understand that the laws of wishful thinking make all this go away, but I think it's important to discuss. So again, we need safeguards on legislation, which was the Constitution when we read that. So 3 times the monthly rent for an income. That just means 3 times the monthly rent just means that your rent will not exceed the prescribed amount of 33% of your monthly income. That's all that means. It's the same way of saying, hey, you should not. And so to eliminate that, what we're doing is we're pushing people into rental situations where they can get in over their head, and then they don't pay their rent, and then they have to go to arbitration, and then they have to file for, then we have to just keep doing this whole process over. Now, what does it mean for renters? Well, yeah, it means they're going to have to find other means. Why? Because the legislation has doubled and tripled the price of everything, because we want to literally pump money into a hole in the ground. Rent has gone up 149%, and income has gone up 35%. That's the nature of inflation. When you take the value of $1 and you subdivide it by causing inflation, real property has a value. That's why corporations were going through and buying up all the housing units they could find, because they were hedging their finances against legislation imposed inflation. So we just keep imposing these higher costs, and instead of reining ourselves in, we pass the cost on to somebody else and say, no, you get to pay for it. You get to pay for it. Because 40% of the people are renters, but it's going to be much less percentage of those. Most of those hold multiple. If 40% are renters, then that means about 10% to 20, maybe 10 to 20% of people are actually property owners that are willing to rent their property. If they own two, if they own an average of two, that would be 20%. So effectively, this is, I can see how this works with appealing to a constituency, because you can effectively say, we are going to supply you with this much money value, we just ask for your vote. Deposit.
That's a little out of bounds. Bring it back to the bill, sir.
Do you think that's impugning?
I think implying that we are exchanging votes for money is what concerns me. So I'd ask to just
Did I imply
continue your
exchanging
conversation.
votes for money? Okay. Chair says I did. Chair says I did impugn and imply that this was an exchange of votes for money, so I will not say that. Deposit limited to twice the monthly rent. Housing voucher equals, that counts towards income. I don't really have a problem with that. Percentage of rent, 40 to 50%. Minimum wage, affordable. Again, we have nobody wants to drive this up, but the legislation is driving up the cost of housing. Further legislation is going to drive down the availability of housing. Somehow, this driving up the cost of everything and then driving down the availability is going to meet someplace in the laws of wishful thinking and come together and say, oh, look at that, we've solved our housing crisis. Why do we not have houses being built? Well, last time I checked, I was told that the houses that were being built are on permits that are over 2 years old. When I looked at getting my electrical panel replaced, the electrician told me the electrical panel, just getting a new electrical panel was a 6-month wait. And that these subdivisions, they're holding up development in the subdivisions because they have to wait on the electrical panels. Then they have to wait on the plumbing. Then they have to wait on the ductwork. And so all of these supplies are being rationed. Thanks, Will. They're being rationed throughout the country. Why? Because of supply chain issues created by the government-imposed pandemic, along with fuel cost increases, along with every single part of this that legislation continues to make worse. But we don't look at legislation, we just look at imposing the symptoms of our legislation, and we look at just imposing that on somebody else, a whipping boy, as it were, somebody to take up the sins of ours. Prove that 3 times rent and income. That just keeps you in a safe position where you're less likely to be evicted. This bill is putting people into a position where they are more likely to be evicted. This reminds me of the time, 20 years ago now, but the banks were required to take loans, make loans for people with low credit scores because it made people feel good to extend the housing market to other people. And what was the result of that? What was the result of those subprime mortgages? Oh yes, complete market failure. That was a legislation-imposed catastrophe. The housing bubble, just like so many things, works great until it fails catastrophically. And what we'll do from legislation here is we'll pass legislation like this, and it'll pass. It's already been predetermined that it'll pass. It will pass, and then it will create another crisis like the one that we have now, that was government created, which is a backlog in supply, which is then driving another crisis of saying, oh, we have to have affordable housing and we can't do it, so we need centralized zoning, we need centralized planning, we need centralized everything. Well, given that the problems for just about every part of our free market has originated from buildings like this, I don't think centralization is a really good idea. We're going to keep pumping money into a hole in the ground. You want rent-free when somebody can't pay their rent. You want arbitration. You want to be able to not raise rent. Now you want to restrict. Now you want to restrict what they can do with their property. You want unending contracts. It just never ends. These are more bills to drive property owners out of profitability. And what are property owners going to do when they're out of profitability? Oh, that's right. They're going to sell, and then we're going to have somebody come in, and then we can have the city come in, or the county municipality come in and take first right of refusal in an eminent domain, and then they can pass that off to a nonprofit organization for donations. More bills to put landlords out of business. Restrict. Paid to the aggrieved party. One thing I notice in all these bills is the landlord is never the aggrieved party. The landlord is, there's no landlord protections. There's no landlord protections in this bill. It's just, and I've rented. I've rented lots of houses. Years on end I've rented houses. If a property owner uses a rental history or credit history as criteria in consideration of an application, they shall not consider any rental history or credit history beyond 7 years. Why? Those are relevant, probably not to the landlord, but why restrict it? If a landlord wants more, if a landlord thinks they need more data, you're asking somebody to turn over. No, well, you're demanding that under the terms offered, terms set by the legislation, that somebody will turn over their property with less than a fraction of the amount of damage that can be done in a weekend. And you're making everything completely unprofitable, and then you want them to stay in business. Well, I'm not sure. But I won't imply that you don't want them to stay in business. I'll get gavelled again. if a landlord uses financial information in the rental as criteria or history of a rental application from a prospective tenant who is seeking to rent with the assistance of a housing subsidy, the landlord shall not consider or inquire about the tenant's what? Amount of income, except for the purpose in determining that the prospective tenant's annual amount of income exceeds 200% of the portion. So how are they supposed to do that? You're just going to ask them and say, do you make 200% of this? Because I can't ask you for a W-2. The only thing I can ask you is about the amount of income. If a landlord uses financial information using rental or credit history as criterion, the rental application from any prospective tenant who is seeking to rent, this is just page after page of restriction. Now what happens if nobody can meet a landlord's requirements for renting a property? What would happen if no one can meet the criteria of a landlord's requirements? No takers. Well, it would mean that the rental would go empty, and the landlord would make no money. The landlord has a good or service desiring to be offered unto the market, and there's no takers. So the landlord would have to, by the free market, engage in something like either asking for less, requiring less of a deposit, maybe allowing pets. I can't imagine a landlord allowing pets after this session. Allowing
Back to
pets.
this bill, please.
Just musing, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I find it amusing. But I take it you're not amused, so I'll move on. But if somebody does meet those requirements, then the place is rented. And we have still solved, and the landlord, under conditions that are completely voluntary to the landlord. So again, under the free exchange of materials, the free exchange of good for good, the property owner has said, I have a property that is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. For a couple $1,000s deposit, for proving that you're able to pay the rent to me on time, then I will let you occupy this property worth hundreds of thousands of dollars for a very small fraction of what it would cost you to own. Because that's why somebody's ultimately renting, because it's less or it's more convenient than it is for them to own. So while we continue to violate the free market, and then we say, well, the free market's not working for people. Well, the free market has the boot of government squarely on its neck. The golden goose of free market has the death grip of legislation trying to get the last egg. Notwithstanding this subject, nothing said subsections precludes a landlord who is receiving funding from a government entity or quasi-government entity or nonprofit organization. All landlords want to do is get paid and have their property taken care of. There's nothing in here that says landlords get paid, their property gets taken care of. What this bill requires, like the previous bills, which we won't muse about, that requires that the landlord might get paid and might have to accept whatever condition that the house is in, might absolutely lose control of the conditions and the time frame of the rent, might never be able to increase the rent, because somebody would effectively be able to move into a property and say, I like this arrangement, I'm going to stay forever. But that's a different bill, Madam Chair. That damage is already done. A violation of subsection, a violation. Let's go back to this. A violation. In all criminal cases, the accused person has the right to a speedy and public trial, impartial jury at the state and district where the crime was committed. This district must be previously determined by law. So now we have this violation, which is the individual, the property owner, executing. You have a property owner that is exercising their freedom in terms of their property, in their former freedom, because the just powers of this building are derived from the consent of the governed. So if you have the just powers of this body derived from the consent of the governed, in terms of securing the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, where does restrict, violate, prohibit, where do those come from? Those come from the unjust powers. Those, by definition, are unjust powers of the legislation. This bill is all about unjust powers. In the name of social justice, we will undo unjust powers. That's just by definition. That's not impugning. That's just definitions. So once again, we are going to take property owners and we're going to tell them, you're not welcome here in Colorado because we think you make too much money. We think you're operating in the free market when what you should be doing is providing charity. There are charities. Now, charity that's conscripted charity is just coercion. It's not charity at all. This bill is not charity. This bill is an imposition. This bill is a good intention that's not a good idea, as evidenced by that it's enforced at the barrel of a gun. Lots of guns. By law enforcement who carry guns. I don't know why everybody bristles when I say enforced at the barrel of a gun. All of the laws that you prevent in here are enforced at the barrel of a gun. That's the nature of a law. That's the nature of law enforcement.
Representative DeGraff, thank you for the commentary. I just do think that people think civil infractions aren't necessarily carried out by law enforcement. But if you could return to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ultimately, they are. Ultimately, they are. I could what? We could just delete this bill. That would be a good trade. I would be willing to wrap it up right now for a removal of this bill from the backs of free market enterprise in Colorado. That would be a trade I would make right now. That's not happening. Restrict, prohibit, 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 sound like a frog, violate, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I impugned myself with that one. I impugned myself. I have nothing but shame and contempt for myself after that.
Oh, that's not necessary, but it was a wonderful observation that we will not forget.
Madam Chair, I'm pretty sure that we'll be hearing a lot more prohibits as this goes on. It is unfair, it is unlawful, it is prohibited. This bill is securely in the realm of executing unjust powers, and the reason that we have these just powers is to prevent going out into tyranny. We have a small box of just powers that we're allowed to work within. It's an oath that we've taken. Inside that box, we prevent legislating into tyranny. That out-of-the-box thinking that everybody wants so badly is driving us straight into tyranny. It is driving our economy further underwater. The economy needs help. This is not help. The rental market needs help. This is not help. The only thing that makes this law work is the laws of wishful thinking. No matter what the sponsor comes up and says, the laws of wishful thinking are the only thing that make this even viable. And last time I checked, the laws of wishful thinking were not a real thing, at least in calculus. I highly, for the sake of continuing rental property and property owners in well, I guess that's under attack as well, but that's probably a different bill that's coming up soon. Another bill that's coming up soon. So as we continue to attack property owners with bills like this, I think we should reflect that that is making the problem worse. Now, with all of the history of making the problem worse like this, I would agree with the sponsors, because I'm sure they will tell me that there are no unintentional consequences. And I will agree that the consequences of this bill will not be unintentional.
Representative Mabry.
This is to the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you, my friend.
Members, I am very excited to support Senate Bill 184. And in speaking in support of this bill, I want to remind folks about how much it costs to rent a one-bedroom apartment in Denver. Now, this number changes month to month, but I just looked up the average cost of a one-bedroom apartment on apartments.com. The average one-bedroom apartment right now is going for $2,072 a month. So that's $24,864 a year. 200% of that is $49,728. Teachers, first-year teachers in Denver, make about $43,000 a year. And so teachers would not be able to qualify for the average one-bedroom apartment even if we pass this bill. So the idea in committee, we heard that nobody in Colorado is living in a place that costs, where they're spending more than 30% of their income on their rent. We know mathematically that this cannot be the case. This cannot be the case. If teachers are making $43,000 a year and 200% of the average one bedroom is $49,000 a year. A first-year teacher mathematically could not rent the average one-bedroom apartment. You have to make $29 an hour if you work 40 hours a week to rent the average one-bedroom apartment. I see this in my work every day. I have tenants who are working 2, 3 jobs to try to scrape by. And so this bill is critical if we're talking about reducing barriers to people accessing housing. I also just want to note, it was a while ago that this was mentioned, but our colleague from El Paso County said that the burden of proof that they're going to be guilty until they're proven innocent with the affirmative defenses. That is not actually how an affirmative defense works. The burden of proof is on the person that is asserting an affirmative defense to prove that the conditions have been met. So then the court has a reason not to evict them under this statute. And so it's actually the opposite. They are innocent until the tenant proves that they are guilty of something that would trigger the right to an affirmative defense. That is due process under the law. So members, I am proud to support this legislation. I thank the co-prime sponsors for bringing it. It will help teachers, cooks, nurses, working people find housing in this state.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L018 and ask that it be properly displayed.
This bloody copy.
Okay, L18 has been moved and properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again. Again, I think this is a very straightforward amendment which could be adopted fairly simply to help the bill move forward. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L18? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L18. Actually, Representative Garcia?
Yes, just please vote no because this damages the bill. So please vote no on this amendment.
Okay. On that note, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L18. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say no.
No.
The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative DeGraff.
Anybody? Who keeps messing this thing up? All right. I missed that must. That is also a prohibition, Madam Chair.
I got that, but it has to be prohibit.
Thank you. Thank you. The audience got it as well, so I appreciate the, just didn't care. Okay. I just wanted to speak to the teacher salary. Yes, that's a problem. Probably somewhere around 40% goes to administrative and overhead. We have tried to move that bar where teachers get paid more and we have less administration. That goes nowhere. $49,000, yes, that used to be a great salary. That's part of the problem whenever you have inflation. What happens is with inflation, all of the price of everything goes up faster than income. Eventually, there'll be things to income to help them, and then when you say that tenants are working 2 or 3 jobs, that's a fact also. And I talked about that the other day with 18 April or later, with about 30% of people's income being paid in taxes. 30% of their income is being paid in taxes. So there's something that this bill doesn't take into account, that maybe the legislation should say something about make sure that no more than, 10% of people's income is being used in taxes. Because what if you say 30% of their income is being taken in taxes, and then you say 50% of their income can be in rent? Now you're down to 30% of their income. And what does that 30% of their income have to be used for? It has to be used for energy. It has to be used for food. It has to be used for transportation. And those things have all tripled. So one thing about solving problems, not that there's any interest in that, but one thing about solving problems is that you should do it in your lane. Some of you have heard, you should have all heard, stay in your lane. Our lane is making laws and excising taxes by law enforcement with guns to pay for our good intentions.
Representative DeGraff, if you could talk to the bill.
Ma'am, I'm talking to what the sponsor was talking to the bill. With teacher salary, $49,000. We're talking about taxes being 30%. We're talking about changing the rent here to make sure it's less than 50%, or up to 50%. We are looking at encouraging people to be in a default. Now, what does that mean about Denver? Well, currently that means about Denver has reached what's called a carrying capacity. That Denver has reached a carrying capacity, and at this point, as much as we would like to, Denver is full. Colorado is full, essentially. Until the backlog that's imposed by legislation is resolved. So you can't take the problems, you can't impose, well, no, I'm sorry, you can and do impose the problems, impose the symptoms of the problems that you've created onto a small group of our constituents just because they represent a smaller fraction of voters. The thing about a republic protects the individual from the masses. A democracy feeds him to it. This is appealing to democracy, to the mob rule. And I appreciate my legal colleague's case where the affirmative defense, and that's why we have these discussions up here. It would be helpful if we had less legislation to pass so we could have more meaningful conversation, because it's always a surprise to our constituents that we will consider 600-700 bills in a 120-day period, roughly 5, 6, 7, 8 bills per day, laws that will go on the books to be enforced. But I'm pretty sure that those allegations still drive a court case, and they still drive the need to prove innocent. The person has to prove guilty, but the property owner is also, and you can correct me again if I'm wrong, I would appreciate that, because this is all about education. So if there is an allegation, and I'll make sure I read it correctly, establish that a tenant who alleges that the tenant's property owner has violated or is in violation of any state laws concerning unfair housing practices, doesn't even necessarily have to be in regards to that individual's case, has an affirmative defense against an eviction action. So correct me if I'm wrong, to my legal colleague, I don't know where you're from, we all represent all of Colorado, has an affirmative defense against an eviction action. So what we're talking about, and you did mention due process, there is the due process, and the due process does involve court. Oh, there's my legal colleague, so maybe he can,
To the bill.
speaking of a positive defense, without calling his name. So we're talking about due process. So either way, a landlord, a property owner, by the allegation, by the nature of an allegation of violating a law, is going to have to provide a defense against the allegation. Now, hopefully, the tenant has to actually prove something, but they've made the allegation, they've dragged someone into court, and now you're at the risk. Now that property owner is going to be at the risk of just by nature of the allegation, will be at risk. So even though there is a due process system, that property owner is still at risk. That property owner will still incur legal costs. Who's going to pay those legal costs? Who's going to pay the legal costs that are incurred by this legislation? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller's going to pay for the legal costs, apparently. So we've set this up for property owners who are allowing their property to be used at great risk to themselves, to be exposed to default. And then the recourse for the default, all that has to be is an allegation that there is a violation of unfair housing practices, at which point the property owner gets hauled into court to go through the due process. How long will that take? Well, let's see. You're supposed to have a speedy trial according to Article 6, Sixth Amendment, rather, Amendment 6. Is it going to be a speedy trial, or are they just going to drag it out? How much is it going to cost? You're going to have to retain a lawyer. You're going to have to talk to a lawyer about your defense. How are you going to prove that negative? Why on earth, and this is something I'm seriously asking myself, why on earth would anybody want to be a property owner offering their property to rent for rent in Colorado? Why? I mean, we have 50% of a little over 50% of the population that voted for the majority. So there should be a ton of property owners out there that want to do this, and we're saying that this is going to make it better. So the free market should respond to this and say, this is a great idea, and the free market should be taking this on. But again, this is not a good, this good intention is not a good idea, as evidenced by the fact that it is backed by guns. Lots of prohibitions, lots of renter protections, and those are, I'm all for protecting the renters, but I'm ultimately trying to protect the renters from being unhoused. Because there's not, I just don't know how, the rental market is going to sustain itself. It's not going to sustain itself. This legislation is killing it. Not killing it in a good way, like you're killing it. I'm just saying, no, seriously, you're killing it. I cannot emphasize strongly enough what an incredibly bad idea this bill is in the list of bad ideas that have come before legislation. And that list is endless, as we've seen. But at least stop the bleeding someplace. This would be a good place to stop the bleeding for property owners and just say no. Maybe let them retain a little bit of blood. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Thank you. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
1 second, Representative Wilson. Members, thank you for keeping it down. Representative Wilson.
So, this bill calls for 200%, not to exceed 200% of the income of the individual that's applying to rent a property from the tenant. And the average, or what the standard is about 300%. Now, apparently, we're supposed to give some sort of trophy to the Senate to making it up to 200% when the standard is 300%. But you know what? I'm willing to say, hey, they did something. But I think we need to try to get a little closer there. So with that, I move Amendment L013 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L013 has been moved and properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned, this amendment moves the percent that the landlord can look at. It actually protects the tenant. Now, we hear these stories about, teachers don't make enough to do this. Well, those of us who have been there had to work hard, get roommates, do all this other stuff. We didn't have quite the student loans they have nowadays, but that's a whole separate conversation. And of course, like others have mentioned, we don't pay our teachers enough. But you have to do, whether you have to get a roommate or have to live in another area, those things are difficult. That's part of life. Life can be a struggle. So this actually protects the tenant from getting into a situation that they might not be able to afford, they might not be able to get out of. It actually protects their credit for the future, because if you can manage your If you can manage your rent and stay on the right track, then in the future you're better off. It's just, it's a known fact. It's how it works. So I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L013.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L013? Representative Bottoms.
I also agree. I think this is a good amendment. We need to take this, making sure I'm saying it right. We need to take this down from 200 to 50. And I think I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Froelich.
We asked for a no vote. Thank you.
Okay, a division has been called. Okay, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L13. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor, if we are ready. Okay. All of those in favor of Amendment L13, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until a count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. L13 is lost. To the bill, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, that was a close one. We were on the right track. But in this bill, it applies the same standards for individuals who are renting through a subsidy or a voucher or some sort of housing program. It requires the landlord to hold the same standard there as it does to the regular market, which the two situations are completely different, and I think that's obvious. So I think it would be best to change regular market and just common, contracts between two people that should be up to the two people versus up to the legislator. I think it would be appropriate to change that part of this bill back to the original, the standard, the 300% of the rent that, like I said, is used everywhere except for in this bill. So with that, I move L016 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Amendment L16 has been moved and properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, like I said, this amendment only applies to the area that a regular market is. Still protects those in the vouchers or special housing programs, keeps them at the lower level, and just allows those that are outside to use the higher level. Again, protecting the tenant, protecting the landlord. We were kind of built on the idea of consensual agreements on contracts. This is kind of leaning that way. So I ask for an aye vote on 016.
The question before us is the passage. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deja vu all over again. Tried this in the Senate. We asked for a no vote.
Okay, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L16. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 184. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. The bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 268.
260.
Oh, they did? 266. Okay, please read the title to Senate Bill 266.
Senate Bill 266 by Senators Priola and Hawkes Lewis, also Representatives Brown and Kipp, concerning a requirement that the Commissioner of Agriculture designate neonicotinoid pesticides as limited use pesticides.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 266.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colorado ranks 5th in the nation for bee diversity, hosting 946 native bee species. Bees and pollinators are critical to our food system, and 1 in every 3 bites of food we eat depends on pollinators, things like apples, blueberries, cauliflower, strawberries. But scientists have been learning more and more about what's putting our pollinator populations at risk. And neonicotinoid pesticides is one of them. This bill strikes the right balance between protecting our pollinators and preserving these particular chemicals for use in agricultural and other areas. So we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Kipp.
Thank you, and I really appreciate joining Representative Brown on this bill, and I really appreciate that he is defending cauliflower, because I think that's really important. But in addition to that, we really are trying to protect our pollinators here in Colorado. Most of you know, if you've been here before, that I am like the pollinator person. We have a pollinator license plate now in Colorado, and we are really excited to take this next step, because what neonicotinoid pesticides do is they interfere with basically the nervous system of the pollinators and they confuse them and make them less likely to be able to thrive, to eat, to do anything. So we've obviously exempted a few important products here, like pet care products, or we want people to be able to come in and get your bed bugs out of your home, that type of thing. Wood coating products, those aren't going to hurt pollinators, veterinary products. So there are a few exceptions in this bill that we think are very reasonable, and we think that everybody should love pollinators, so we hope that you will support this bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 266? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 266 and ask that it properly be displayed.
The amendment is properly moved and displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. We heard this bill in committee. I'd like to thank the bill sponsors for working with me on this. We were set up for a really big fight on this. The reason is they're going to take some of this out of retail stores, and we want people to be able to get to the shelves and get the things they need to make their quality of life better. It's adding indoor pest control product, but the main ones were the bait products and the fly strips. We just wanted to make sure that, the people that need to get this stuff the most are able to get it. Fortunately, I live in a small community where we have a co-op. I could run down the road to the co-op and be able to get these things, But for people that live, especially in the inner city, I think it'd be a lot harder for them to find them than just not be able to just, walk up to the shelf and be able to see it. And we just want them to be able to deal with the issues that they have and their quality of life be just as good as those people that do know where to find these things. So my urgent aye vote, and I'd like to thank you again for considering this. Thank you so much.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the partnership with my colleague. And we had anticipated that some of this additional clarity would go into the rulemaking, but adding this clarity isn't a problem, so we would ask for an aye vote, and we appreciate the partnership. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Representative Holtor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, I want to thank the bill sponsors. I want to thank their consideration on these finer points, because I'm telling you, I see more of this session than I've seen in a lot of sessions, and I think we come up with a better product when we do this. This magic down here. So I really am thankful for the grace and consideration. It goes a long ways, and I'm glad we're working together more than I've seen in the last 3, down in the well, on second. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your leadership, and God bless all of you.
I'm going to ask for this. Okay, the question before us is the passage of L3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment passes to the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 266. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, the bill passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 172.
Senate Bill 172 by Senators Winter F. and Gonzalez, also Representatives Weissman and Bacon, concerning protections for Colorado workers against discriminatory employment practices and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move Senate Bill 172 and the committee report from Appropriations.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. Members, because this is a Senate bill, it already went through the Senate Appropriations Committee and there was already an appropriations clause on the bill. We actually made just a small adjustment to that this morning in House Appropriations, decreased by a little bit the amount for one department. We ask for your support of the Appropriations report.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that my co-prime sponsor, the good representative from Northeast Denver, and I would both like to make some comments of a general nature about what's going on here. But I did want to just deal with a small cleanup item before we do that, just so it does not get lost in the shuffle. And I am just looking for the amendment packet here. Oh, nope, sorry, we got it here.
Thank you.
Just to get the details out of the way, Madam Chair, we move Amendment 31 to Senate Bill 172.
That is a proper motion, and would you like it properly displayed?
Yes, I ask for it to be displayed, please.
Thank you. Amendment L31 is properly displayed. To the amendment.
Okay.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Really just a technical adjustment. This deals with the appropriations section of the bill. For most departments, we appropriate things out of the general fund. This deals with language in the Department of Transportation, part of the appropriations section of the bill. As members probably know, there's not a lot of general fund that moves through the Department of Transportation. The more appropriate thing to have stated back in Senate Appropes was that their cost is to come from the State Highway Fund rather than the general fund. That's all we're doing in L31. We ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L31? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L31. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L31 is adopted. Representative Bacon.
Thank you. Members, we are excited to present to you Senate Bill 172, otherwise known as Protecting Opportunities and Workers' Rights. Members, you may not have known, but consistently in our past, there has been case law that says if one is to be able to claim that they have been harassed, the standard to determine that harassment is what we used to call severe and pervasive. And even though we have come a long way in the last couple of years in being bold and brave to talk about harassment that takes place in the workplace, we still need to do some work because that standard that I just mentioned is so high, in fact, so severe and so pervasive of a standard that it makes it very difficult to claim harassment in some of the most egregious cases. And so we wanted to be able to provide examples to you of what would not have been considered harassment given how high a bar that was. So in a case within our own circuit court, so that's in the federal system, we have heard women claim that they have been grabbed, they have been asked what they dream about, they have been asked what they're wearing under their clothes, they have been asked to stay the night in hotel rooms. And according to our courts, given that standard, all of those incidents were not considered harassment. And so what this bill primarily does is it changes that standard here in Colorado. Instead of saying that harassment, or I'm sorry, those actions need to be severe and pervasive, instead we have defined the term harassment. We have modernized it. And so the bill eliminates the excessive, severe, and pervasive hostile work environment requirements and replaces them with the clear standards for harass and harassment. This standard will consider the totality of circumstances, including whether the conduct would be offensive to a reasonable person within the same or similar protected class characteristics. And so for those of you who just loved going to law school, you may get this. But for those of you who may not have, harassment pretty much comes down to a few things that you have to be able to say, do, and prove. The first is someone has to intend to harass you, and in this case, particularly because of your identity, whether it is your gender, your expression of your gender, your race, religion, and a few others more. The second thing that has to happen in this space of law is you have to tell your supervisor about it. Your supervisor then has to be able to make a change, or what we call cure, and if that cure doesn't happen, then you can proceed on with your case, whether it's with the EEOC or ... down to court. And so this law, the bill that we're bringing forward to you, doesn't change much of that, although it does change the definition of harassment. It also puts on the table what it is that employers have to do to be able to cure or address the issue. And in doing so, we also set up an affirmative defense for employers in that if they provide some of the things in this bill, like a program to address the harassment or a policy to address the harassment, they can use that as an affirmative defense if someone still claims that harassment. There are a few other things that this bill does. It modernizes non-disclosure agreements, which means if someone cannot sign away their harassment. And so if someone has been harassed and they've signed an NDA, this removes that except for a few things when it comes to, for example, if settlements have been paid. It also adds to the categories or status to which you could be harassed as your marital standard. It expands protections for people with disabilities by stating that if the disability, it permits employers to no longer discriminate against covered individuals with disabilities if the disability has a significant impact on the job. So instead, what we propose in this bill is that that disability cannot get in the way with the core functions of the job. And the last thing that it does, again, is to be clearer on what employers can expect in the process of dealing with harassment. So members, I look forward to the conversation we will have, and I'd like to turn it over to my co-prime sponsor.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm going to try to not add, not duplicate the amazing overview given by my co-prime, the good assistant majority leader from Denver. But members, I want to provide a little bit of history here. The concept of severe or pervasive as a standard in workplace harassment and sexual harassment goes back to a 1986 Supreme Court case. And that case was, in some respects, a big step forward at the time, nearly 40 years ago. But at least in Colorado, the applicable legal standard has frozen in time and continues to permit, up to the circuit level, some really, frankly, hideous, deeply bothersome workplace conduct that you can read about in reported opinions, that you can talk to attorneys who deal in these cases about. So the core of the bill is to, frankly, catch our law up to modern times, modern mores, modern notions of what is and is not acceptable in a workplace. So throughout the bill, including in the legislative declaration, we specifically reject the outdated, frankly, anti-worker, anti-woman, anti-other severe or pervasive standard. I do want to hit a little bit more on some of the technical aspects that have been very, very carefully worked out over in the Senate, because they may respond to some concerns that other members might want to raise. Again, in the deck, we specifically reject the severe or pervasive standard as applicable in our CADA, Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act. Most of the action in the bill is really in what is numbered Section 4 in the re-engrossed. We do add marital status throughout. Reason for that is already found as a protected status in other parts of CADA. It is missing in employment. So we add it there for the sake of consistency. Having rejected the severe or pervasive standard, we set forth a new standard, a new definition that's in subsection 1.3 to hit a few key things. As has been the case, it continues to be the case, that for a harassment claim to be made out at the Civil Rights Division, there has to be causality. The behavior complained of has to be because of somebody's membership or perceived membership in a protected class. Another key thing, and this is unusual, but frankly it is there as something of a, I don't know, a consideration, if you will, for employers. Conduct complained of has to be both subjectively offensive to the individual, that means in our own mind and experience, and in addition, objectively offensive to the legal notion of the reasonable individual who is a member of the same class. So just to use myself as an example, if something anti-Semitic happens at the workplace, I have to assert and prove up by a preponderance that I find it offensive, me, Mike Weissman, and it also has to be established to be offensive to, somebody of the comparable class, another person of Jewish ancestry. And in that example, you have to prove up both before a claim can proceed. As Madam Assistant Majority Leader noted, there is a totality of the circumstances review. This is to try to capture, I think, two things at once. One, the nuance and the subtlety of some of these workplace situations that can be very harmful and very corrosive to individuals going through them, and at the same time, to encompass that a single incident may not necessarily rise to problematic harassment. It really all has to be looked at together. It's worth noting a little bit about the affirmative defense. There has been an affirmative defense in case law for, I think, going on 25 years, arising out of some Supreme Court decisions. We try to set it forth and make it a little bit more clear here. The way that an affirmative defense operates, if the employer proves that up by a preponderance, then the burden shifts back to the complainant, plaintiff, if you will. That is a way for the employer to show that steps were taken and to potentially not be held liable and to not have consequences under this process, and we can possibly get more into that. We did hit on non-disclosure agreements. Frankly, since the Me Too era broke in 2017, there's been a lot of discussion about this because these kinds of agreements in an employment contractual context can frankly suppress a lot of information from the public sphere. They can have a chilling effect. Frankly, they can impede progress. They can impede reform that ought to be happening in the workplace. The language in the bill does not 100% bar them, but it takes a careful look at what ought and ought not to be in them. Lastly, we have some language on record-keeping requirements at the end of the bill. I want to note for members who might have been following this all along, in a prior version of the legislation, the record-keeping was an element of the affirmative defense. There was a negotiation, a concession, if you will, made in the Senate. It is no longer an aspect or an element of the affirmative defense. An employer need not prove up the record-keeping requirements or elements in order to assert that affirmative defense that we just spoke of. It is instead an independent requirement. Frankly, the bigger employers who are better advised by HR professionals, who are better advised by legal counsel, are probably doing a lot of this kind of thing anyway. You know, this bill is the culmination of at least a 3-year effort that has gone through the judiciary committees of this legislature. We didn't get there in 2021, and there was a small interim step dealing with some aspects that aren't really before us in the bill today in 2022. Along the way, there has been extensive discussion with, I think, some of the top employment lawyers on both sides, frankly, in the state of Colorado that has brought this bill to a place where it was. Frankly, there was very little record objection in House Judiciary when we heard this bill the other day. That's because most of the concerns of the large business organizations that have been involved in these discussions in the past were responded to. And I appreciate their engagement with us and our Senate prime sponsors and other advocates of this legislation. You know, members and Madam Chair, I do want to note there's sort of a special appropriateness that we consider this legislation on second reading on what we recognized this morning as Denim Day. You know, that is, when we talk about sexual assault, that is a crime that is dealt with separately here. This goes through a regulatory process. But the common element, I think, is offenses against autonomy, offenses against dignity, things that are in the nature of control and objectification and dehumanization based on one's gender or other protected statuses that are called out in CADA. I think it is high time that we do this. I'm very grateful to our Senate sponsors and everyone who's worked with us on getting this legislation to this point. This is going to be a gigantic step forward for a lot of people in the workplace in Colorado who just want to deploy their skills in the workplace, contribute to the enterprise that they're a part of, earn a living, support their family, and not suffer inappropriate behavior or conduct at the workplace simply because of the identities that they carry. I think everybody has the right to expect no less than this in our state in 2023, and we ask for your support on Senate Bill 172.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 172? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, when we heard this bill in committee, there's a couple of places in my mind I kept going back to. Obviously, the first is, of course, we want to protect our employees. Of course, we want to make sure that we have positive, safe environments where people can go work, where they can go do their job. They can do what it is that they were hired to do, signed up to do, however it was that they came to be in that place of employment. You know, I think the sponsor, I appreciated his turn of phrase, and so I wrote it down. The sponsor spoke to the nuance and the subtlety of some of these workplace situations. And that was the place that I kept going back to in my head as we were working through this piece of legislation in committee, is that nuance and that subtlety, and the fact that those nuances and those subtle details often have so many far-reaching consequences and implications when one is talking in the context of an employment situation. So in that very worthy and that very laudable goal of a harassment-free workplace, we also have to have an eye to that nuance and that subtlety to make sure that the policy, that the particular piece of legislation is actually accomplishing those goals here. So as we read through the bill, page 3, it talks about all Coloradans should have an equal opportunity to succeed in the workplace and are entitled to a workplace that is safe and free from discrimination and harassment based on their protected status. Absolutely. Completely agree with that, that part of the bill. But then it continues on, and it talks about when employees have a safe workplace that's free from discrimination and harassment, they're more productive and more inclined to remain in their jobs. That's also true, but I think that's part of where the nuance and the subtlety of this starts to come in. Because you see, jobs, as we all know, so much of that job is built on the personal interactions, the personal relationships that are formed in that
work group, that team, that whatever particular piece of terminology is used to describe that group of individuals who come together to accomplish a mission that, you know, quite often in the way most of these jobs and our economy is structured, they're accomplishing these things as a group of people working together to achieve a common goal. They're not accomplishing these particular items as individuals. And so you have an interplay of individuals, but also group dynamics. And that group dynamic, that ability to bring together a group of individuals and coalesce them into a well-functioning team, work group, you know, whatever it is that you want to call it, there's a lot of different factors. There's a lot of nuance, there's a lot of subtlety that goes into accomplishing that. And so when we talk about making sure that we have productive employers, high retention, yes, absolutely. Ensuring that there's a harassment-free workplace is an absolutely critical part of that. But I think there's also components of that team building, components of that bringing together of a group of individuals that, I don't know if that subtlety is completely represented in this bill. So on page 9, it talks about if there's the harassment, it defines harassment. Any sort of unwelcoming physical, verbal conduct, written, pictorial, you know, it goes through a lot of different components of the definition of harassment here. As a result of a individual's membership or perceived membership in a protected class, so those are all your protected classes: race, religion, ethnicity, origin, all of those different things. And then here's the concern that I have, which conduct is, it says, subjectively offensive to the individual. Okay, I get that, because individuals, we're all gonna have our own subjective perceptions of what is and what is not offensive, what is and what is not harassing. But then it also talks about that conduct also has to be objectively offensive to a reasonable individual who is a member of the same protected class. And so that's the part where I start to scratch my head a little bit, because the question that I ask myself, having been a supervisor, having spent pretty much my entire adult life trying to foster positive working environments, trying to build situations where folks can come together to accomplish whatever the goal it was that we were trying to accomplish, when I read language like this, the question that I think to myself is, does this unite or does this divide? Because when I'm pulling together a group of individuals, whether it's cops or pilots or soldiers or code enforcement people or any of the other numbers of different work groups that I've supervised, the fact of the matter is I'm pulling together people from all walks of life, and I'm pulling together people from all different backgrounds. And so part of having that discussion about what is subjectively and objectively offensive, a lot of that conversation, it revolves around making sure that we have exchanges of information between these different groups, between these different protective classes, and that we're learning about each other. We're learning what are those issues that are potentially offensive to one protective class that maybe I, not having membership in that class, either do or don't know about. And so when those conversations are had, you know, I used to tell my employees when we were working together, I was like, look, folks, we want to have fun in this job. We're going to have fun. We're going to take care of each other. We're not going to do any bad stuff. But at the end of the day, we also probably don't want HR watching over our shoulder 100% of the time, because sometimes you can't have those honest communications as human beings if every single thing that you say has to be 100% HR approved. And so when I read language like that, the question that I have is, does this facilitate bringing together a team? Does this facilitate that open and honest dialogue to where individuals from separate and different backgrounds and separate and different groups can actually have honest conversations about the strengths and the diversity and what makes those groups strong and what those groups' particular sensitive points are? Or does this set up a situation where if you flip the page over to 10, and I appreciate the language here on page 10, it talks about petty slights, minor annoyances, and lack of good manners do not constitute harassment unless, and then it goes through, as the sponsors had talked about, the totality of the circumstances. And I guess that's where part of my concern with this comes from, is when you're pulling together a team, when there's a work group, when you have a group of employees that are coming together, that are going through that forming, storming, norming, performing process in order to accomplish whatever the mission is of their particular employer, whether that's making pizzas at Pizza Hut, whether that's keeping a city safe and law enforcement and everything in between, you're always going to have some interpersonal friction between those individuals. And so I want to make sure that this bill is striking the appropriate balance to where that interpersonal friction that occurs between those individuals, those petty slights, those minor annoyances, and that lack of good manners is not immediately and automatically assumed to go into the realm of harassment, which is then going to trigger all of the very formal policies and procedures of this bill. Because when that happens, when every petty slight, minor annoyance, and lack of good manners can't be handled, as we used to say in the military, at the lowest possible level, when these issues can't be worked out between human beings as co-workers, as adults, then you have a situation where, to my previous question, does this unite or does this divide? I have concerns based on personal experiences where the perennial threat of always having, for those larger employers or entities that have HR departments, always having the perennial threat of HR having to put under the microscope every communication that might have occurred between individuals, that doesn't pull the team together. That sets up a situation where everybody, we call them note takers. Everybody's taking notes, everybody wants to document everything, everybody is so concerned about not offending that team never forms. We had a phrase, teamwork is based on a healthy reciprocal IOU flow that's not carefully tabulated. Healthy reciprocal IOU flow that's not carefully tabulated. In other words, everybody helps out everybody pulls together. Everybody can think of a time where somebody maybe stopped talking so that somebody else could go home at a more timely manner. because maybe that individual helps somebody else out. You have that reciprocal IOU flow. But it's also not carefully tabulated, because if I'm sitting there going, well, I've helped you out 3 times and you've only helped me out 2 times, well, then you have a breakdown of that team. And so my concern with the language of this bill is that it potentially sets up a situation in which, in an effort, a very worthy effort, an effort that I completely support, because harassment does have no place in the workplace. And I will say that again, harassment has no place in the workplace. Period, end of story. But the mechanism by which harassment is rooted out of the workplace has to balance appropriately the ability for individuals with all of their bumps and elbows and rough spots from different backgrounds, having membership in different groups, they have to have enough freedom and enough ability to be able to work these things out together as adults before it triggers a formal legislatively prescribed process like what we're looking at here. And so as I read through this bill, the one thing that kept standing out to me more than anything else, based on the fact that since I was 20 years old, I've been in a supervisory position responsible to someone, for other people, and subject to all of the anti-harassment training and regulations that we have, which is a good thing. But the phrase that always stood out to me is supervisor liability. Supervisory liability. It means I am, as a supervisor, responsible for all of the stuff that happens in my work group. And it's an important thing to have. We've got to have supervisory liability, because that's what ensures that we have good bosses, good supervisors who are actually implementing these programs. But as I read through this bill, what I thought to myself is, oh my goodness, I'm concerned that I, as a, in my old jobs, would be incurring even more liability I'm concerned that I'd be incurring even more liability under this piece of legislation because of how low it lowers the bar for a harassment complaint to be substantiated. And like I said, I completely agree with the goal of the sponsors. We don't want harassment in the workplace. We have no room for harassment in the workplace. But if you have the bar for a harassment complaint to formally move forward set too low, you also remove the ability of individuals to be able to work through these issues on their own, absent having a large, formal, legal process imposed on them. Moving on to page 11 here. Going as fast as I can, I promise. I didn't write the bill. Talk to the sponsors about how many pages there are. Page 11. Again, this is tying into that supervisory liability. It talks about when an employee proves that a supervisor unlawfully harassed that employee. So again, totally agree with that. That's bad. You've got multiple chains of supervision in some of these larger entities. 5, 6, 7 levels up and down the chain of command. So you can have employees. You can have employers that aren't potentially at the top of the totem pole or the bottom, they're somewhere in the middle there, that are incurring liability for things that they might not have had direct knowledge of. Now, the employer can assert an affirmative defense to that harassment claim, and then it goes through a whole list of things that they have to prove for that affirmative defense. When I saw that, the word that stood out to me was affirmative defense, because for an employer, what an affirmative defense means is that you already had to spend a lot of money to get to court to be able to present that affirmative defense. So if an employer is trying to do the right thing that it talks about on pages 11 and 12 here, if they have established a program that's designed to prevent that harassment and all of the things that that program needs to do, if they take prompt and reasonable action to investigate and address allegations of harassment, and if they're taking prompt and immediate remedial actions, that employer can still be summoned into court where they have to then spend time, effort, and money in order to be able to present and assert their affirmative defense that despite trying to do the right thing, that something happened, and that all of their internal policies, processes, and procedures in this case would not be enough to shield them from having to spend a lot of time, effort, and money in order to be able to protect themselves, even if they're doing the right thing. I could go on about this for a long time, but out of consideration for that healthy reciprocal IOU flow for colleagues, I will yield the well to another colleague to speak. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm almost scared to death to come here right now. I think there's a simple explanation for this, but just let me say a couple of things and then ask a question. We use non-disclosure agreements in business for particular reasons. One of the most important is that we have intellectual property that we have to protect at all costs, and we need to make sure our employees or prospective employees know that we are going to do everything in our power, everything in our power to protect our intellectual property. The second thing we always want to protect when it comes to non-disclosure agreements is critical confidential information of the corporation. That could be customer information, that could be vendor information, and so on and so forth. My concern as I read this particular section on non-disclosure, if it is strictly about unfair employment practice or discriminatory practices, I don't have a particular problem with this. But if it's on non-disclosure agreements as a whole, there are sections in here that scare me to death because I'm not going to share a settlement agreement with somebody's pastor or their mental health folks, et cetera, et cetera. So it may be as simple as a question, how far are you trying to take this non-disclosure? Because it is worrisome.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate the opportunity to clarify. We are in the context of workplace harassment based on protected classes. Very much appreciate the concern about using those kind of basically contractual instruments in the employment context to protect intellectual property and other business assets, knowledge assets. Years ago, I was applying for jobs. I had a version of such a thing put in front of me. I chose to not take that job for other reasons, but I knew why the employer wanted to protect its way of doing things. We're not going that far. Frankly, on the title, we could not be going that far. I would draw members' attention to the language at the bottom of page 13. We're talking about a provision that limits the ability of the employee or prospective employee to disclose or discuss orally in writing, and this is the key language, any alleged discriminatory or unfair employment practice. And then it all goes from there. Okay. So where a non-disclosure provision purports to speak about those things, now we go through the analysis in the rest of the new section 407 here, where instead a non-disclosure agreement, and you could imagine a document that rolls up several things at once, if there is a non-disclosure agreement, let's say from a global manufacturer of timepieces, that is going to have such language, then there's going to be a need to comply with the bill. Where instead a non-disclosure agreement is talking about intellectual property, is talking about trade secrets, is talking about sort of business know-how and whatnot, we're not even in the bill. There's other law about all that. I think a lot of it is federal law, but we are not attempting to impact that in this bill, because in this bill we are really just about workplace harassment that is actionable under CADA, and we have the non-disclosure language in here because sometimes some provisions, not the trademark provisions, but other provisions can sort of create a problematic lack of information and transparency about what is going on in the workplace that might later intersect with CADA. So I hope all that helps. Okay.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you very much. That really helps. I would point out to you that most of us that have good general counsels would never allow us to do this because they know the courts would really frown on forcing individuals in a non-disclosure or anything having to do with harassment or discrimination, trying to say that they couldn't talk about it, et cetera, et cetera. Most general counsels would tell you, you don't want to go anywhere near close to that. So I don't really have a problem, but I just good attorneys wouldn't allow you to do that anyway. But thank you, because when I read this, I went, ooh. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything to read. I just quickly wanted to go over what I heard this in judiciary yesterday and the things that I covered. With my background in the military, comes from sexual harassment, assault response and prevention. I was the sexual assault response coordinator for our battalion, and heard a lot of cases as far as sexual harassment and allegations of assault. Anything that was work-related harassment was usually referred to our EO office, but I was the main recipient of a lot of those complaints and those allegations. And during the time of that, the military was still practicing what we would all consider blatant harassment, recognition, things like that. What has happened, I think, in the workplace and even in the military is just an over-broadening and blurring a line where the line of appropriate versus inappropriate is so pushed down the line and blurred that we have almost an enabling of a victim mentality where anyone can claim to be a victim in a society where I think we're enabling that a little too much. And by broadening this further and further, there are definitely, we heard a lot of cases yesterday in committee where there were definitely some very strong cases of people that have dealt with ridiculous harassment and even assault. That is obviously inappropriate. But when we get to a point where a hostile work environment is more so on the people that are just going to work their 9 to 5 and provide for their family and go home each day, feeling like they are running a risk of offending somebody and getting an allegation of harassment or otherwise, based on what color of shirt they're wearing, food that they bring to work, anything that can be considered offensive to somebody. We just have to be careful when we're pushing this line to a degree where anyone can really claim to be a victim of something or other, being offended by something, where there are definitely clear and concise and specific harassment allegations that are legitimate, that people, I think, are sometimes overlooked simply because of all the uses of allegations and everything, whether it be to weaponize, if somebody uses it for personal gain or otherwise to basically retaliate in a retaliatory fashion. So I think it's something we just have to be careful with as a society. And when we're making legislation like this, we're over-broadening something that can make a hostile work environment for everyone, but especially those people that are just going to work to get that 9 to 5 to provide for their families and worry about the fact that they might lose their livelihood by getting terminated or even worse, ending up in litigation because of a false accusation or somebody that got offended by something that was absolutely unintentional and had no means of anything inappropriate. So I spoke up in opposition. I'm still in opposition to this bill, and I think we just need to be careful in making legislation that puts our workplaces in some form of a hostile work environment for everybody, rather than the people that are legitimately in a spot where they are getting harassed or otherwise treated inappropriately. So I'm a no, and I also encourage a no on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 172 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 172 as amended is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. The committee will rise and report.
We got to go to the Senate and get some paperwork.
Oh, we can't just ask.
No, we got to go get it, and then we got to bring it here. Then we ask here. So I'm going to go to the Senate and ask for the paperwork to bring
Okay.
over here.
It's like a little slip, like
It's just a dumb little piece of paper. It's like a buck slip, we call it. Just a little
Okay.
scratchy paper. I'm going to go get it, so don't leave.
Okay.
What are we doing? Are we doing something else?
We have to do the cow.
Cow votes?
Yeah. But then I think we're gonna have like a recess after that. So you want to do it after? Oh, do you?
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following touch bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1112 is amended, 1257 is amended, 1296 is amended, 1303 is amended, passed on second reading in order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 172 is amended, 184, 260, 266 is amended, 268, 273 passed on second reading in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1282 laid over until April 27, 2023.
Representative Michelson Janay. Members, you've heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Wilson amendment to Senate Bill 184 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment L13 to Senate Bill 184 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 184 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that the Wilson Amendment be moved and displayed properly.
It has been moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is our opportunity to show the Senate that we are an independent body over here and we are capable of making our own decisions and we don't just follow what they tell us to do. So I ask you to vote yes on this amendment. Exactly, for our independence. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my colleague on the wall. Big surprise, we're going to ask for a no vote here.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first Wilson Amendment to Senate Bill 184 in the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Frizzell is excused. Oh. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representatives Catlin, Herod, and Story excused. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 44 no, and 4 excused, the first Wilson Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Wilson Amendment to Senate Bill 184 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment L16 to Senate Bill 184 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 184 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Wilson Amendment and ask that it properly be displayed.
Please proceed.
This time I'm going to look because last time I was talking to the wrong amendment. This amendment just changes the percentage that a landlord looks for when a tenant is applying for a house, and this only applies to situations outside of housing assistance situations. So I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing Representative Garcia.
We ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Holtorf, Sharbini, Winter. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 43 no, and 4 excused, the second Wilson amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the third Wilson amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Wilson moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Wilson Amendment, L17, to Senate Bill 184, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 184 is amended passed.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Wilson Amendment and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment was actually the one I was talking about earlier, but it fixes the bill completely. It eliminates all the issues in the bill. So I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, thank you, good representative. This is probably my favorite. It strikes the whole bill. So, but I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the third Wilson Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 44 no, and 4 excused, the third Wilson Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Lynch Amendment to Senate Bill 273 on the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Lynch moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Lynch Amendment, L12, to Senate Bill 273, to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 273 is amended passed.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move the Lynch Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
Okay, members, this is a really simple one. You've seen it all session. This is just your simple petition clause. Nothing to it. I'm sure there's nothing that this delay in implementing this bill has to do with its impetus to being brought forward in an expeditious manner. So there really shouldn't be any reason for you to not vote in the affirmative on this, because this bill has nothing to do with safety. And so why should we be in a hurry to kill a development project in Loveland? I urge a yes vote.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Larimer County. There is nothing about this bill that would kill a development project. We are simply asking them to go to the entities that would benefit from those tax dollars that would otherwise be diverted and get their approval. This bill closes a loophole. When we notice that there's a loophole, we don't wait until later to close it. It is incumbent upon us to fix this now. I'd ask for a no vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to make a quick comment that the loophole's been open since 2010. We've already had this loophole open. Adding this amendment to the bill would not do anything. It hasn't been happening for many, many, many years. I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further, Representative Holtorf.
In solidarity and support of my minority leader and my good colleague from Loveland, who is closest to this issue, I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Lynch Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Tatone. please close the machine. With 19 aye, 43 no, and 3 excused, the Lynch amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Soper amendment to Senate Bill 273 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting Senate Bill 273 to show that Senate Bill 273 lost.
Representative Soper,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be properly displayed.
please proceed.
Thank you. Members, we heard this until 3:30 in the morning in committee, and I can tell you that there's a lot of controversy surrounding this. And one thing that definitely troubled me was the talk that somehow this is a loophole. This was in existence until 2010. Agricultural lands at that point were grandfathered in, moved forward until today as we're contemplating this. And now all of a sudden there's a problem, and it seems to be stemming from Loveland and Larimer County, but it also catches up Delta, because Delta also has an urban redevelopment authority, and it also has agricultural lands in it. And we're actually quite concerned about how this is going to interact. And for us, we would really just prefer that this bill goes away, and that's what this amendment does, and I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague. I will just be clear. The folks who wrote this 2010 bill and the bipartisan folks who supported this 2010 bill have been overwhelmingly clear about the fact that they had no intention of creating this loophole, and they use that language, that it is a loophole. That includes State Senator Kevin Lundberg. That includes former State Senator John Kafalis. That includes my colleague and former State Representative Steve Johnson, Morgan Carroll, a former state senator, and my colleague who is pointing at himself, who I won't assume voted for the bill, but it appears to be indicating that he was involved somehow, so I will not presume to make a statement here that is not correct. This bill closes a loophole which would allow a piece of ag land to be included almost in perpetuity without that point of check-in with the voting folks who would benefit from that tax revenue to say this is fine. There is no other situation in our state where we allow that to happen. There was no intention to create a permanent loophole for these properties. If you want to include ag land in a URA, you get the folks to buy in who would otherwise benefit from that tax revenue. Otherwise, we as a state backfill those education dollars. And every year, we will hear from those same organizations about per pupil funding, about buying down the BS factor, about all the things that we need to do with those education dollars that we can't because we are subsidizing development that was never intended to be a permanent loophole. If you want to include ag land in a URA, get the votes. And if you can't get the votes, you haven't done your job in selling the project. I don't know of a county commissioner or a city councilor who wouldn't give their eye teeth for affordable housing. If you can't sell them on that, I want to ask what's going on. There is a reason why we have a process. There is a reason why we close loopholes when we find them. In 13 years, this has never been an issue. But we have developers who are now finding this loophole and intend on using it to avoid ever coming back to that point of accountability that state statute says our taxpayers deserve. I am glad this amendment is being cowed. We can settle this piece now. I would ask for your yes vote, or excuse me, I would ask for your no vote on this amendment. Take-backs are totally allowed. I would ask for a no vote on this, a yes on the bill.
Representative Weinberg.
I just want to reiterate, in quotations, what my colleague, he urged a yes vote in case anybody was missing. Thank you, Representative Basenecker. It's been a heck of a day filled with spirited debate, which I've enjoyed, quite frankly. The point of the matter here that's been mentioned multiple times, is that this is a problem, period. And this doesn't fix the whole problem. This takes a piece and a part of it. You're picking and choosing what you're trying to resolve, and that in itself is an issue and a problem. If you're going to sit here or stand here in these chambers, fix it as a whole. I've not once today come down here and picked on my city as being a part of this one. There are 20 other developers at stake. You are talking about developers that have already passed through people's councils, school boards. This has already been voted on. Thompson School Board, the majority of Thompson School Board, which is Loveland, is a yes for the project. Don't come down here and tell me it hasn't been voted on or approved by people. It has. It's been rigorously debated. It's been well thought out. And people are in acceptance of it. The dollar revenue that will bring to the cities is extraordinary. The betterment of lives, the adding of jobs, the adding of affordable housing. That is why I even thought about coming into these chambers. This is a targeted bill, targeted legislation. And I think we should take a hard look. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Soper Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Winter. Please close the machine. With 14 aye, 48 no, and 3 excused, the Soper Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Weinberg Amendment to Senate Bill 273 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Weinberg moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Weinberg Amendment L13 to Senate Bill 273 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 273 is amended passed.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment does something very simple. I've spoken at length. Return the bill to its original state. Block the URA loophole as being stated up here by my good representative from Fort Collins. Return this bill to its original intent and block all the URAs. Hold everybody accountable for a loophole that should not be in place, and that is in place and is being taken advantage of. Stand by equity for all. Hold everybody accountable, fair and just. That is the way we legislate. We take these rules and we apply them to every single person, every single developer, every single business. Please, for God's sake, do not pick and choose your winners and your losers on who is going to benefit or lose in the state of Colorado. And on behalf of a percentage of Loveland, because we have heard mixed, I've heard a lot of mixture on this one. I've had both opposition and approval for these bills. But everything I read from Loveland's representation is that they want the loophole closed permanently for everybody. This must not be taken advantage of. That's the message. Return this bill back to its original state. I urge and I vote.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge a no vote on this. This does not create equity for all. It creates a sprint for some who would rush to get their plans submitted, not approved, but submitted in order to take advantage of the loophole. If we want to close the loophole for everybody, we pass the bill as it is written. I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In response to my good colleague from Fort Collins, this removes one word, changes it out from what it originally was. Right now, you are picking who is currently approved, who is currently taken advantage by sprinting because they knew this bill was going to come through the Senate and through this House. The sprint's already happened, colleagues. It's happening as we're speaking today, and it will happen again tomorrow. This is not being signed by the governor today. The sprint is already in order. Change this bill back to what it was intended. I urge and I vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Weinberg Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 44 no, and 3 excused, the first Weinberg Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Weinberg Amendment to Senate Bill 273 of the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Weinberg moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Weinberg Amendment, L14, to Senate Bill 273 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 273 is amendment passed.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You've heard my passion on this bill. I won't further waste your time. I ask kindly that at minimum, we move the effective date to July 1st, 2023 for all businesses that will be impacted for the reasons I've submitted or approved. Give them a chance to pivot, give them a way out of being blocked from years and years of hard work and a lot of money out of their pocket on behalf of their good intentions. I urge and I vote.
Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So here's another opportunity here to prove that this is not a targeted piece of legislation. You know, we've heard a lot about the term loophole, but loophole implies that these developers that we're asking to provide housing and do development in our state are doing something that's illegal, or they're working within the law. They've planned for years on at least this one particular project that I know about, and I'm sure there's others in the state. So this just lays out that really we're not actually targeting anybody. We're going to give people time. We're going to put this into effect in July. I would urge a yes vote.
Seeing no, Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the same reasons I asked for a no vote on the petition clause, I would ask for a no vote here.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Weinberg Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 18 aye, 45 no, and 2 excused, the second Weinberg Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Bottoms Amendment to House Bill 1257 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bottoms moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bottoms Amendment L10 to House Bill 1257 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1257 as amended passed.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you. I'd like to move this amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Again, this is going back to the mobile home park bill we talked about 7 or 8 days ago, and or that could have been this morning, my bad. And it's just compounding more stuff on top. We're just putting law on top of law on top of law to pressure these groups, and these this is very targeted toward these specific entity within our entire commerce system. And so I urge and I vote for this amendment.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We urge a no vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Bottoms Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 17 aye, 46 no, and 2 excused, the Bottoms Amendment is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Madam Majority Leader, we have a little bit of business to tend to. Mr. Shebel, delivery of bills to the Governor.
The Chief Clerk of the House of
Delivery of bills
Representatives.
to the Governor will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has
Message from the
voted.
Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message
without
from the
comment.
Reviser will be printed in the Journal. Message from the Governor.
Honorable members of the
Message
Colorado
from the
House.
Governor will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bill.
Senate Bill 287 by Senators Zenzinger and Lundin, also Representatives McLaughlin and Kipp, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Senate Bill 287 will be assigned to the Committee on Education. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Attention Education Committee. As you might have heard, we just had another bill added on. It is Senate Bill 287, and we will also be meeting in the Old State Library. All the other bills on the calendar are correct and in the right order. Thanks.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move the following bills be made special orders at 5:48 p.m. Senate Bill 16, House Bill 1304, Senate Bill 264, Senate Bill 153, House Bill 1293, Senate Bill 192, Senate Bill 13, Senate Bill 56, Senate Bill 195, and Senate Bill 36.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders at 5:48 p.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that the time for debate on Senate Bill 16 be limited to 2 hours during special orders on April 26th.
Members, the motion before us is pursuant to House Rule 14. Debate on Senate Bill 16 be limited to 2 hours during special orders on April 26th. This is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E and requires a simple majority vote. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives Holtorf, Marshall, Ricks. Representative Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 22 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. I have one announcement. Representative Bottoms will replace Representative Soper as a co-prime sponsor on Senate Bill 25. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Gonzalez Gutierrez will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon the motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill. Oh. Really? Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 16.
Senate Bill 16 by Senator Hansen, also Representatives McCormick and Sirota, concerning measures to promote reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 16, the Appropriations Committee report, the Finance Committee report, the Energy and Environment Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative McCormick.
Yes, in the Appropriations Committee, we took out the piece that is the advance payment piece for the retailers, for the tax credit for small lawn equipment, and instead put in a 3% holdback for that, and also align the fiscal year of the Colorado Electric Transmission Authority with the state fiscal year. And I move Amendment L63 to the Appropriations Committee report.
That amendment has been moved.
Oh, and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative. One quick point of information. I just want everybody to know that this debate started at 5:54 p.m., just for a point of reference. And we are on Amendment L63, which has been properly moved and has now been displayed. Please continue, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, because we did take out the prepayment or the advance payment of the tax credit to retailers, the Department of Revenue no longer needs the funds for that extra workload, and we just saved the general fund, I think, $34,000, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L63, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L63. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Finance Committee, we added more safety language for local governments to oversee the placement of Class 6 wells. We also allowed utility companies to recover the cost of inventory supplies to build up their ability to have charging stations put in place to expedite that process, and to allow and redefine what a qualified retailer will be for the lawn equipment tax credit program. We urge an aye vote on the Finance Committee report.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Energy and Environment report, Representative McCormick.
Yes, in the Energy and Environment Committee, in response to our conservation and environmental voices, and to make sure that we were covering protecting disproportionately impacted communities, we added several amendments to further safeguard public health and safety, and to include that local governments can approve the location of Class 6 wells. And I move L61 to the Energy and Environment Committee report.
That amendment has been properly
And have it
moved.
properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. Please continue.
L61 adds a requirement for the commission to have in plain language how their rules and decisions around Class 6 wells will affect impacted communities, and have it on their website. I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment L61? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L61. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L61 is adopted. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L62 to the Energy and Environment Committee report.
And ask
that it to be displayed.
Thank you, Representative McCormick. Amendment L62 has been properly moved and is now before us. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this amendment, we further define what and make it more clear what cumulative impact would be to make sure that we are protecting communities but not inadvertently screening out good projects, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L62? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L62. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L62 is adopted. To the committee report, Representative
I urge an
McCormick.
aye vote on the Energy and Environment Committee report.
Any further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. As amended, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Energy and Environment Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, as I like to say, is a potpourri of great things to address greenhouse gas emission reduction measures in our state. I like to tell people there's probably something in here for everyone. If you look, you're going to find a section that you like. One of the biggest parts of this is the refundable income tax credit that will incentivize consumers to switch their lawn equipment. We're talking lawn mowers, leaf blowers, snow blowers, weed whackers that are gas-powered now to switch over to electric-powered machines and receive a 30% discount at the point of sale, and then the retailers will be able to receive a tax credit when they file their taxes, and for that effort, they will also be able to have a 3% holdover on the purchase price. This is important because these devices do produce quite a bit of the ingredients that create ozone, and this is a good way to voluntarily get people to switch over to electric lawn equipment. The bill also puts in interim goals in our greenhouse gas reduction roadmap to make sure that we're on track to reach 100% reduction by the year 2050. It asks insurance companies that are reporting more than $100 million in premium to complete an annual climate risk assessment disclosure, and also asks our para association to also include those climate risk assessments in their annual report. It adds wastewater thermal energy as a type of pollution control device and also allows it to be a clean heat resource in the definition in statute. Let's see, what else? It authorizes the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to be able to regulate Class 6 injection wells after they determine that all the necessary resources are in place for a safe and effective regulation of these. And there's quite a bit of language in the bill that makes sure that we are doing everything we can to make sure these wells will not impact communities, especially those that have been disproportionately affected by energy development in the past. I think I'll turn it over to my co-prime.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so pleased to join my good co-prime here on this bill, on this policy that she has been working on for the last 2 years. And as has been said, there is probably something in here for everyone. But this bill truly strives to create a cleaner Colorado by promoting various policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And I'm proud of this work, and I won't belabor the debate and ask for your support on Senate Bill 16.
Any further discussion? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as the sponsors had mentioned, this is a big bill with a lot of things in it. And so I just want to touch on a few of the things that stood out to me when we were listening to this bill in committee. So one of the first things that this bill does is, as we all know, in the state of Colorado, we currently have a greenhouse gas map that gives certain benchmarks associated with certain times by which the state is supposed to be able to establish goals to reduce greenhouse gases relative to the 2005 baseline emissions. And as folks who have heard me before talk about, one of the things that always concerns me is whenever goalposts are moved, whenever a roadmap, a plan, something like that is put forth, and then it gets changed. 2019 is when that climate action plan that established the original greenhouse gas reduction emission goals was put forth. So here we are 4 years later, and one of the things that this bill does on page 12 is it adds intermediate goals. I don't really have as much concerns about the intermediate goals because those just help to refine the existing goals. But toward the end of this roadmap, for those of you that recall, the original roadmap said that by 2045, we were supposed to have a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. What this does is this bumps that up, by 2050, my bad. I was looking at the wrong table here. 2050, we were supposed to have a 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. What this bill does on page 12 is it adds intermediate goals, but it also moves up
those final goals toward the end of the roadmap. So under the old plan in 2050, there was supposed to be a 90% reduction. What this does is that moves it up to 100% reduction. And I think that when we're talking about reducing greenhouse gas emissions, it's important to recognize that this is probably not a linear reduction. This is going to be one of those situations where getting that last 10% of greenhouse gases emissions reduced is going to come at a substantially larger effort than a lot of those intermediate efforts. And so when I look at this, I say to myself, is this something that is going to significantly impact the operations of industries, projects, programs, things that are going on right now in the state of Colorado, that we're targeting that 90% reduction by 2050, that now all of a sudden have to go to complete net zero? We're not talking a 90% reduction, we're talking 100% reduction by 2050. And so that's one of my concerns, like I said, from the perspective of moving the goalposts for something that's already in progress. One of the other concerns that I have is, like I said, I have less concerns about intermediate goals, but just looking at the ratios between these intermediate goals. So we currently have a 50% reduction in greenhouse gases statewide by 2030. That's part of existing law. And the bill adds some intermediate goals. It wants a 65% reduction by 2035 and a 75% reduction by 2040. So when I saw that, what I saw was in the 5 years from 2030 to 2035, we got to get a 15% reduction, but then in the next 5 years, only a 10% reduction. Well, given that a lot of these reductions are based on advancing technology and technological advancements and inventions that might not exist right now, to me it seemed like it was a little bit concerning to have a 15% reduction in 5 years at the beginning of this roadmap, and then only a 10% toward the second part of this roadmap, given that those reductions are going to be driven by technology. And so if that technology is growing and developing, it seems like we would want to have that technology, the goals by which those gases are reduced, be a little bit more linear so that you don't have big jumps and gaps between them, where you got to have 10% in one 5-year period and then 15% in the next 5-year period. So with that in mind, I move Amendment L058 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative Evans. Amendment L58 has been properly moved and is now before us. Please continue.
Thank you. So what this bill does, what this amendment does, is this amendment basically just preserves the existing roadmap that we already have. It retains those intermediate goals, but it just spreads out those intermediate goals to ensure that we're having about a 15% reduction every 5 years, rather than some of the, like I said, they weren't evenly spaced for me. So it changes 65 to 60, so that from 2030 to 2035, you get a 10% reduction, and then from 2035 to 2040 is then the 15% reduction, and then they continue to reduce by 15% until you reach that 90%. So it preserves the existing greenhouse gas roadmap that we have, and then just aligns by 5% those intermediate targets that have been added in this bill, and I ask for an aye vote on L058.
Any further discussion? Amendment L58, Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague for bringing this amendment. I do want to ask for a no vote on this amendment. The Colorado Energy Office and the many people in our state know that the urgency to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions is quite urgent, and the technology that we have in place and available right now can be sped up so that we hit these closer intermediate targets, and that's why these numbers have been agreed upon. They weren't just pulled out of the air and stuck in here with no scientific backing. We know we have to get to 100%. We really need to set these goals out there so that we're aiming to get them, and having interim targets make sure that we're on track on this roadmap. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L58? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L58. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment L58 is failed. To the bill, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we move through this bill, it talks a lot about a lot of different things. Again, we mentioned a potpourri of options. And so one of the other things that stood out to me in this bill was on page 17. So this is the part where it talks about tax credit for reducing emissions from certain lawn equipment. So you have a legislative declaration where they talk about lawnmowers, leaf blowers, trimmers, snow blowers, things like that. And the fact that it is a desired goal that folks switch from gas-powered gas-powered pieces of these equipment to electrical-powered pieces of these equipment. And so as you heard the sponsors talk about, one of the things that this does is this puts in place a tax credit for the purchase of electric-powered pieces of this equipment. And it says on the top of page 19 here that there will be a discount on the purchase price of the lawn equipment equal to 30% of the purchase price. And then it talks about how that's going to be shown on the receipt. So as you've also heard me talk about a lot down here, I'm fine. If you want to have an electric lawnmower or electric leaf blower, things like that, that's fine. But we need to ensure that policies that we have are promulgating an equal playing field and that government is not picking winners and losers. And so when I look at this, what I see here is a situation in which individuals like myself who have to, I have a big property, I have some cows, and I have to do things to where I don't have ready access to electrical power. I don't even have a situation where if I've got a battery-operated piece of equipment to do some of these things here, to where that battery is going to last long enough. If I'm out away from the house all day long, I'm going to have to bring along an electric generator in order to be able to charge batteries for any piece of electrical equipment. And then I'm right back to that same situation where I am now using a gas engine in order to be able to provide electrical power to either a corded or a battery-powered piece of equipment that I might be using somewhere out on my place. And so for those individuals who are either in a situation where they don't have ready access to electricity or because of the nature of their work, they are going to be in a position where they need to have the ability to keep this piece of equipment running all day long and not just for an hour or two or however long the battery pack is going to keep this piece of equipment viable. My concern is that this is setting up a situation where individuals who need both the reliability and the ability to quickly refuel and get back to work are going to be put into a position where they have to pay full price for a piece of equipment that may be essential to their job, to their whatever their farming, ranching, agricultural operation is. They got to pay full price for their gas-powered piece of equipment, but somebody that, because of a different set of circumstances or employment or a different type of job, is then going to be able to get a 30% discount on an electric piece of equipment. And so with that in mind, I move Amendment L059 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L59 has been moved and is now before us. Please continue, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does, it says if we want to give a tax credit, that's fine. Let's give a tax credit. But let's also recognize that there are individuals who may not be in a position where an electric piece of lawn equipment is going to be able to meet their needs. And so let's not create a disparate situation where somebody who is able to have an electric-powered piece of equipment is getting a full 30% off of this, and somebody that is not able to use a piece of electric equipment because of either their job or whatever their particular situation is, has to pay full price. So what this does is it says, fine, give them the tax credit, but let's give a 15% tax credit in lieu of a 30% tax credit to try to maintain a little bit closer toward that even playing field where individuals are able to purchase the piece of equipment that works best for them. And those folks that want electric and that can use electric, absolutely go for it. They can have 15% off. But for those folks that are either working in landscaping, they're working far away from some sort of established electrical power, and they have to have something that runs off of gas, they're not going to be put in that situation where they feel like they're being adversely impacted because they got to pay full price for something, whereas other individuals get 30% off, funded by the state of Colorado. And so in the interest of trying to preserve that level playing field, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The voluntary incentive for purchasing lawn equipment that is electric is an important component of this bill and our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the state of Colorado. These gas-powered pieces of lawn equipment produce incredible amounts of pollution. I believe there is a statistic that a gas-powered leaf blower, when used for about an hour, actually emits the same amount that a brand new car would emit driving from Denver to Los Angeles, just to give you a measure of scale there. And we think that the 30% discount is an important incentive, again, voluntary, but an important incentive to encourage consumers to make this transition. And so ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L59? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L59. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Amendment L59 fails. To the bill, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So those just highlight a couple of the concerns that I have with the bill. Again, there's certain things in this bill where I read it, I'm like, oh, hey, I think that there actually might be some merit to that. Later on in the bill, it talks about methane from anaerobic digesters, and it talks about manure management from operations for dairy, beef, poultry, swine, sheep that's been produced to meet pipeline quality. You know, I think there's definitely some merit to looking at those and developing a protocol so that we can explore these alternative energy sources that are using the byproducts of stuff that we need every day to be able to exist. So back to that potpourri description. Again, there's certain things in this bill that definitely do intrigue my interest. But listening to it, some of the highlights of my concerns for this bill, number one is the fact that I just don't see it maintaining that equal and that level playing field. I see this as impacting everyday Coloradans who, as a result of their business and this does relate to the bill, I promise. So in my law enforcement experience, we'd often have to do a lot of traffic enforcement stuff that involved commercial vehicles, which meant that a lot of times we'd have individuals that were engaged in landscaping or doing some sort of work related to landscaping, and so we'd have them, we'd have to do the safety inspections on their vehicles because they're, Department of Transportation regulated commercial motor vehicles. And so you'd have conversations with these guys and you'd see the sort of equipment that they have. And these are folks that are out working every day for hours, moving around from job site to job site to job site. Oftentimes they're doing these jobs in situations where a homeowner may not be home, they may not have access, even if it's in town, they may not have access to electricity. So I want to make sure that we're protecting the jobs of Coloradans who still do rely on gas-powered equipment to be able to do what it is that they do, whether that's landscaping, whether that's ground management, whether that's somebody like myself that needs to have some of this gas-powered equipment when I'm working out on the place and I'm away from any sort of electrical supply. And I want to make sure that we're preserving that level playing field and that I'm not having that frustration of having to pay full price for a piece of equipment, whereas somebody else then goes and gets to have 30% off based, taken out of my taxes to be able to fund something that I can't buy. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't suit my needs. And so that's the first concern that I have, is that it's eroding that level playing field. It's tipping it into one particular direction, and that's going to negatively impact those individuals for whom this is not a choice, for whom their job or whatever it is that they are engaged in relies on having the reliability and the long-term sustainability of being able to refuel a piece of equipment rather than have to wait for it to charge, be tied to batteries, or a cord. And then again, the second piece of the bill is just the fact that, once again, it's moving the goalposts on something that's already been established. A lot of plans have been put into place. A lot of money has been spent to meet this greenhouse gas roadmap that was promulgated in 2019. And now, like I said, I don't have a whole lot of concern with the intermediate waypoints, the intermediate goals. It's the fact that toward the end of this, we're now going from a 90% reduction in greenhouse gases to 100% reduction in greenhouse gases. That last 10%, I can almost guarantee is going to be more difficult to accomplish than any of the other 10% increments in this bill. And so because of concerns for that, because of the worry that, once again, the goalposts are being moved, I can't support this bill, and I would ask for a no vote on it.
Any further discussion? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not going to be any secret to anybody in here that I disagree greatly with this bill, so I'm going to go through it. I don't see it as a bunch of good things. I see it as a cornucopia of climate buffoonery. But we need an existential crisis in order to justify bulldozing everybody's rights. So 10%.
Representative DeGraff,
Yes,
I'm just going to ask you to speak to the policy and not about the intentions of the bill or anyone else. And so can you just stick to that policy itself?
I will stick to the policy, and part of the policy is our overall climate goals. And if we're going to have climate goals, we should talk about what those climate goals are going to accomplish. So, but I will try.
Thank you.
I will try, and I appreciate your leadership in that regard. But I will try to. So just let me know if you feel I'm straying. Okay. So we're talking about climate goals, and the purpose of climate goals is because we're talking about global warming. Or 50 years ago, we were talking about global cooling, and now we're talking about climate change. So when we're talking about greenhouse gases, the only greenhouse gas of relevance is water vapor, and this does not deal with water vapor. What this doesn't address in our climate goals is that the solar intensity, if anybody's interested in the actual science before we kill people, is about 21,000 barrels worth of energy, or 2 Hiroshima events worth of energy per second. Per second. That's how much energy the sun is putting out. This is why we have global warming. This bill will accomplish absolutely nothing. If you scale down our globe to about a foot, like in one of your homeschool globes, the atmosphere would be about 4 sheets of paper thick. So really paper thin. And through that, in that zone where we have our climate, 46% of the energy is moved by infrared. 54% of it is moved by evaporation. 20% escape, if you look at the spectral absorption curves, about 20% escapes cleanly through an atmospheric window, and only 10% is absorbed by CO2. Of that CO2, only 1% is anthropogenic, and of that anthropogenic CO2, only 15% is from the United States. So if you combine those all together, 15% of 1% of 10% of 46% is 0.00007, which is just under 1 part in 10,000, so we can round it up to 1 part in 10,000. So if we take an average for Colorado, that would be 1 part in 500,000. So if Colorado meets every single one of its climate goals, well, they're not climate goals, they're carbon goals. If Colorado meets all of its carbon goals, and by 2050 goes to net zero, it will have a net zero effect, but it will kill a not zero number of people. This is equivalent, 1 part in 500,000 is probably less than about 2 seconds of rain in a year. We are going to spend $11 million a year of taxpayer money after we spent $500 million a year to pump carbon dioxide straight into a hole in the ground. It's like Mencken said, the whole aim of politics is to keep the populace alarmed and clamorous to be led to safety by menacing with an endless series of hobgoblins. Now, one of the things that this presents is talking about insurance policy. And in insurance policy, Judith Curry, Dr. Judith Curry, Professor Emeritus, former chair of the School of Earth and Atmospheric Sciences, at Georgia Institute of Technology, just happened to do an entire paper on risky business, how climate change is changing insurance markets. So we're going to affect insurance markets with this. And our energy policy will kill people, so we probably ought to understand it. The insurance market is influenced by our perception of risk. Risk perception, I'm just going to skip the first page. Risk perception is our subjective judgment and appraisal of risk, which can involve social, cultural, political, psychological factors. Referring to climate change as a crisis is at odds with professional judgments of climate risk. So that's an important thing to note. I know that everybody in here thinks this is wrong, but I can guarantee you most everybody has got a media or politician's view of this and has read very little original sources. The climate crisis isn't what it used to be. In circa 2013, the expected warming was going to be 4 to 5 degrees Celsius. 4 to 5 degrees. In 2013, less than a decade ago, the prediction was 4 to 5 degrees Celsius. Now there's a general acceptance that this is implausible. And they're looking at a total of 2.5, maybe 2.5 degrees by 2100, 1.1 of which has already occurred. So we're looking at a difference of a potential change of 1.4 degrees Celsius. Now, this is at odds with the IPCC, which says if we go to net zero tomorrow at the cost of trillions of dollars, pumping trillions of dollars into holes in the ground, it will have less than a 1/3 degree Fahrenheit difference by the time we get to 2100. So 1.4, Dr. Curry is about 3 times off what the IPCC itself cites will be our state in 2100. This was regarded as a policy success. Our understanding of the sensitivity of the climate to atmospheric CO2 has increased. The IPCC's 6th report, AR6, reduced the upper bound of the likely equilibrium climate sensitivity from 4.5 to 4, more likely to be below 2 than above 2.5. So everything is coming down. So the crisis that we have really is to spend as much money on the green energy cartel as possible before everybody becomes aware that it's all not a real threat. The IPCC recognized that the substantial number of climate models are running too hot. So the IPCC, in their report, says the climate models are running too hot. There are additional reasons to expect less warming than indicated in the COP27, because we're coming up on a solar minimum and the possibility of explosive volcanic eruptions. So it looks like the solar intensity is going down, and the solar intensity since the Industrial Revolution has increased by the equivalent energy of 21,000 barrels of oil per second, or 2 Hiroshima events every second of every day, of every 31 million seconds per year. An additional factor, so I read that part, I don't want to repeat anything, there's too much here. There's an additional reasons to expect less warming, solar minimum, because the solar goes on a cycle as well. The mainstream media is currently awash with articles from prominent journalists on how global warming threat is less than we thought. However, the rationale for continuing, and there's lots of footnotes here, so you can come by, or I can send you this paper. They are continuing to sound the alarm that the impacts are worse than we thought, specifically with regard to extreme weather. So we're getting into the insurance, the basis for that. With regard to the perception that severe weather events seem more frequent and more severe over the past decade, there are several factors at play. The first factor is increasing vulnerability and exposure associated with increasing population and concentration of wealth in coastal and other disaster-prone areas. So as everybody lives in their coastal home or moves up into the forests, and then there's a wildfire, it obviously affects more people. What has been a global crisis for the most part is thousands of local vulnerability emergencies that are really self-imposed. And rapidly, just read the misidentification of climate change as a crisis and the ensuing precautionary mandate to urgently and rapidly eliminate the use of fossil fuels is creating new risks. What we need, not saying climate isn't changing, climate is changing. When you add the energy of 21,000 barrels worth of energy to the atmosphere every second, for every 31 million seconds in a year, you are going to have some level of energy change in the atmosphere. But by eliminating energy sources, you create new risks. While you might have a couple hundred people die in a heat wave, and that's tragic, you will have thousands in a year that die because of cold. Both of those are better dealt with a reliable energy source. The rationale for rapid transition from fossil fuels conflates incremental and emergency risk. A key to securing meaningful action to reduce climate change risk is to clearly separate the incremental emerging risks associated with long-term changes in average conditions from emergency risks associated with extreme weather. And I saw I don't have it today, but I saw it from 12,000 years ago. Around Florida, the coastline was about 100 miles out from where it is now. So the water level, unless Halliburton went back 12,000 years and started increasing carbon dioxide, there's something else that's causing the water to rise, which would be the melting of glaciers, which is probably due to the sun. Because I've already shown, and the ironic thing, I told you earlier that carbon dioxide from the United States has a 1 part in 10,000 effect. And the funny thing is about that 1 part in 10,000 effect is they say that 1 part in 10,000 drives the evaporation cycle and causes more water vapor, which is what actually causes the global warming. So it's actually recognized. So again, if we're going to kill people with our energy policy, we should understand the science.
Representative DeGraff,
Yes, ma'am.
please. I asked you to just stick to the policy and not impugn the motives of the policy.
We'll have to think about the, because I'm not addressing motive. I'm just addressing the reality of our policy. But I will take your leadership on that. Thank you. Privately, industry leaders state that climate change isn't taken into account since 90% of property and casualty policies last 10 months. IPCC Chapter 11 summarizes the expected values of future warming. Peak wind speeds are projected to increase. It is likely heavy precipitation. But shortly before the publication of the IPCC AR6, the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, apart from detecting poleward migration of the latitude maximum of intensity of the Pacific Basin, the majority of the author team had only a low confidence, so probably in the 25% range, that any other observed tropical cyclone changes represent either detectable changes. With regards to future changes, the World Meteorological Organization relied on model results and expert judged for a 2 degrees Celsius warming. Author opinion was more mixed, and the confidence levels were lower for the following projections: a decrease in hurricane frequency as projected in most modeling studies, an increase in the number of very intense hurricanes. These 3 studies focus on the U.S. hurricane of 2050, use comparable approaches. Let's see, the projected incremental temperature between 2020 and 2050, where we're talking about having our big goals, is 0.9 degrees Celsius. So a fraction between sunrise or pre-dawn and shortly after sunrise. IPCC temperature projections for 2050 may be too high when plausible lower values of climate sensitivity and natural climate variability are considered. The AIR assumes an increase by 2050 of the frequency of Category 3, 4, and 5 hurricanes. By contrast, a decrease in global hurricane frequency is projected in most modeling studies. Probably because when you have less temperature differential with cooling, so warming air should make your storms less. The AIR ignores the elephant in the room, that is of the relevance to their target period of 2050. The Atlantic Multi-Decadal Oscillation, AMO, an expected shift to the cool phase of the AMO would arguably portend fewer major hurricanes striking the U.S., in particular Florida. Given the dominant influence of Atlantic hurricane and the AMO, arguably one of the single most factors determining hurricane over the next 30 years would be a shift to the cold phase. The net impact of such reports of implausibly high projections of U.S. landfalling hurricanes by 2050 is to provide unjustified confidence in a future of sustainably elevated hurricane damage. One thing, global deaths and economics for all of the crises that we are hearing. We hear so many crises. The global deaths and economic damage from weather and climate disasters dropped 80 to 90% during the last 4 decades. So as our population has increased, weather and climate disasters have decreased by 80 to 90% in the last 4 decades. Disaster risks and impacts can be reduced by tackling fundamental issues that cause vulnerability, no matter what the evolution of the future weather and climate. What we need to deal with the changes in climate is energy. What's not going to help the climate is reducing the carbon dioxide. What is going to hurt people is shifting away from reliable energy sources into diffuse density energy sources that are unreliable, and contrary to popular opinion, they're unrenewable. The solar panels have a limited lifespan. Windmills have a limited lifespan. We are probably about 10 years away from having a bunch of those, well, even more of those than are now already gunking up our landfills. Windmills have to go to a special field to be chopped up in Wyoming, so that'll be interesting. Posits that owing to free markets, we are growing increasingly resilient and suffering less from the punches of Mother Nature that Mother Nature is throwing. Banks and insurers can nudge real estate buyers to reduce their demand and risk-prone actions, and flood insurance is really supposed to do that by buying stuff away, and then wildfire as well, to get you to move to areas. So subsidizing homes by wildfire insurance and stuff like that actually encourages people to live in wildfire-prone areas, and then and it takes housing away from the housing supply in safer spaces. So there's a lot more pages here, and you can read those. Those are on the insurance side, and I would say why this is causing us to look in the wrong direction in general. Because looking at carbon dioxide and blaming carbon dioxide for all of the woes, everything that happens, it's all blamed on carbon dioxide, gives us an excuse to look in the wrong direction and not actually solve any problems. So mathematically, again, 1 part in 10,000 for the entire U.S., or if we average it for Colorado, 1 part in 500,000 for the energy. And the energy is ultimately the energy in the atmosphere is ultimately what we're talking about, the movement of. Okay, here's a paper dealing with the overall basis of this and whether it's a good idea to spend $11 million per year of taxpayer money that could go to things like affordable housing. It could go to things like mental health care. But nope, we're going to pump it straight into a hole in the ground. So this CO2 climate tutorial, actual science, I'm really disappointed that the presumably science-minded have left, is by Cork Hayden, Professor Emeritus of Physics, the University of Connecticut. So unfortunately, I don't have anything by Bill Nye, but or Al Gore, but I'm gonna. I think Professor Emeritus of Physics of University of Connecticut and the Atmospheric Sciences of Georgia Institute of Technology should be good. The number of things scientists say are due to climate change, oh, he's saying the same thing, is certainly in the tens of thousands by now. Hardly a day goes by without the news media proclaiming another disaster by climate change. By 2012, the warm list had the better part of 1,000 claims to links of disaster linked to climate change. The author of the website stopped adding such links because the project was taking too much time. Bumblebees are going extinct because of climate change, supposedly. Probably not. 30-year global risk, global systemic collapse. Iceland holds a funeral for a 700-year-old glacier. Climate change has stolen more than 1 billion tons of water. The Wuhan virus, that was an interesting one. Half of the animals, plant species, cocoa plants. So let's talk about the reality, because what we're talking about is the reality of pumping millions of dollars of taxpayer dollars into a hole in the ground. The average temperature of the Earth is now rising at a rate of 1.3 degrees Celsius per century. It has been half a century since screaming headlines quoting the experts told us that the Earth was heading into a new ice age because the temperature had gone down for 2 decades. So we're in climate change now. We're kind of in global warming. We went through our global cooling phase, the ice age that was coming. During the half century since then, the temperature has risen by 0.65 degrees. At the Battery Lower in Manhattan, which is slowly sinking in the tectonic sense, the sea level has risen steadily at a rate of 2.84 millimeters per year. So in the 50-year span since the Ice Age scare, the sea level has risen there by 14.2 centimeters. So we had, if we didn't get rid of the carbon in the 70s, we were told we were going to enter into an ice age because carbon dioxide absorbs part of the infrared spectrum, the long-wave infrared spectrum. Now, instead of saying, wow, we dodged that bullet, we're saying that the carbon dioxide will cause the temperature to increase, but we're ignoring the effects of the sun, which are adding 21,000 barrels of oil worth of energy to the planet every second. Even now, when it's dark, it's getting dark. How can climate change possibly be responsible for all these bad things? You can rest assured that self-respecting climate scientists cringe a little when politicians and the other news media bloviate, and that's a good word for this, as about climate disasters. Seeking expertise. It is in this little venture into creative history, with all that background knowledge, it suddenly occurs to you that the Earth is warmer than it should be. Find somebody with expertise in the interaction between infrared and the molecules in the atmosphere. And that's what I was talking about earlier with the spectral absorption. It's amazing to me how few people are actually interested in the science of this. IR travels only about 10 meters before being absorbed by a carbon dioxide molecule. If we had only 1/10 as much carbon dioxide as we presently have in the atmosphere, any wavelength with a cross-section above 0.01 on the scale would travel almost 100 meters, so about 3 feet. So 30 feet to 300 feet in the atmosphere. Even if we had a trifling 1% as much CO2 in the atmosphere as we have, namely a mere 4 parts per million, IR would be absorbed within a kilometer. So within, about a mile, about a half mile or so. And that IR would be absorbed. And then it would be all absorbed. So it really doesn't matter how much more carbon dioxide you add to it, it's already been absorbed. So that's why carbon dioxide, when you look at it, is on a logarithmic scale. So as we start doubling carbon dioxide, it has a lower and lower effect because it's already been blocked. It's like putting It's like putting a sunshade and another sunshade and another sunshade. Eventually, they don't make any difference. The lesson here is that low concentrations, and again, this is from the Professor Emeritus, Connecticut University in Climate Science. Low concentrations of CO2 is very effective IR absorber and hence a very effective greenhouse gas. By this we mean that if a bit more CO2 is added, the greenhouse effect increases substantially. At higher CO2 concentrations, adding more CO2 does little to increase the greenhouse effect, for a simple reason that most, not all, of the IR that CO2 can absorb is already absorbed. The equivalent phenomenon in economics is called diminishing returns. So we have doubling and then the sensitivity to doubling. So the sensitivity to doubling right now is a fraction. It's not a doubling of the temperature, it's a doubling of the fraction. At very low concentration, CO2 is a strong greenhouse gas. At the present concentration, CO2 is a weak greenhouse gas. Any climate discussion that ignores the details of the spectrum ignores relevant science. No, oh no. No, there's so much science here, there's so much actual science here, I thought maybe everybody would like to hear it as opposed to the hype that's on TV. Sunlight reaches the Earth's orbit because, again, this is a cornucopia of bad ideas. Not because it's bad intentions, because I understand after Friday, the fear of the climate fear is pervasive. So I'm just trying to share the truth, because the truth will set you free. Sunlight reaches the Earth's orbit with an intensity of about 1,368 thermal watts per square meter. About 30% of that light is reflected and 70% is absorbed. So that 1368 is pretty constant. Sometimes it's reported around 1360, 1361. And the additional 1 watt per meter squared is where you get that, and you put that across the energy of the globe is approximately 21,000 barrels of oil worth of energy every second for the 31,500,000 seconds in a year or so, 31.5 pi times 10 to the 7th. Seen from the sun, the Earth is a disk. We're not going to go over that. In equilibrium, the Earth as a whole radiates exactly out as much as it receives from the sun. Harper's graph in figure 2 shows the effect of CO2 at 3 different concentrations, 0, 400 parts per million, and 800 parts per million. You want a break, I'll read some stuff. Okay. Okay. Yep. I've been studying this stuff for a long time. I got a lot of material. 400 parts per million, 800 parts per million. The IR absorption in going from 400 parts per million to 800 parts per million is quite trivial. So what the scientist, an actual scientist is saying, an actual scientist who is University of Connecticut, do my research involved in accelerator-based atomic and molecular collisions. My publication about energy was in 1981. And a monthly newsletter called The Weekly Advocate. So there's plenty of material out there. There's plenty of material out there. It just does not meet the requirements for the existential threat. So figure 2, yeah, you should really look at this. But the difference between 400 parts per million and 800 parts per million, pretty negligible. Even by 50 parts per million, and this is dealing with Planck black body diagrams and spectral absorptions and spectral emissions. It's pretty fascinating. Even by 50 parts per million, CO2 is already absorbing more than half of what it can absorb. Because CO2 has to absorb in a certain bandwidth of frequencies. So CO2 can only absorb in a certain band of frequencies. And once it's done, once those are all absorbed, they're done. It doesn't matter how much more CO2 you add. So we're pretty much at the point, atmospherically, that if we add more CO2, it does absolutely nothing. But what might do something is the fact that that the sun, is adding 2 Hiroshima events worth of energy every second to the atmosphere. 800 parts per million to 800 parts. An article in Forbes advertised as the simplest explanation ever had the final conclusion that humans must be responsible for the warming because the author can't think of anything else. Ooh, I could think of something else. Maybe it's 21,000 barrels of oil of energy every second for 31 million seconds every year. The earth is warming and humans are the cause. That was the conclusion. The earth is warmed many hundreds of thousands of times over the 500 million years. So if you want to go, so if you look at the ice core samples and you look at the proxy measurements, they determine that the earth has warmed many hundreds of thousands of times in the last 500 million of years, and certainly hundreds during the last 3 million years. The earth is warming to the so it's just the standard. The earth is warming, humans are to the cause, blah, blah, blah. Siegel says correctly that the temperature of the earth, if it were an isothermal ball with exactly the same reflectivity and no atmosphere, would be about 255 degrees Kelvin. But the actual surface temperature is actually 288 Kelvin, where 273 Kelvin is about 0 Celsius. So it keeps us in a nice 15-degree band. Water vapor, water, and ice do. Carbon dioxide, God bless it, great for growing plants, but does really very little in terms of greenhouse gas. 50% of the 33K effect is due to water vapor, about 25% due to clouds, 20% to CO2, the remaining 5% to non-condensable greenhouse gases such as ozone, and that's all in the infrared. So that's in the infrared section after you take out the effect of evaporation. Evaporation takes the energy to the upper atmosphere where it's dry. The effect of CO2, okay, much not if all of the reflectivity of Earth is due to clouds, again, water vapor, which would not exist if there were no atmosphere. I don't want to read all that. At atmospheric temperatures, there will always be a few percent of CO2 molecules in those excited states. At high enough altitude, IR emitted by CO2 can escape to outer space. Outer space is about 455 degrees below zero. And as we said, the atmosphere, relative to that 455 degrees below zero, is paper thin. The Earth does not have any trouble getting rid of heat. It has a great problem keeping heat and distributing heat. So the fact that we're not, if we were on the moon, you would be at about 255 degrees, plus or minus about 150 degrees, going up to 400 and going down to well below freezing. It would be completely uninhabitable. So we have this paper-thin atmosphere that distributes energy and moves it to the upper atmosphere primarily by evaporation, and keeps us warm primarily by evaporation and warming. So about 97% of the energy in the atmosphere is due to water vapor. And if anybody's lived in Georgia or been to Georgia and then compared the climate from Georgia to here, Colorado, you know that the energy is in the water vapor. That's why in Georgia, a 90-degree day feels like 120, where a 90-degree day here feels like 90 degrees. Ironically, the reason that they negate the effect of water vapor is because the time that it spends in the atmosphere is so short because of the water cycle, which is what removes all of the energy from, or the majority of the energy from our atmosphere to the upper atmosphere. The IR emission in the CO2 band comes from the region where the temperature is about 215 degrees Kelvin, which is about minus 73 degrees Fahrenheit. It gets very cold very quickly. The increase in blocking, here's something on the infrared, the scale. So we're at a point right now at roughly 400. And if we go to 800, which would be doubling, if we double, then the effect by the infrared by CO2 would be, so a 100% increase in CO2 would result in a 13% increase in effective CO2. So a 13% increase on the effect of 1 part in 10,000 or 1 part in 500,000 for all of Colorado. But we're going to spend $511 million on pumping money straight into a hole in the ground that we could have otherwise used to bring down rent, lower energy costs. We're going to do, where'd Holtorf go? We're going to do that all for the grand effect of nothing. So one thing I wanted to note on here is that the author, I'll have to find it. I can always come back. Is that we have a negative feedback loop because during all the warming and cooling, it goes back to stable. The greenhouse effect amounts to, that's too technical. The warming that would be caused by the next 400 parts per million would be about 1/10 as much as what's caused by the first 400. So the first 400 parts per million is going to cause 1. The next 400 parts per million, a 100% increase is going to cause that to increase by about 10%. And then if you double that again and go from 800 to 1600, it will go up another 5%. And eventually it levels off. Climate scientists are fully aware that these numbers, actual climate scientists, not Bill Nye, are fully aware of these numbers. They know that increasing CO2 concentration by itself, has everybody got that?
Members, it's getting a little loud in here. Thank you.
Climate scientists are fully aware of these numbers. They know that increasing CO2 concentration by itself has little effect on temperature, even if the amount doubles. The claim that the warming is amplified by the claim is that the warming is amplified by the increase in the H2O, in the water vapor greenhouse effect. So the very tiny effect that carbon dioxide has on the atmosphere is said to drive the evaporation cycle and putting more water vapor in the air, because what causes the actual climate change? Water vapor. This bill doesn't do a thing about water vapor. Not a thing, because you can't. This bill is a fool's errand. Wait, maybe I shouldn't say that. My apologies. Without that amplification, the global warming, AKA, without the water vapor, global warming is a non-starter. A small increase in the temperature occasioned by the increase in CO2 concentration supposedly causes a 4 times larger change in temperature because of water vapor. So that's the actual climate science, is it's water vapor. What's so special about CO2? No climate scientist has proposed any kind of exotic or common chemical reactions involving CO2, nor has anybody proposed any amplification. So why does carbon dioxide amplify, why does 1 part in 10,000 of carbon dioxide amplify more than the 9,700 parts in 10,000? Water vapor, exactly. Somebody's paying attention. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about right there. So, there's my A student. There's my A student. In fact, the only thing that is supposedly fires up the amplification mechanism is the increase in temperature caused by an increase in CO2. But increased temperature is increased temperature regardless of the cause. So 97% of the energy coming from water vapor is going to make the temperature higher, and that's going to drive more water vapor. CO2, here's an interesting fact. Mars has about 45,000% more CO2 than we do per area. They're only about 50% farther away from the sun than we are. They are freezing cold. Why doesn't the carbon dioxide keep them warm? Where's my plant? Why? Water vapor, thank you. God, oh, all right. I mean.
Okay, members, I'm gonna ask us that we return to order here, and and allow Representative DeGraff to continue. We're not doing a call and answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always appreciate student participation. I always appreciate student participation. And the two answers that I've gotten were spot on, so I can't complain about that. The only thing that supposedly fires up the amplification mechanism is the increase in temperature caused by increased CO2. But increased temperature is increased temperature regardless of cause. Therefore, according to the IPCC and the current climate models, anything whatsoever that causes a temperature rise should cause exactly the same 4 times amplification of temperature rise. Climate is not controlled by positive feedback, where hot weather begets even hot weather, but by a negative feedback, and this is actually what I was looking for, where as things get hotter, they shed the most heat. So guess how the Earth gets rid of heat if it gets warmer? Nothing? Water vapor. Man, we were on a roll. We were on a roll. So if water gets warmer, it evaporates more, it creates more clouds, it creates more rain, and it gets rid of that extra heat. Whereas things get hotter, they shed more heat. For the last 500 million years, this negative feedback system has kept the temperature of the surface of Earth within a few percent of its present 288 degrees Kelvin. So we've had this cycle, and it stayed constant. Our CO2 levels at one time were 15 times higher than they are right now, 1,500% higher is the estimate. 7,000 parts per million, 8,000 parts per million. All those parts per million are now buried under the ground under rapidly laid cementatious sediment with a lot of water. And now we're tapping that and we're bringing it back to the surface. As it decays, it's going to come to the surface anyways. We're just making use of it and turning it and converting it into energy. The heating effect of additional CO2 gets smaller and smaller as the CO2 increases, concentration increases more and more. The hysterical notion that, and this is the professor saying this, the hysterical notion that the things are going to get worse and worse because of CO2 are clearly at odds with the known properties of reality. I'll say that, the known properties of CO2, but they're clearly at odds with reality. It's funny how as the influence of CO2 gets smaller and smaller, the influence of CO2 in the mind gets larger and larger. Climate science produces these unbelievable results. So if you actually look at climate science and you actually read climate science, you'll understand that there is no reason for Chicken Little to kill all her friends by screaming the sky is falling. But I'm going to take a momentary break because my colleague is eager to talk something about a horse.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as we were having class here from our astute professor from down at the mighty Air Force Academy, which I do appreciate, we wanted to just take a short commercial break to make some announcements on some factoids. Now, you know what factoids are. We even have them out in Akron. The first Green Day, I think, or Earth Day, was in 1970. I'd like for my green energy scholars to fact check me on that. But what I wanted to mention that's really important is there are many Earth Day failed predictions that started 52 years ago. And Colorado, we've made some amazing environmental improvements over the last 52 years. Now, I want to just point some of these things out. And this is recent. This is recent information. But Earth Day is here. It's a good time to remind the public what the failed predictions were from 52 years ago. Because, see, we've had this same clamor. It's not new. And these are really interesting predictions. Thank goodness they didn't come true. Here's one from a Harvard biologist, George Wald. Now, this is 52 years ago, and Harvard's quite a school, they tell me. But I don't know, because this guy said that, quote, civilization will end within 15 to 30 years unless immediate action is taken against these problems facing mankind. Now, that was 52 years ago, and I'm doing my cowboy math, and we're still around. So that Harvard professor and biologist got it wrong. Let me continue with just a few more factoids for our little intermission from Environmental 301 class. And he wasn't even doing the equations that I saw. He had equations he could talk to also. Here's another one. We are in an environmental crisis that threatens the survival of this nation, end of the world. End as a suitable place of human habitation, wrote Washington University biologist Barry Commoner in a scholarly environmental journal on the environment 52 years ago. Well, by gosh, it seems pretty suitable for human habitation around here. And I imagine the next 50 years, ladies and gentlemen, it'll still be just about the same. But no, let's talk about these doomsday prophecies, because they're not new. In fact, they go back to the 1800s. But I'm going to give you a few more. The day after the first Earth Day announcement, the New York Times editorial page. Now, you know the New York Times, that rag? A lot of people like to read it, subscribe to it. It says here, warned, man must stop pollution and conserve his resources, not merely to enhance the existence, but to save the race, and I think that's the human race, from intolerable deterioration and possible extinction. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have some information that I'll get to in a little bit before we get back to class, because we got to talk about the real science, that actual human population is going up. And we're not deteriorating, but rather improving. And if you don't believe me, we're just going to talk about these improvements, because I think I have them right here, if I can get to them. Okay, so for the good news, Colorado House Republicans from 1977, just 7 years after the first Earth Day announcement, that everything was going to go to hell in a handbasket if we didn't take action right back then and there. Newsflash, the number of people living in extreme poverty has gone from 2 billion to just around 700 million on this earth. Now let me do the cowboy math on that. It's gone down a whole bunch. 1.3 billion? Wow. Now that's due to technology and agriculture and increased production. And this thing called democracy, innovation, increased production all over the world. That's good news. There's a few more facts I'd like to share if you do have the time. It's going to be a little hard to read these, so I'm going to have to lean in because my glasses aren't very good. Poverty's gone down. Basic education has gone up in the last 100 years significantly. Literacy rates have gone up about 80 times the world population. Democracy has increased by double in the last 200 years, thank goodness, because we know what communist countries look like and their economic systems, and they don't do what we do. Vaccine rates have gone up, holy buckets, just in the last 40, 60 years by 86% worldwide. That means better health for humanity. So poverty's going down, health is going up, education's going up. Wait, here's another good one, Colorado. Child mortality has decreased significantly. Guess what? Things are getting better. Things are getting better. And the world's not ending. But let me get back to what we were talking about here. Just a few more factoids, and I'm going to give it back to the professor. I don't know if I can get to this. Is it this one right here? Oh, here we are. Okay. Here's another one. This is Paul Ehrlich. Anybody know Paul Ehrlich from 1970? If you are a Earth Day and green energy and a doomsday prophesizer, you might know some of these people. I don't. My cup is always half full. It's not going to go to zero. Population will inevitably and completely outstrip whatever small increases in food supplies we make, says Paul Ehrlich, confidently in delivering and declaring in his April 1970 issue of Mademoiselle. Now that's a fashion magazine from New York. I've even seen that a time or two when I go to the doctor's office. We don't have it and subscribe to it. Additionally, says Paul, the death rate will increase until at least 100 to 200 million people per year will starve to death during the next 10 years. Well, boy, did old Paul get it wrong. So there is so many references to these failed forecasts, these failed doomsday prophecies. And we continue to hear them from the doomsday alarmists that are out there. They're still here in 2023. And we are promoting legislation as if the world might end in 50 years. But I'll make a small prediction. Some of us won't be here. The youngins will, if you're still in your 20s, maybe 30. I bet for you young folk out here that are serving in this chamber, the world will still be here, and you'll still be growing food, you'll still be living, and none of these predictions will come true, as they haven't come true in the last 50 plus years when this whole movement really got its legs. Now, if you really want to go really far back in history, the climate tipping point dates all the way back to 1864. Because this fella named George Perkins Marsh, the father of the American ecology movement, the great-grandfather of your movement there in Boulder County, or maybe not Boulder County, it might be the whole state, warned that the earth was fast becoming an unfit foam for the noblest of human inhabitants. That unless man changed their ways, it would be reduced to such a condition of impoverished productiveness, of shattered surface, of climatic excess, as to threaten the deprivation, barbarism, and perhaps even extinction of the species. Oh my. MIT professor. Well, dang. Well, was he smart or wrong or not so smart? There's one more. I'm only going to share one more for the factoids in this intermission break. And then I'm going to step aside because I know we got more things to do than this. And I'm going to turn it back over to Professor. The best summary of the tipping point phenomenon, and this is titled Earth Serially Doomed. That means Earth is done, over, nothing we can do. Comes from the United Kingdom, a scientist by the name of Philip Stott. Sir Philip Stott, a UK scientist, says, I won't say it with my English accent, it's horrible, I'll stop that. In essence, the Earth has been given a 10-year survival warning. regularly for the last 50 years or so. We have been seriously doomed, Stout explains. Our postmodern period of climate change angst can probably be traced back to the late 1960s, and actually I referenced it all the way back to 1864, if not earlier, which I've cited. By 1973, and they had the global cooling scare. I don't know if you remember that one. It was going to go the other way. Instead of getting too hot, we were going to get too cold. But they had to switch that because it wasn't working out the way they'd planned. Had to call an audible on that one. But that was in full swing, with predictions of imminent collapse of the world within 10 to 20 years. And then there was even talk of a nuclear winter. I don't know what that is. Doesn't sound like the kind of winter I want to be in. But I could go on, because I literally have pages of this, of these predictions that were all false and untrue and unfounded from people that are supposed to be learned and educated. Now, my daddy used to call them educated idiots, because they might have an education, but they sure can't apply it to the practical world or the real world. They're lost in their theory and their academia and have no idea what's really going on. And there's many people today that have the same affliction. So with that, Madame, I'm going to turn it back over to the professor.
Thank you, Representative Holtorp. And who is the professor? Sorry, I didn't see Representative DeGraff.
I will not claim being a full professor. I was just a teacher. But thank you. All right, a couple more things. Basically amounts to a tax. One of the things my colleague mentioned, then population is supposed to increase by about 10% to 20%, so go from about 8 billion to about 10 billion, and then it's supposed to plummet based on the arc that it's on right now. Because, why? Because wealthy countries, wealthy families tend to have fewer kids. Carbon dioxide policy is going to increase the poverty level, so that's going to make things interesting. Carbon dioxide is the gas that we emit most of, and you need to also know that when we're doing all this stuff, carbon dioxide was not declared a pollutant until around 2008 or 2009. Before, it was recognized for what it is. It is plant food. Your body is approximately 18% carbon. I'll let you do the math on that. Your body times 0.18. That's how much carbon your body is, and you get that from plants, which get that from carbon dioxide. But the overall thing here is that, since basically what we're talking about is adding an $11 million tax per year, what we're doing is making everything more expensive so that we don't use it. The principal appeal of using prices to induce carbon dioxide abatement is what encourages emission reduction where they are cheapest, although it won't do any good. One of the things that we're talking about is spending over $100 billion per year to pump carbon dioxide into a hole in the ground. And 10 gigatons per year by 2050. So 1 gigaton per year out of 3,120 gigatons is a very small percentage. So again, a proposal based on hysteria around a trace gas is inducing us to spend trillions of dollars pumping that which makes plants grow straight into the ground. And the other funny thing about that is that the oceans contain about 50 times more carbon dioxide than the atmosphere, so any carbon dioxide you pull out of the atmosphere will be immediately replaced by carbon dioxide coming out of the oceans. Immediately. So well-intentioned, good intentions, but when we're looking at the hurt that's on the people of Colorado, The hurt on the people of Colorado is real. Climate change is real. Carbon dioxide-induced climate change is imagination. Ancient civilizations also feared climate change, and they too sacrificed their children. We should have changed that with science, but we are a superstitious lot. In order to achieve the beneficial effects of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, there would need to be some sort of coordination around the world, because what is China doing? China is, now they're shifting, they're doing everything, but they're mainly taking over our manufacturing and using dirty coal. Up until the 90s, in the 90s, they figured out how to take about 90 to 95% of the pollutants out of coal, so we had clean coal. And when coal was no longer able to scare everybody, that's when they shifted to carbon dioxide. And you can never get rid of carbon dioxide, because that like water is the foundational molecules for life. This article on carbon tax, it says economists, but I'd add politicians have a bad habit of coming up with wonderful ideas that work in the abstract and ignore the politics of actually getting them implemented. Even a carbon tax of $25, $30 growing rate of industry generates hundreds of billions of dollars per year in revenue, and it does hundreds of billions of dollars in economic damage to the economy. So whatever you take out of the economy to do this fool's errand of chasing down a trace gas that has 1 part in 10,000 impact on the energy in the atmosphere, it has about 1 part in 10,000, and the change is 1 part in 10,000 overall, it is going to cause billions of dollars in economic damage, while it's costing our citizens, requiring them to pay double and triple for everything. And so our solution to this is to make landlords freeze their rent. If the solution to a problem is to fund your pet project, you're most likely to believe that problem. And this is where we come to. You need an existential threat to justify all of this societal manipulation. And this is societal manipulation. This is economic manipulation. And it has billions of dollars worth of adverse economic effect. Now, we could use the free market, because in order to obtain the benefits of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, it has to be global. If it's a global problem, we have to address it globally. We're looking at spending millions of dollars on displaced emission buses, which just puts the problem someplace else. And where does it put it? We can use the power of the free market, and we can shape, because, at this point, I know, I'm resolved. This is the climate hysteria is part and parcel of is a party platform. So this will pass. We will spend billions of dollars of taxpayer money, and then we'll blame the fact that they can't afford rent on greedy landlords. We'll blame the fact that they can't afford to drive their car.
Representative DeGraff, can we keep it to the bill, please?
Yes, ma'am. So getting back to the climate science, 1864 was the tipping point when we started this. In the late 1800s of the discovery of the infrared from CO2 coal, they worried about plunging the Earth into an ice age. The scientists of the day figured out that that would never happen, because there's more in the oceans and there's more locked up in rocks. People can adapt to warm, they cannot adapt as so much to cold. There's a limitation to so much you can to cold. And the other thing that doesn't adapt well to cold is plants, because they stop growing. And that creates famine. Sweating, and the reason why you can adapt better to warm is because sweating gets rid of heat at about 600 calories per gram. The hockey stick graph that Al Gore showed everybody that induced panic across the country, left out the climate highs and the climate lows where the glaciers were growing in Greenland by hundreds of feet per day. One thing that's funny to me is every time that I fly, or not every time I fly, but places like LaGuardia and San Francisco, I like to note that they are actually about 13 feet below the sea level that Al Gore predicted back in 2000. So that just adds to my colleague's list of climate catastrophes that are the more all of the sky is falling rhetoric that chases us all over the economic scale. But like I said, this is going to pass because it is a party platform. It's unfortunate.
Representative DeGraff, I'm going to ask you, you said it once, and I don't think it needs to be continued if we're talking about the actual bill
I'm going
and
back to
not
the
what
bill.
is a platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in order to minimize the damage to the planet and to the people, and to recognize that this is a global issue, not a local issue, I'd like to move L064 to SB016 and ask that it be displayed properly, not inverted. I guess that's why you say properly displayed.
One moment, Representative DeGraff.
No.
I don't think they were. Your lesson made them want to go and read up on the subject.
I would highly advise it. I have lots of papers on this, lots of links to original sources. It's very informative.
Just give us one moment.
Because if you take the, I'm just filling, ad-libbing, keeping time going. Because if you go to the original sources, you'll find generally that they all have low.
All right. Representative DeGraff, Amendment L64.
I knew that would motivate
You've moved it.
the process.
And give me one moment as I get a copy. And it is properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is important. We talked about this the other night. The displaced emission is damaging lots of things around the globe. And that's why I would like to amend this and say that if Colorado is going to be adding tax credit, no tax credit is allowed under the section to a purchaser, financing entity, or electric-powered equipment dealer unless the department confirms that no child labor was involved in any component of the electric-powered equipment's manufacturing or production. I think making sure that everybody lives lives safe, healthy, and free applies to everybody in the world. And what things like this do is they put pressure, they apply properly, because Colorado gets to determine, and we get to determine where our money is spent. And if we say we're only going to spend money on places where that no child labor was involved in the component of electrical equipment for the batteries and stuff like that, the rare earth materials, we could probably add the environmentally degradation to this, because the environmental degradation by these batteries is massive. But we'll stick with child labor tonight because we want to make sure that all children, even those in third world countries, have the ability to grow up safe, healthy, and free, just like in this country. So I request an aye vote to this so we can apply the power of the free market to help make sure that these children in other countries are not exploited for our fool's errand into this foray into pumping money into holes in ground.
Any further discussion on Amendment L64? Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L64, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L64. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L64 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion on Senate Bill 16, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 16. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 16 passes. Mr. Shebel, we will stand in a brief recess.
Sorry, I was a little late.
Okay. The chamber, please come back to order. Mr. Sheep, the committee will come to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1304.
House Bill 1304 by Representatives McCluskey and Frizzell, also Senator Roberts, concerning modifications to the affordable housing programs created by the voters' approval of Proposition 123.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1304 and the committee report from Transportation, Housing, and Local Government.
To the committee report.
Thank you. Members, we had a terrific conversation with our Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee. We brought several amendments during committee to make sure that we were both clarifying the intent of this bill and also addressing some of the concerns that had been raised about a petition process that we have put into the bill for our rural resort communities. We brought one amendment with some technical fixes, language changes, some public data requirements and more specificity for our housing needs assessment. We reinforced some of the transparency by creating a public process for our petition process, and we also ensured that the state dollars used to address housing needs would do so for deep affordability levels. I also need to refine some of the language that we brought forward in one of our amendments yesterday, and with that, I move L011 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment has been properly displayed. Please to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, when we were trying to address a focus on the petition process to comply with the original intention of Proposition 123, we had added language around meeting the demonstrated needs, the demonstrated housing needs for the rural resort community. This amendment better clarifies the intent of that language, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L011? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L011 to the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Report. Seeing none, it is adopted. To the bill. Oh, no, now we have to pass the Transportation and Housing and Local Government Report as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we talk often about the critical need for affordable housing across our state. And over the last few years, the Colorado Legislature has invested both federal and state funds up to the tune of close to $500 million to address those needs. This past fall, Proposition 123 was supported across the state and will continue to drive sustainable resources to affordable housing through a variety of important programs. These programs include an affordable housing equity program, concessionary debt program, land banking, affordable home ownership, a homelessness program, and local planning capacity development grants. This bill that we are bringing forward today is going to refine and address some of the administrative and technical challenges that were recognized once Proposition 123 had passed. And in addition to that, allow for flexibility for our rural resort communities to also participate in Proposition 123 through a petition process. What this bill will do is ensure that tribal governments can also access Proposition 123 funds. It will define a rural resort community and again allow for a petition process so that these communities with extraordinarily high AMIs may also be included in the process. To accommodate increased flexibility, any projects funded with Proposition 123 funds will count toward the 3% growth baseline requirement and allow local governments to come together through written agreements so that they may share in that 3% baseline growth. This bill also adds an important element that my co-prime, Representative Frizzell, was particularly keen on, and that was that we would require reporting on the programs, the number of projects that receive Proposition 123 funding, taking a look at the number of units built, the geographic diversity, and how Proposition 123 is really meeting the needs for affordable housing. I appreciate the conversations yesterday with members of the THLG committee and the many stakeholders who have been a part of the process to bring this bill forward, and I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1304.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1304? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for addressing this critical problem that we have in affordable housing. But as we just discussed, there's a very easy way to determine this, and that would be not spending $500 million in trying to make this more affordable to deal with 1/500,000th of the effect on climate, and that would be delisting carbon dioxide as a pollutant. If you wanted to get to the actual source of the problem, which is causing a tripling of fuel prices, tripling of food rent, it's increasing rent, well, it's not increasing rent, the government is increasing rent, but transportation, housing, energy, everything is going up because of the lack of scientific endeavor that we put into actually defining the problem, and instead we are chasing down the road. Don't impugn, don't impugn, don't impugn. We are chasing this problem down the road, and we are papering over bad legislation with very well-intended legislation, very well-crafted legislation, but a legislation that will not solve the problem because we are not addressing the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is an energy policy that is causing all of these things to go up. It is causing supply chain disruptions. It's causing transportation shortages. It is causing housing cost increases. It is causing all of these things, and it has a net zero effect on the climate. But it has a not zero effect on the people of Colorado. It has a great effect on the people of Colorado. If we want to actually solve the problem, I would suggest that we actually look at the science of the problem and look at the root of the problem and actually solve the problem instead of chasing symptoms of the problem.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1304? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1304 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1304 as amended is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 264. Senate Bill 264.
Senate Bill 264 by Senators Rodriguez and Gardner, also Representatives Lynch and McCluskey, concerning the ability of certain alcohol beverage license holders to participate in festivals for alcohol beverage retail activity.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Senate Bill 23-264.
To the bill. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a real simple, easy win for the state of Colorado. As law exists right now, if you are a vintner and you're making wine, you can only put on 9 festivals. But there's been some confusion in the law and in the language that says that you can only attend 9 festivals. So that means if you want to take your product that you've worked hard on and with the skill you gained through COVID in making wine, you can only go to 9 festivals. What this bill does is very simply makes it so you can go to 1 a week, you can go to 52. You still can't put on any more than 9, but you can attend up to 52 a year. It's a great bill, and I would appreciate a yes vote.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am honored to be carrying this bill with Minority Leader Lynch and excited for the wineries in this state that we know are a part of our robust tourism economies. So many of the wineries that were once a part of my district from Delta County really depended on the opportunities these festivals provide and being able to showcase their product, build their customer base, and expand their reach. I am pleased to say that there is an increase in the fee to $50, which wineries supported to help address the additional administrative burden with the expansion from 9 to 52 festivals. So excited for all of those involved in this industry and pleased that we're able to continue to drive the toast of the occasional glass of wine. So.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also forgot to acknowledge my awesome co-sponsor. I've discovered that magically bills go so much smoother with this particular co-sponsor, and I would recommend it to anybody, but I still want a yes vote on this.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 264? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank both the Speaker and the Minority Leader. Ag tourism is one of the most important industries in the Grand Valley. And by the way, we have the best wine in all of Colorado, without question. And allowing our wineries to attend more festivals just gets their name out there, exposes the wine not only to other Coloradans, but exposes the wines to people all over the world. Right now, this area of Mesa County is also a major cycling trail, and that allows people that love to cycle in the Grand Valley and up over the monument to also sip a few glasses of wine afterward. And I would be remiss if I didn't say the wineries have helped develop custom distilleries as well as craft beer in the valley. So I really appreciate this because this will help our ag tourism business a great deal in the Grand Valley. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to thank the bill sponsors. This is a great bill. And as the member who represents more wineries than anyone else in Colorado, I would be remiss if I didn't come down here and just let everyone know how great this bill is. It is the wine festivals that really do get these wineries out into the public to be able to showcase the amazing wines. And not to knock my colleague from Mesa County, but do represent the other part of Mesa County, and our wines there do rival what's within the city limits. And then I also have the privilege of having some of the Delta County wineries as well. If you haven't tried any Delta or Mesa County wines, you're truly missing out. I would just like to invite every single member to come to the Colorado Mountain Wine Fest that's going to be in Palisade. This is, yeah, apparently it's sold out. But we do have ways to get legislator tickets. I'm not entirely sure if I can tell you that, but I have found ways to get you in. Just let me know. But you have to pledge to come back here and tell the whole chamber it was the very best glass of wine you've ever had in your entire life. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion, Representative Assistant Minority Puglisi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss to sit in my chair and not engage in this conversation, as I lived in Palisade for most of my time in Mesa County, and that was a huge part of my district. Palisade has great wines, really excited about this bill, and we do rival Delta County. Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 264, the consumption of wine? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 264. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Wine drinking overcomes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 153.
Senate Bill 153 by Senators Rodriguez and Rich, also Representatives Duran and Puglisi, concerning the continuation of the regulation of notaries by the Secretary of State and the Department of State and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 153.
To the bill. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L004 and ask it to be properly displayed.
It has been moved and now it is properly displayed. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, this is strictly a technical amendment, and I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, all those in favor of the adoption of L004 say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. L004 is adopted. To the bill, Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a sunset bill. It continues the act for 9 years until September 1st, 2032, repeals the requirement that a certificate evidencing a notarial act performed by a notary indicate the date of expiration of their commission, repeals some statutory fees, and sets up some rules for translators. This is good for business. It's good for housing. We urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 153? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 153. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 153 is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1293.
House Bill 1293 by Representatives Weissman and Soper, also Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, concerning the adoption of the 2023 recommendations of the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice regarding felony sentencing.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We move House Bill 1293, the Judiciary Report, and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
Appropriations makes a small appropriation of about 5 figures for the current budget year. We ask for your support.
The question before us is the adoption of the Appropriation Report. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. To the Judiciary Report. Ms. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. The Judiciary Report essentially caught some conforming amendments that needed to be made that were identified subsequent to the drafting of the introduced bill. This is in keeping with the CCJJ Sentencing Reform Task Force recommendations. We ask for your support of the Judiciary Report.
Is there any further discussion of the Judiciary Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The Judiciary Report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is the recommendations from the CCJJ, the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice, their sentencing reform task force. And they have been charged with really looking at the classifications of felonies. If you remember, a couple years ago, we dealt with misdemeanors that also came from the CCJJ. This is the bill that looks at felonies. If you turn into your fiscal note, there's actually a great set of tables that looks at what the bill does. So it increases certain classifications, it decreases certain classifications. We've modified certain types of crimes. We've removed certain crimes that are either redundant or are included in other offenses, and then we've added one new crime, and we've eliminated certain mandatory sentences. So that's all that's compiled in the bill. I will let you know that it does not include every single felony out there. That would be a much longer bill. The rationale for really what's in this bill before you is focusing on what happened in past legislative sessions, because during good economic times, the state was more likely to create felonies because we could afford to have that person in the Department of Corrections for a number of years. During bad economic times, we were likely to create more misdemeanors because that was a cost shifting over to the counties, because the county is the one responsible then for housing that person, for example, in the county jail, and for the cost of the prosecution. So that's why we had gotten a little bit off in our classifications. The CCJJ did look at what other states had done as far as each individual offense. And if you have certain questions, we'd be happy to answer those as well. But we'd ask for a yes vote here. This is a great policy, a great change, and long overdue.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Not a ton to add to that, but members, the basic point here is that, look, politics ebb and flow, criminal justice philosophies ebb and flow, different offenses are put on the books or modified or ranked one level of felony offense or another over time. And over time, there isn't necessarily an internal consistency in all of that. The animating spirit here of what the Sentencing Reform Task Force has brought to us is that whether you're talking about offense against people, an offense against property, a regulatory kind of offense, there ought to be some internal consistency so that if something is an F6, which is the lowest level felony across all the different offense categories, the degree of harm ought to be consistent. Likewise, an F4, which is mid-level, degree of harm ought to be consistent. So this is a bipartisan effort that originates from a 100% support vote out of the CCJJ. We ask for your support on second reading today.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1293? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1293. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1293 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 192.
Senate Bill 192 by Senators Piola and Roberts, also Representatives Kipp and McLaughlin,
Representative McLaughlin.
concerning
Oh,
what? Concerning the continuation of the Pesticides Applicators Act and in connection therewith, implementing recommendations contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies regarding the act and making appropriation.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 192 and the appropriations report, please.
I do not have an appropriation.
There is no appropriation. There's nothing.
Well, it was on there, yeah.
To the bill.
To the bill. This is a sunset bill, and this act regulates pesticide applicators concerning their rigorous training and testing, and they have very, very rigorous testing and very rigorous training. Continuing education, reporting requirements, advisory committee, and working with pesticide-sensitive people. Since the act started in 1950, the tweaks made in this one continue the advancements applicators continue to ask for as they perfect their profession and align themselves with federal regulations. I strongly encourage a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Kipp.
And I'd just like to point out that this is a really important act to pass, because if we don't pass this, pesticide applicators will not be regulated. So we do need them to be regulated. This is following the DORA recommendation, so I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 192? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 192. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 192 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 013. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 56.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 56.
Senate Bill 56 by Senator Kolker, also Representative Byrd, concerning a requirement that the state make a direct distribution to the Public Employees Retirement Association in addition to a previous additional direct distribution to recompense the association for the cancellation of the July 1st, 2022 direct distribution.
Representative Byrd.
I move Senate Bill 56.
To the bill.
Hi, members. So I am pleased to bring you Senate Bill 56, which is a simple, good financial management bill related to paying down the state's unfunded pension liability for para. As you know, we have been working hard since 2018 to stay on a reliable payment schedule to pay down what had previously been a much bigger unfunded liability. We are down much lower to, I think, about a $30 billion unfunded liability. But we're making good progress. This bill before you today puts extra money towards making para whole faster, and I ask, to accelerating that repayment timeline, and I ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 56? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 56. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 56 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 195.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 195.
Senate Bill 195 by Senators Winter F. and Will, also Representatives Judah and Puglisi, concerning the calculation of contributions toward an insured required cost sharing underneath a health benefit plan.
Go ahead.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 195 and the Appropriations Committee report.
I do not have an appropriations report. I have a public and behavioral health report.
Okay, thank you. I move Senate Bill 195 and the Public Health Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to say it is an honor to serve with you.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we just passed an amendment that adds biosimilars and ensures the cost containment strategies for the health plans. and removes a amendment that was unintentionally created that creates barriers for patients. And I ask an aye vote on the committee report.
Any further discussion of the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The committee report is passed. Madam Minority Leader, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really want to thank my co-prime for asking me to be on this bill. This is a great bill that really helps patients. The first time I ever got a $100,000 bill for one of my daughter's injections, I was scared. I had no idea how I was going to pay for that. Obviously, I had great help from my health insurance company, but also the manufacturer. And but before that, before I had manufacturer assistance, I had to pay those co-pays myself. And they were over $20,000. I had to get a second job in order to make those payments. And not every family has that opportunity. And so we want to make sure that we open up all options to help families so that they don't have, in addition to the stress of a loved one that has some of these chronic illnesses, but also trying to figure out how they're going to pay for it. So this bill helps relieve that stress, and I'm incredibly proud to be on it. Thank you.
Is Madam Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I also want to thank my co-prime. And this is important for folks that, especially living with chronic diseases, to make sure that the assistance that they are getting on their medication is actually being passed down to the savings that they deserve, and those savings are going into their pocket. So with that, I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is a passage of Senate Bill 195. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 195 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate Bill 36.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 36.
Senate Bill 36 by Senators Pelton, B., and Cutter, also Representatives Armagast and Ortiz, concerning a change to the application process for the property tax exemption for veterans with a disability.
Representative Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 36.
To the bill.
This is a very simple bill. Under current law, veterans have to go through the State Department of Veteran Affairs to be able to submit a property tax exemption. This simplifies that and gives them the direct route of just going through your county assessor. So much simpler process with this bill than there is under current law. So basically it just provides a direct route for the disabled veteran to go through their county rather than the State Department of Veteran Affairs.
Representative Ortiz. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative. Representative Ortiz.
No, I want to thank my co-prime. He said it best. He kept it simple. This is an easy bill. It just gets rid of red tape and makes sure that veterans living with a disability get the tax exemption that they've earned off of their property taxes.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 36? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 36. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 36 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 13.
Senate Bill 13 by Senators Janal and Cutter, also Representative Story, concerning resources for fire investigations to enhance public safety and in connection therewith, prioritizing funding for wildland fire investigations and making an appropriation.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 13 and the appropriations report.
To the appropriations report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the appropriations, we adjusted two annual appropriations from continuously appropriated, and also the amendment in appropriations provides that the funds that are not expended do roll over.
Is there any further discussion of the appropriations report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the appropriation report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The appropriations report is passed. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 13 is about getting more fire investigators into our state. In the past 2 decades, 19 out of 20 of the largest wildfires in Colorado have occurred. In 2020, the state endured 1,080 fires that engulfed over 625,300 acres. Then we had the Marshall Fire in 2021, which became the most destructive wildfire in Colorado's history, destroying almost 1,100 homes in one afternoon. Senate Bill 2313 comes from the Wildfire Matters Review Committee. During the 2022 session, local officials and the Division of Fire Prevention and Control presented the committee with information regarding challenges they face in investigating the cause and origin of fires. The DFPC employs only one fire investigator. Comprehend that, one full-time fire investigator in the state of Colorado to cover the entirety of the state, not just for wildfires, but for any fires that need investigation. We're talking about homes, home fires, chemical fires, any number of fires. The lack of resources and specialized staff make long-term investigations of wildfires challenging, which also hinders the ability to prevent future fires or curb their escalation. This bill creates the Fire Investigation Fund within the DFPC. The fund will allow DFPC to create a fire origin and cause investigations unit, which will support local fire departments in investigating fires and will reimburse fire investigators assisting DFPC and local fire departments. Keeping in mind that 85% of our firefighters are volunteer firefighters, so those fire departments, by and large, do not have the resources that the state fire investigators will have and often have to pass on their investigations to the state. The bill will also require DFPC to include the number of wildland fire investigations conducted by the division and the status of each investigation in its annual report to the Wildfire Matters Review Committee. As we face an increase in devastating wildfires, it's crucial that we increase funding to investigate these occurrences, combat their potential destruction, and ultimately safeguard the well-being of our communities. Colleagues, I urge an aye vote on this very important bill.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a good bill. This came up in the Wildfires Matter Committee, and to me, initially, I was like, what is going on? Why do we need to worry about investigating these fires if they've already occurred? We know that it came from somewhere, so why do we really need to check into it? But what we discovered over the summer and checking out some of these fire sites is that the actual ignition point tells us a lot about what we can do to help solve these fires and fight them in the future. And you'd be surprised how few of these fires are actually lightning strikes, and the majority of them are human caused. So it's good for us to be able to know the source of these fires so that we can better fight them in the future. So this is a good bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 13? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 13. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 13 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Thank you. The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it is under consideration the following touch bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1293 is amended, 1304 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 13 is amended, 16 is amended, 36, 56, 153 is amended, 192, 195 is amended, 264 passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Young. Members, you've heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the DeGraff amendment to Senate Bill 16 on the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative DeGraff moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following DeGraff amendment, L64, to Senate Bill 16 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 16 is amended passed.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following L064 to SB 23016 and show that it is as that said amendment passed and that SB 23016 as amended passed. And
Thank
ask
you.
that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative. It is properly displayed. And you can take the shortcut and just move the DeGraff amendment to the Committee of the Whole report next time. Thank you. Please to the amendment.
I appreciate the shortcut, the allowance for the shortcut. I do not want to get caught in the molasses swamp. All right. On this, we talked about this the other night, but I think it's important to address again because this bill did pass. I expect it will pass, much to my chagrin. It will accomplish nothing per the climate, but that's neither here nor there now. What this bill does is when we're passing out our Colorado credits, that no credit is allowed under this section to the purchaser, financing entity, or electric-powered equipment dealer unless the department confirms that no child labor was involved in any component of the electric-powered equipment's manufacturing or production. We want to, if we're going to be about making sure that the children of Colorado are safe, healthy, and free, we should make sure that those are, I'm sorry, did I say that wrong? Healthy, safe, and free. Healthy, safe, and free. Order matters. If we want to make sure that the children of Colorado are healthy, safe, and free, which we do, I think we should extend that. I think we should extend that concern out to the children. And we know that we know that in the world where these rare earth materials are being harvested at great degradation to the ecology in general, there is a lot of slave labor that is being used, a lot of child labor being used. And so we can use the power of the free market, because we can, if Colorado leads the way on this and then other states will follow suit, we can put pressure. And there are...
Excuse me, Representative DeGraff. Members, I would ask for your voices to be turned down. Thank you. Representative DeGraff, please continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just think that as Colorado, in leading the way of making sure that children are healthy, safe, and free, that we extend that right to the children of that concern, and that right to the children of the world, and that we at least put, and then as far as putting the pressure on the free market, if that can't be done in these countries, then hopefully it would also push technologies that do not rely on slave labor and ecological degradation like is done in some third world countries. There are communities, I'm told, in Colorado that are creating battery technology that does not rely on such labor. And so by using the power of the free market and our choices in exchanging freely exchanging value for value, and we choose to only do business with places that adhere to our values, then we can either improve the lives of those people, those children and adults in other countries, and or move business towards more sustainable development, which would be some of the technological companies here in Colorado. Not in my district per se. I'm not sure whose district it is. It doesn't really matter. It would benefit Colorado for this business to be pushed back here. So I move, again, I move this for L064, ask for an aye vote, ask that we put our values in supporting the free market and promoting our values globally, and not just reaping the harvest of slave labor in other countries.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. I'm going to continue to work on this issue. I look forward to working with you all next year on trying to figure out how we can get this straightened out, as well as help grow that industry in Colorado. I think it's something we could really work on together. So I rise in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And though I do agree with some of the words of my colleague from El Paso County, I will urge a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the DeGraff Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Bachenfeld, Herod, and Holtorf. Representative Bachenfeld and Herod are excused. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 38 no, and 7 excused, the DeGraff amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Evans amendment to Senate Bill 16 on the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment L58 to Senate Bill 116 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 16 as amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as we talked about, what this does is this keeps the goalposts from moving. It preserves the current greenhouse gas roadmap. And then as far as the intermediate goals, it just aligns the intermediate goals to better reflect the technological advancement that's going to be necessary to implement the different check marks in this greenhouse gas roadmap. And so I would ask for your aye vote on this in the interest of not moving the goalposts. Thanks.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. We worked hard to come to agreement on the new intermediate goals and the final goal of 100% by 2050, and would ask that you support the numbers in the bill and say no to this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 16 aye, 42 no, and 7 excused, the first Evans Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment L59 to Senate Bill 16 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 16 as amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this amendment just tries to rebalance a level playing field by recognizing that there are some individuals who, as a result of either their employment or the particular area where they live, are not going to be able to efficiently and effectively do either their jobs or the chores they have around their agricultural operation, whatever the case may be. They're not going to be able to accomplish the tasks that need to be accomplished with either corded or battery electrical power. And so this just recognizes the fact that it's creating an unlevel playing field if they've got to pay full price for their equipment, but other folks who have the luxury of using an electrical piece of equipment get a 30% credit. So this recognizes that we can still give a credit, but it should be a 15% credit, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. We think that the 30% incentive is important. These gas-powered lawn equipment pieces contribute a significant amount to our air pollution, and this incentive is important as we work toward meeting our climate goals to achieve cleaner air. It's a voluntary program, and so we ask for a no vote because I think as you as a consumer would appreciate a 30% discount more than a 15% discount.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Doherty votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representatives Holtorf and Luck. Please close the machine. With 16 aye, 43 no, and 6 excused, the second Evans amendment is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Doherty, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Doherty votes yes. Representative Winter. Please close the machine. With 44 ayes, 16 no, and 5 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Announcements. Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. CDC will meet tomorrow morning at 8:25 in Senate Committee Room 352. See you all there.
Thank you. Minority Leader Lynch.
Members, the day you've all been waiting for is tomorrow, which is the Sportsman's Day at the Capitol. So you don't have to worry about lunch because they'll provide it outside, and literally one of the best days of the year as far as eating some exotic food. So please join the Sportsman's Caucus for tomorrow. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a few announcements. If I could remind members to clean off any food or drinks they have on their desk so our nonpartisan staff can go home. And secondly, I want to thank everybody. For Denim Day, we broke our record from last year and we raised $600. So thank you, everyone that contributed. I so appreciate it.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
The balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House adjourn until 9 a.m. on Thursday, April 27th.
The House is adjourned until 9 a.m. Thursday, April 27th.